PKA 715 with our guest Vito. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Blue Chew, Lock and Load, and our wonderful merch, all linked below. Vito. Are you still
How's it going?
Are you still kind of robbing Dick with your weight loss shenanigans?
Not particularly. I think I've definitely slowed down, but I'm trying to get back on that train.
I was so excited when Dick came on, and he was so upset that we taught you how to like cut weight for like temporarily.
You're like, just go in the sauna. Just don't actually diet or exercise. That's bullshit.
Yeah, just eat like eat little salt over the course of 1 week that it's dangerous. Lose a bunch of water weight, and then
I was taking a bunch of diuretics, so I peed out probably 5 pounds. That was good. Yeah, we just squeaked under it, so I ended up getting like $1,000, which is pretty good.
That's awesome. I love that you took his clearly an insult to you challenge and like made it you turned it into your own screw you thing where it's like, oh yeah, well, I'm not gonna get healthier, fuck you, and I'm still getting the money.
That's such a win.
I want to think, I'm a little healthier than I was.
Sure,
I've kept off about 15 pounds, which is not great, but
I want to get Wegovy. That's the thing that helps you lose weight. Like, I'm not observably fat, but I'd like to be thinner. What is it? How do you get Wegovy nowadays? Can you buy that?
Is it an
app? So
now
wait,
you can,
isn't that what it's called?
That's a new word for me.
Semaglutide is the compound or whatever it's called. And then Ozempic is the most well-known name, Ozempic. But Wegovy is, I don't know if it's a brand or whatever. I can tell you how I got it. My sister calls me up and she goes, hey, you want some of that? You want some of that sweet, sweet weight loss drug? And I go, I guess so. And she's like, all right. I got a source. And she mails me these glass vials with the Mountain Dew logo on them for some reason. And I'm like, did my sister just sell me meth? What is this? But you can get it. Now it's becoming, because there is how there's like a limited supply or whatever, because everybody wants it all at once. So the FDA, when that happens, actually relaxes the rules and they go, okay, well, now anyone can sell it. So there's a lot of people who are selling it who are going to get cut off at some point. Once the supply is back in, they're going to go, well, you can't sell it anymore. But right now, there's a bunch of, vendors popping up that the FDA is like, yeah, I mean, there's a shortage. So however you can get it to people, whatever.
So like, where are these vendors?
Well, so I originally was getting it from this thing called Wicked Labs, which is, one of these places where you get like bootleg creatine or whatever else. Labs with a Z. But now it's actually getting to exactly. Wicked Labs. Like, this is not. This is not health advice. Please, no one go buy this.
I want unhealth advice. Carry on.
Go to realsafedrugs.ru. And
that's where I originally got it, and it did work. But I was taking like the original formula, which when I got up to higher doses, I was just vomiting all the time, and I was like, I'm not eating, but I'm also anything that goes into me was coming out. But now you can get like better. They have better formulas or whatever, and like there's some legit platforms. There's one platform called Hims. Have you ever heard of this?
Of course,
I
looked
it's like hair
Hims, actually.
Yeah,
and they don't sell it in my state.
Oh, really? Well, that's one legit place.
I need to
you can get
it. Down a notch in the legitimacy scale.
Okay, so you need like
Wicked Labs might be the place to go.
Go to that website. It appears to be closed.
Oh, Wicked Labs is gone? Oh, no, my source is cut off.
Am I doing it wrong?
Now you're both looking.
Hold on. Opening soon. Wait, is that the... Oh, no, what happened? Wicked Labs peptides shut down. Oh, fuck, we're all fucked. Oh, I'm going to be fat forever.
There has to be some Indian company that makes something similar to a semaglutide.
That was great, too, because it was all like, you want to get janked to the crank? And I'm like, I don't know what that means. Just
I want my fucking glutes to be ripped. I want to be that guy.
11 months ago, the people on r/peptides seemed to think that Wicked Labs was legit, and can't believe they were wrong.
No, it's a legit website that sells illegit drugs. You know what I mean? They're real drugs. You're just getting them illegitimately, but it was very much a real website.
The way they were getting around it is it would say, for laboratory use only.
That's my intended use case.
Yeah, you're like, you're a scientist, right? You want to do some science.
My fish are getting too fat, and I'm just going to give them Wegovy.
This could be the start of Woody's lab. You know,
October is rolling around.
it's true. 10 years in the making.
At least, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah,
There's like a
probably
whole,
more.
there is like a whole, you got to get in these groups. There's like a whole underground Dallas Buyers Club type situation.
Yes.
And that's how my sister was getting it. She's like, I'm going in on a group buy. We're getting, 20 vials of the sticky. And if you want one, I can get you one on the side. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I do.
I think you got to get in on these group buys. I don't know if it's on Telegram or what.
How much of a supply do you have left?
I got like 2 vials left. I'm slowly going through it, but
What's that,
yeah,
like a month worth?
I'd say a vial's about a month once you get up to the higher doses. Once you're doing 50 mgs is I think the max dose.
How often are you injecting?
Once a week.
That's the beauty
I'll go
of
like a week and a half though, because it does kind of. I don't know. First of all, I hate needles, so I'm always like, "Oh man, I don't want to do this." But
I don't blame you. That would
there's
suck.
something about just taking a sharp thing and you got to jam it into your belly button or like right next to your belly button, and you're like, "Oh god, this feels weird."
What do you like
anywhere where you got fat?
in your fat, right? Yeah.
Yeah, basically a fat deposit.
I was
So
reading that
anywhere.
people tend to stick to, Wegovy,
Do it in my face.
etc., more than other drugs because it's just a weekly injection, right? Like if you ask them to take daily pills or 3 times a day or whatever, they fall off the wagon very quickly. But if you just need like 60 seconds of discipline a week, a lot of people muster that.
Yeah.
Now you can
that
make
makes
it
sense.
work. It also,
would just-
they're
referring
finding
to-
out supposedly it helps with other forms of addiction too. Like gambling addicts are saying they don't want to gamble after they take it. So
Huh.
Will I
Isn't that what it
stop
was
using
originally
Reddit
for?
and playing video games?
I don't know.
It could ruin your
Maybe.
fun without. What if
What will
it
your life
ruins
be?
Elden Ring?
Without Reddit and video games, what will we do?
I am
Right?
worried we're going to
Something
find out
productive?
that the long-term effects are it's like you can't do anything. Nothing feels enjoyable anymore. But whatever.
But at least you'll be sad and thin.
Sad thin people are better than jolly fat people, right?
No, jolly fat are better to be around. I like to have a jolly fat around. Like they're they're good
One.
vibes. Just
One
one.
John Candy
Just
in the
one.
group.
I
One
can't.
Chris Farley.
I've got
Imagine
one weak kitchen chair that I put them in, and I'm waiting for hilarity.
I've been in situations where there's a second jolly fat guy, and it quickly becomes violent. It's not good. I had a buddy. He's like, "We should do a podcast." I'm like, "We're both the jolly fat guy. We would kill each other. What are you talking about?"
It'd be two good vibes. You need a dick there to bring things
exactly
a little realism, a little cynicism rather, because he is a bit cynical at times.
That is why I think the show we're doing works. Is Dick's me and Dick have a good back and forth.
It's impossible for Dick not to get in a fight with someone, and that's why he's so good at like what he does online. Like every tweet, it blows my mind. He's spinning 15 plates of just fighting with people. Like someone will post and be like, "This is," some woman will post, "I just saw him do this." It was like a picture on ESPN, like Body Magazine or some shit, and it's like the U.S. rugby player, a woman. And some woman was like, "See, this is real body positivity. She's fit, she's healthy, and she's beautiful." And she's like a big lady, not fat, but like jacked, like square jawed. Yeah. And Dick's just like tweeting at it like, "She looks like shit." She's fat. just being mean spirited and laughing at everyone who's mad at him for being mean spirited. I get it.
He has like a man body.
Meanwhile, he's like fighting 10 people over that fucking comic saga every 15 minutes, just screaming at people. Takes a lot of energy. I don't know how he has time for it.
I saw he was on an episode of your guys' show recently, and he was fighting with who's that guy?
Hutch,
they were having like a Hutch. all week long, I was seeing people go, "Oh my god, the Dick versus Hutch episode! You gotta watch PKA." And I was like, "Oh." They were apparently very at each other's odds over some January 6th stuff or something.
Oh, yeah, they got
argued
up and
so
down
dishonestly. Hutch would bring out
Dick being dishonest. That's not possible,
right?
No way.
Hutch would bring out
no
like
way.
a dozen facts, and Dick is like, I don't think so. Hutch would bring out a dozen more, and he's like, I remain unconvinced. And he somehow turned the argument to be about whether or not Dick was convinced, which of course he would just claim not to be. And that's how the argument went.
That's kind of the fun
funny.
part of our show is I'm like, Dick is just the master of anytime you back him into a corner on anything, he'll eventually go, yeah, but I don't care about that. I'm like, then why are we arguing about it? You're killing me.
Yeah, but on your show,
every time.
on your show, it's more stuff like, you know, he'll have to argue for 50 minutes about why zippers getting stuck on your pants before they're all the way zipped up is such a huge problem or whatever.
Yeah, well, we found a thing recently. We're all bringing like a really well-researched problem. I go, well, here's what the government's doing, whatever else. And Dick goes, my problem was when shorts have a liner. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, you know, sometimes shorts, they have like that little thing in there, like a little hammock for your balls.
I'm with Dick on this one. That's terrible.
That is a way bigger problem than what you brought in.
Everybody votes on it. And I go, he didn't even say anything. He just said shorts with a liner. And they're like, yep, vote it up.
Yeah, but what he did there is visceral. We can all imagine those uncomfortable liner shorts. I cut them out of my swimsuit.
He finds the everyman problems. You know, a lot of them are women lying, I think, is a common
women lying.
He brought in TikTok girls now who are wearing those big, you know, those like prosthetic like breast things they have, where it's like big fake breasts, but they're not like under the skin. They're like you put them on over and then you put a bra over it. It's like, oh, look at my big balloon tits. And he's like, look, fake tits. They're tricking men into thinking those are real tits.
Are they believable? This costume that seems to go from the neck down? They are.
Are they reusable or what?
No, believable.
Yeah.
They're not believable because they're like they got too much buoyancy. It looks like
no imagination.
Wait, where do they begin?
I believe.
It's like a rubber suit, right? Like prosthetic rubber suit.
Yeah. So like for real sicko weirdos, they've made like complete. It's basically like buying a real doll, like gutting out the insides and climbing inside of it. Okay, but you don't have to get the whole doll. Like you can just get like the torso. So you have like this silicone. It's kind of like a vest they put on. So they pull it over.
But you see where I'm going. There's a collar to it. How is it?
Yeah, it's under the collar line. You wear.
Oh, they wear clothing over it, and that
they'll wear oftentimes they'll wear like a choker where like the neckline is.
Ooh,
so
that's
you can't
smart.
see
Or a collar,
or like a turtleneck or a collared shirt.
Or a dog collar.
Yeah.
All these examples you're giving of Dick's stupid problems, they're good problems.
I know they're good problems. That's the problem. Everybody identifies with them. I gotta put in less effort.
Like that must be so satisfying to know your co-host just like sitting there writing down notes like, and then the CIA killed Kennedy and did this and that, and this is a problem, and then being like, nah, Chipotle bowls aren't full enough. And everyone's
those
like,
are my problems.
So
I do all the food problems.
Food problems are good too, because those are always compelling.
There's always new things going on in the food world.
Did you see the guy changed his DoorDash name, like his own name, to like in-person versus online quantity test #1, and then ordered Chipotle bowl? It showed up heaping. it was bulging at the seams. They couldn't crinkle that aluminum foil at the edges all the way.
Man, that guy's smart.
Genius.
Good for him.
Just a pound of chicken in there covered with guacamole.
Have you seen that there's a TikTok trend now where all the kids are going to Chipotle and they're filming the guy making the burrito bowl because they think if you film him, the guy's going to be ashamed. He's going to go, well, shit, I can't fuck this up. This is going on TikTok. This guy might be an influencer. And so the whole thing is they go, you got to film the guy. And you got to make him think you're a big deal because then you get more steak in your burrito.
I walk into Chipotle with those star sunglasses.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm such a big deal. I can't afford double chicken.
You bring a whole camera crew and a boom mic, and you're like, yeah. No, I do want extra chicken in there.
Ask for double chicken and then gaslight them when they try and charge
Chipotle
you
actually had to respond because it's become such a TikTok trend where they're like, we're not limiting the portions. You guys are just idiots. But
dude, they were. I ordered a burrito right after that controversy, and I weighed that bitch on a digital scale. It was like 1.6 pounds for a chicken burrito after that controversy. It was so big I could not eat it. I was like, I can never finish this burrito. This is too much food. I'm not this hungry.
I've seen Kyle win an eating contest.
I have won an eating contest.
Yeah.
Really? What was the food?
Cheeseburgers. Dry cheeseburgers, no condiments. I wanted mustard so badly.
On a bun?
We had to eat the buns too.
In fairness, Kyle won because I chose not to compete.
Thank you. Thank you for my win.
I was watching you and Joe Lozon up there, and I'm like, these guys don't know burgers.
They're eating one at a time. That guy's chewing.
Yeah. That guy's chewing.
The whole eating competition scene is corrupt, though. You saw they banned Joey Chestnut. He's not allowed to eat hot dogs.
I saw that, and that's
Is he
like
going straight up against Kobayashi or whatever?
he has like all the records.
Joey Chestnut is destroying Kobayashi at this point. I don't think Kobayashi can even compete now.
I thought they had an event coming up together soon.
Oh, maybe like an exhibition match for the
yeah. I'm not claiming one's better than the other, just that there's an exhibition match coming up. I could Google it.
I think you might be right, but I did see that like banning Joey Chestnut would be like banning LeBron from a basketball competition or fucking Gretzky from a hockey competition. Like they showed a graph of like what the amount of dogs it took to win over the past 10 years were, and this year's without Joey Chestnut was like a full 10 hot dogs.
10 dogs less.
Yeah, it's like he was freaking 70.
September 2nd, these two are going to face off.
Oh, that's cool.
I got my money on Mr. Chestnut.
Well, you know why he got banned though, right?
I don't.
Because he's been hawking fake meat dogs, and the Nathan's people are upset. You know, like the Beyond Dog or the Impossible Dog or whatever you want to call it.
Ew.
They're like, hey man, but he wasn't like. I don't know. Maybe he was going to wear their T-shirt on stage. I don't know exactly what it was behind the scenes, but if you can eat the most hot dogs, that's it. You can't go, you can't.
Was he trying maybe to be like, I'll do the contest, but I'll eat tofurkey or some shit. I'm not eating the Nathan's dogs.
It's really unclear.
Okay.
It wasn't just that like Nathan's is like, I'm not going to make this guy famous if he's going to launch a competitor to us.
Yeah, that's kind of what it seemed like. That it was kind of like, well, if he's working for the competitor, but it's like,
okay, well, this seems totally fair now.
That is fair now. I mean, like, if you're running the major hot dog contest, now you got rules about who can take an endorsement from who.
Yep.
Does anybody watch Nathan's hot dog
companies?
Have you ever watched the Nathan's hot dog competition? I got to go buy some Nathan's hot dogs right now.
I've honestly never watched one. It's a little gross to me when they start getting the wet, soggy buns and they're slurping them all up.
That's fair.
Someone always vomits, and it's like, I don't even like hot dogs that much. I've never eaten more than 3 in my whole life. You guys are making a huge life decision problem here. This is a bad idea. That's so many nitrates. You can't eat 17 Nathan's hot dogs and walk away.
17? No, you can't eat 17. They'll laugh you off the stage. You have to eat 65.
65, good gosh.
Pushing 70, right?
I agree with everything Kyle said. And also, I think hot dogs are perhaps one of the most boring eating contest things that you could put in there. I need to see you eat some like red hot peppers. That's what I want. Some sort of ghost pepper eating contest.
Ice cream. That's the one.
Oh, with the ice. I didn't think about the ice cream headaches.
They're screaming with ice cream headaches.
Talk about vomiting, dude. You want him to
He's got his own spoon.
Yeah,
everybody goes, when he gets his spoon that he carved from a limb struck by lightning out, everybody goes,
the natural.
That's the scoop.
Like Homer's super bat or whatever.
Yeah. I would love to see. Ice cream's cool because I like the freezing thing and I like the dairy vomit aspect of it as well. But hot dogs, you might as well have like a saltine eating contest. I'm not.
They have all those other things, but the thing is, Nathan's got behind and like made it big. There are ice cream eating contests, but Ben and Jerry's doesn't care. It's because Nathan's is so chill about the whole thing that we have a contest every year where people eat hot dogs, and for some reason people care. I've never cared. When that Japanese fellow started eating a lot of them, I was like, oh, that's cool. He's little and he eats a lot. And people are like following him like he's A-Rod or something. I don't get it. Like, I want to watch him eat sushi next. Why? He'll probably eat a lot of it.
He probably eats an absurd amount of it. Yeah, that's all they do.
Care. I don't care about the eating contest. I think they're silly. I just don't care.
I don't think hot dogs are any worse than any other food for an eating contest. But I've never sat down and just watched people, because like it's like 15 minutes of just watching people chew and with their mouth open and be gross.
You know what I do watch though, and this is kind of same thing, but the YouTubers who do it, who go to a restaurant that has a challenge. It'll be like, this is the Wild Bill steak restaurant challenge. You have to eat 2 baked potatoes, and they've got this prepared feast, and you have to eat exactly this. And then usually get the meal free, but sometimes there's prize money and like a shirt and like other little items tacked on. I like those channels because these guys go from restaurant to restaurant, traveling around, breaking their little record and getting their pictures on the wall.
When I was like 16, I was at a steakhouse with my mom and my brother, and they had a 72-ounce steak that if you ate the whole thing, it was free. And I got that, and I ate probably 60 plus ounces of it, and I was like so motivated to finish it. And my mom made me stop because she was like, "This is now a health concern. Like, you have to stop. I'll pay for the steak. It's not a big deal, Taylor." And so yeah, I only ate like.
She took your
60.
glory away. She pressured you out of the big win.
I mean, I don't remember how I was feeling at the time. Probably full and looking for an excuse to not eat it. So
feels like the story you relate
helped me
tears
out.
to your therapist. My mom stopped me from the glory of the steak challenge.
Man, I went to a steak, or this is a steakhouse that's in a number of places, and you know steakhouses, Kyle. You know 801 Chop House? Is that in Atlanta also? I know New York and LA and St. Louis and like Nashville, Chicago.
It sounds familiar, but I'm not sure. I can't think of it by like specifically now.
Dude, I'd never been to a steakhouse before where they like, before you order, like the meat man comes in and like is showing you plates with like the meat saran wrapped very neatly to the top of it and like explaining all the different special cuts and whatnot. Like, it was wild. And he's like, "I'm also a sommelier," and I'm like, no questions. Like, but yeah, it was sick. Like, I'd never been somewhere that fucking nice. It blew the pants off of our other steakhouses here. It was like $90.
It is
for
good
ribeye.
meat when you go to one of those nice steakhouses. But when you kind of look at it, you go, man, you guys really are dressing up the fact that you just killed a cow. There's a lot of cows, you know, like they kind of have to justify charging you $200 for a steak that you get at the grocery store for $15. They're like,
these were super special cows.
Yeah.
I didn't get caught up in the Wagyu nonsense. I texted Kyle about it and was like, this is like $40 an ounce. So I'd need to like pay $1,000 for a reasonably sized steak or something.
They tried to convince us that
most of that Wagyu is not actually Wagyu.
4 ounces is enough. Like when it's Wagyu, it's different.
I think they're acting like it's so rich it's going to make you ill if you eat a fucking 16-ounce Wagyu steak, and maybe it is. I still think that's the way to go. Instead of getting 3 ounces of Wagyu, get like a 30-day dry aged ribeye. And like that thing's gonna be so much better, especially like a bone-in tomahawk, Cajun ribeye type thing, like something fancy that's gonna be still a $95 fucking steak, and it's gonna be big, and you're gonna feel like you spent your $95 well. But when they come out with those 3 little slivers of Wagyu, it's a disappointing night. I promise.
It's sad.
You're like, oh man,
was it more filling? Like filet mignon, I usually find 6 and 8 ounces is enough.
For a filet mignon?
Yeah.
I don't know. If I go to a steak restaurant, I usually haven't eaten that day because I'm ready to do like 2 or 3 sides, an appetizer, and a big steak or something. I'm here to play. So I usually get like a 16-ounce steak. If I get a filet, obviously it's not going to be 16 ounces. I don't think I've ever gotten a 16-ounce filet. That'd be big.
Yeah, I don't
think I've seen it on the menu.
I don't know if you can get a 16
I've gotten some fancy fillets that had like the bone and stuff like that. I like presentation. I like when the seafood appetizer comes out with like dry ice and LEDs and shit. I'm down for something like that. And I want good service.
When you watch those Salt Bae videos of the guy and he opens up the briefcase and they stamp the name of the steakhouse into it with a hot brand.
That guy's super hated.
And the guy goes, "I paid $2,000 for this gold wrapped steak," and you're like, "You're a moron. Why on earth?
What a
gold
retarded
leaf
thing to
tastes
do."
like literally nothing.
Is that guy disliked now? The steak man?
The internet has
everyone
turned
hates
on
Salt
him.
Bae.
So he started as this guy. I think he maybe started in Turkey, but don't quote me on that. But he had a pretty affordable, high quality restaurant that people loved, and he did a lot of presentation type stuff. You've seen him put salt on things, and then he got popular, and he started like cozying up to the influencers, and his place got really expensive, and now people were overpaying, having like $2,500 meals just for the privilege of sort of saying I experienced the whole Salt Bae thing. And now it's gone super wild. People pay 10 grand for a dinner with him sometimes, and he's on the field after the World Cup victory acting like he and Messi are like tight, and the whole world is like, you are not in this league. Why are you even Messi is like, why are you here? How did you get here? All he does is like try to steal clout off other people and pimp his restaurants, and everyone hates him.
Did he kind of invent this whole like Instagram your food like influencer thing?
No.
Because anytime I see, I mean, not invented, but it's like
but he wrote it and perhaps made a business model.
He definitely wrote it to the top. That like the people who are
Yeah.
paying for that $1,000 steak, none of them are not recording it and posting it to their feeds that night. Nobody goes in and goes, "Oh, that gold steak. Well, no one else will know I got it." It's like,
Yeah.
no.
I wonder how big an influencer you have to be to get free food from him. I mean, do you have to be messy, or could you be like,
You need X
I
amount
think you
of
do have to be
followers.
messy. I think most of his money for those big things is like guys with Instagram channels going, "Oh, this will be an easy couple thousand views or whatever. I'm building my thing." That's the only time I ever see any of that is like stupid YouTube videos of I went and I got this stupid gold steak and it was terrible.
Whenever I see gold, whenever I see gold, I think it's stupid because you can't taste gold. It's genuinely just to be wasteful and gaudy and to look at. It's just the presentation of it because gold has no fucking flavor. You're eating metal. I don't want that in there at all. I've seen
it's a complete waste.
There's like a
it's fun in
milkshake.
Goldschlager.
There's like a milkshake or an ice cream sundae at this restaurant, and they charge like it might be $900 for the fucking thing. And it's got I know there's a lot of gold involved with it. And I remember watching the video and being like, man, the chocolates from every region of the planet, handpicked by Mongolian shepherd boys who've never seen a pussy before. But then they get to the end and he like puts a bunch of fucking gold in there. And I'm like, well, all right, if you put $700 worth of gold into a $200 milkshake, I get your point. Yeah, it gets expensive. I hate that.
I just found a video of Salt Bae doing some gold steak shit for Messi, and Messi just looks like baffled.
Annoyed,
like what like smiling politely, but like what's happening here? Like, I could buy you and your family and your restaurant and this city, and then I could turn it all into a gold steak. Like, just make me a regular steak.
That's what you want, right? You want a patron out there who's gonna be like, you're my guy. Let me just buy everything you have, and then you
like
just
a Saudi prince.
Yeah, exactly. You want that Saudi prince to come in and just take you to Dubai and pee on you in a hotel room.
Yeah,
no, that's
he'll give me pretty linens to wear.
No, that's what I want.
Oh, is it?
No, that's what I want.
Yeah, don't put words in my mouth. That's what I want. You were right the first time.
Yeah, have you seen Mr. Super Wow?
I don't know who that is.
That.
He's a guy who decided he's like a midget, but he dresses up like Salt Bae and he goes around the restaurant doing all the same shit. It's better.
That is better.
That's okay. I just found this. This is funny.
How often do you see a midget in real life? Like, how many times in your lifetime have you seen one?
You would think in LA I would see more of them, because they're all out here working. But they die young.
That hurts your odds.
Yeah.
Is that why they never get big?
The last time I spoke to a midget, we did like a kind of interview thing with the guy who played Howard the Duck. He was the guy in the Howard the Duck costume. Okay. And that was right before it came out that he was messaging young boys trying to get them to there's like a big expose, like those predator poacher guys like went to his apartment.
All of a sudden the duck costume's a little weird.
He was in the duck costume. God, what else was he in? I think he was in like the Freddy Krueger movies or no, he was in like the Chucky doll or something. God, what's the name of that guy? And I was like, oh, well, meeting that guy was weird, and now it's infinitely more weird.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever had a guy who was found to be a pedo on the show later.
Did EDP never come on?
Record.
Who?
Did we have EDP?
Did we have EDP on ever?
I don't think so.
Dang. No. Well, that would have been the one.
Yeah. Yeah, or Dr. Disrespect, of course. He's an aspiring pedo, not a practicing.
Yeah, you really.
I also don't think we've had him on, have we?
Oh, my bad. Am I mentioning that every show?
Every show you mention the doc being an aspiring pedo or something like that, allegedly, and I don't care for it. It's just taking that man's good name, running it through the gutter like that.
Kyle finds it to be bullying.
I think he's bullying him. Oh
yeah, I wonder if he likes it.
I
mean, he said he's not going anywhere.
He wears body armor. All right, that dude's 6'9", jacked as fuck, and he wears body armor. What are you gonna do when the
it's not real body armor? That's like the kind of shit you put.
Gonna try to look young and get on his good side.
It's not real body armor. I can see it. I can see him wearing it right there. It exists in Tarkov. It
doesn't.
Yeah. Yes, it really does. It's red. Every now and then I'll kill something wearing the Dr. Disrespect armor, and I'm like.
this guy was paid for this armor, or maybe
nah,
just
it's like
it
just appears in the game. It's like a streamer item. Yeah, I think the Doc's gonna return and be victorious because
you think so?
I really do. Yeah, he's gonna be streamer of the year again. He'll come back and do repeat. This is gonna be like when Jordan went and played baseball.
I don't think so. Not unless he comes out and is like, for an inexplicable reason, I've had solid evidence that these have all been lies, and I've kept it to myself. It's like,
right?
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
I think Jordan playing baseball is a little different from messaging underage girls.
Oh, hopefully that's because you don't know why Jordan was playing baseball. You know,
to get all those underage. He was with the Bat Boys.
I believe
that's holding up
theory.
The Doctor is the fact that no platform wants him.
He's gonna have to create his own platform.
And he'll probably lose a lot of viewership.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
they'll take him over on Kick. There's a lot of weirdos over on Kick.
Yeah, what's the big gambling one? Is Kick the one that's
Kick
big
has
into
a lot of the
gambling
stuff?
Okay. Yeah. And Twitch, I don't think you can gamble, can you?
I think they might have
cracked down on
they
that.
allowed it. I thought no, they might have cracked down on it.
I just remember we used to stream. We used to live stream poker a little bit. And I thought somebody told me you couldn't do that anymore, or maybe you couldn't monetize it anymore, but I might be wrong. That's fun to watch. I like watching people gamble. We've been in our hangouts. Some of the guys have been streaming them gamble. And one of the guys in there, I don't know what he started with, but he was way up. He won $3,000 or $4,000 or something. And then he's like, anybody want any money? And Dirty's like, me. He's like, what's your wallet ID or whatever? And Dirty tells him, he just sends Dirty $200 of his winnings just to be nice. And Dirty turns that 200 into $1,000 and cashes out 900 of it as we watch. It was fun to watch.
Yeah, I was happy to see him win.
I never know if those online gambling sites though, I'm like, it would just be so easy for them not to, because they're not operating. You know, you go to Vegas, there's a Vegas gaming commission that has to check the machines and make sure you're not fucking around. But this, I'm like, there's no oversight. If they want to be like, hey, every Friday, let's just drop the odds to like 20%. Nobody can stop them.
No, they could do that. I would imagine.
I remember a big controversy.
Legal gray area.
I remember a big controversy about that around like 2009, 2010 with the poker stuff and some anomalies. The servers were in the Caribbean or something, and there was this whole thing about them messing with the odds of poker. But you know, you're already doing something that's a little disreputable because it's not. Dirty was explaining this just the other day. Like, they're not guaranteed, so those websites can just pull the rug out and disappear anytime they want, with all of the millions of dollars that are in there. Now, your $100, they don't really care about, right? Like you're like, I don't want to lose my money. If they leave, they're taking everybody's money, so it's not that big of a concern. But I don't know.
It's also like all crypto transfers, so if anyone ever like hacks them and takes all their Bitcoin, it's like, well, it's all gone. Sorry.
It seems like if that were possible, we'd know about it real soon, though.
Yeah.
Like there'd be trillions of dollars getting stolen and flooded around if people could just
feels like that happens from time to time, right?
With crypto.
Yeah.
You got to hold on to your keys.
Where just like at some point it's like, oh, this random coin, you know, people lost 30 million because the founder rug pulled.
Yeah, all it takes is one employee to be like, hey, they gave me access to the crypto account. I'm gonna send it to some random address and run
not
off.
Just the rug pull, Taylor, but like legit Bitcoin. Most people, not everybody, but most people keep their Bitcoin into some sort of online locker. And then it turns out that company either wasn't legit or wasn't secure. And everyone who had their money there loses it, right? That happens.
That sucks.
Yeah.
That would suck so much to be like, I've got 50 Bitcoin on a, you know, key wallet, you know, whatever. And then that company's like,
oops,
you've been hacked and all your money's gone. And it's like, and there's no recourse, and we're all moving to Argentina.
But I don't. How much money went missing? I don't know this story. I just got to imagine that if we're talking about someone with 50 Bitcoin, for example, which is what, $25 million or something like that, like you'd have that in a reputable place.
FTX did it.
2.5 million.
Oh, in that case, the owners embezzled and misused customer funds.
I just got a check from Voyager. From whatever amount of money I lost in there.
These big, I wish this was my area of expertise, but yeah, these big, like, banks essentially are not, you think they're like regular banks that you can trust, and they're not.
Well, even regular banks are only insured for $250,000 each bank, right?
Yeah. Each individual account is 250.
I think it's each person, actually. You can't have like 6 accounts and get one
individual
million.
Person. Yeah.
It's per person.
Yeah.
That's why you got to spread your money across multiple banks.
That way,
like Vito,
financial
the
collapse
$250,000 is really holding Vito back. That's why I've got 7 banks.
That's why I've got 10 banks.
I wish.
That's what they say. If you diversify your bank selection, when the big banks fail, you'll be safe. In the small banks.
I was all horrified. So I had a bunch of money in Voyager because you were getting like 5% on it or whatever before Voyager went down.
Is that a crypto?
It was one of those crypto exchanges. Okay. Not what was the big one that went down? It was
Coinbase. That's the only one.
Coinbase is still going. The one that
what
the guy
FTX or something.
Friedman,
that's
whatever.
FTX. Yeah.
FTX,
yeah. So it was basically kind of the same thing as FTX. It was a place to park your money, and they're like, if you have it in this crypto, you get 3% extra, and if you have it in this crypto, you get 5% extra. And then one day they said, hey, we're going to limit the amount of money you could take out every day. And I said, oh, that's not good. So I was like, that's a real bad sign. So I took all the money I had in like crypto and I just converted it back into cash. Because like their thing said, your cash is backed by the FDIC up to 250 grand or whatever. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I'll just convert it to cash and slowly take it out day after day. And I still had like $30,000 sitting on there when they're like, and we're going away. And I'm like, but what about that money? I get it because it's insured. And they're like, well, we said it was insured, but not really. It was like convoluted. It was like on the fence as to whether it was insured or not. I think at the end of the day, it kind of wasn't.
We insured it personally.
Yeah. They were using all this like advertising saying like, oh no, it's FDIC insured. I'm like, okay, cool. It's my cash. It's in cash. It's in the form of cash. It's not in the form of crypto or whatever. And I did end up getting that money back, thankfully. But there was a week where I was just sweating bullets because they're like, we're not really sure if you're going to get it back.
That was more of a satisfaction guarantee.
God. Yeah,
I found a list.
Exactly.
FTX is the 3rd biggest one. Ronin Network and Poly Network are both bigger crypto hacks than FTX was, which wasn't a hack. I don't think it was stolen. So
no, they just made a terrible investment.
Wasn't it a hack that they? Oh no, it was just stolen by the founders. You mean? Okay.
Yeah. Where some of the other ones, like people got in and hacked. So Ronin Network, the largest cryptocurrency hack to date, March 2022. They got 625 million. Poly Network, a lone hacker got 611 million. FTX, that's 600 million, and it looks like the owner stole it. Binance, 569 million. It was a high.
Well, they're all stealing about the same amount of money.
Isn't it wild? It's
so. Do they catch them? Like, so are they in trouble after that, or is it just like, this has all been a gray area? I guess you get your 500 million in American currency.
Well,
and go live
they don't
your life.
know who stole it. Sometimes they don't know where it went. It's like some random hacker.
Wouldn't you know when it's like, hey, this guy, hey, Steve, yeah, I know I'm just a local bank manager, but this guy's account went from 3,000 to 550 million 3,000.
I don't think they would transfer the digital currency anywhere who would do such a thing, right? Like, and
honestly,
you can just put it on a device.
No, you just take that money and you go to the gambling website, and then you just gamble it.
Then you give it to the game.
Yeah, well, they probably lose half of it. They Andy Milonakis. I think this is correct. You know Andy Milonakis. Yeah. I think he did like an NFT right when NFTs started, like right at the hype, and it was like very smart. And he made like a couple $1 million, and then he disappeared. Like all this shit he said he was going to build. They're always like, oh, there's going to be runway and all that. They don't build any of that. And then somebody like checked his like Bitcoin account or whatever, and they're like, "Oh yeah, he gambled 80% of that over on stake. Like it's just gone." And you're like, "Oh, Andy, no, you hit it 50, you just let it go."
How much did he get? Like
a good amount. Andy Milonakis NFT.
Like if he has 20% of the 100 million he made, then he's still
not 100 million.
Yeah, probably not 100 million.
But if he has 20% of the million he made, then go back to work.
Well, they're saying that it was a rug pull. I don't know the exact numbers. 1.3 million, they're saying, in NFTs.
What he's gambling on? You said stake. Do you know stake? That's the one that has all the. They keep every time you see a video now, someone has ripped it and put the stake logo on it for some reason.
Where I'm like, you can't just keep doing that. They're just stealing people's YouTube videos to promote their stupid gambling website.
Sports betting, right?
That's the that's the site that's the site that Dirty was on when he was.
I could get into
games.
sports betting's fucking fun. I could get into that, especially if I had a good bookie. If someone was like, yeah, well, you could bet this and it pays 2-1, or how about this parlay where all that's got to happen, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. It's just that this player fouls out and this player gets 15 points.
Those pretty
two
cool.
things, I'd be like, shit, well, that sounds like a fun bet. It pays 8-1. Crazy. Yeah, let's do it. Here's 100. Like I could so see getting into that part of the gambling. But
Vegas is only
minesweeper for money.
Well, they do let you play minesweeper for money on that stupid site.
It was state that he was on, and so I was watching Dirty play it, and secondhand, I'm having like the time of my life. I'm so invested in his wins and losses. I desperately want him to walk away with money and not lose it, and it would feel terrible. And then Taylor says this thing that's been ringing in my head ever since. He's like, I can see how people get addicted to this and ruin their lives. It's like, yes.
There's so many colors going on. And like there was one game where it was literally just a minesweeper board and you clicked and it either revealed a green diamond or a red bomb. And every click was like spending $5. And so if you click 10 times and you get all greens, you could cash out for 50. Or you could keep clicking to get more. Or it's like exponential multiplier. And then if you hit one red, it's over. And the way I would be playing that for real money, I'd be like, click. Okay, we're in the mix. All right, here's another one. Okay. Yeah. Dirty's like each one $5. Like clicking faster than I've ever seen. Someone who's a gambler's clicking finger. Like
we're all riveted by this. That whole hangout is just like, oh my god. Because I would look at the board and I wanted to see which squares spoke to me, right?
That's
like which ones I was getting an aura from them, which I understand intellectually is stupid, but that's how I would do it. And Dirty, on the other hand, has more of a mathematician's vibe. He's like, well, I'm going to click 6. I have no information about any of them. So when I click 6 in 1 second.
He hit 3 straight up playing roulette, $10 a fucking bet. He hit it 3 fucking times. It's $360 or something. Yeah, he picked the number. And then he was having us pick numbers, and I picked 21, and he didn't pick 21, and it was 21. That would have been a huge win.
He let me pick numbers. I felt like a pretty girl.
Did you? Yes, me too. He lets me blow on his digital dice sometimes.
Yeah, I was like, 33.
Dude, there were times when I picked the number, and it's like, I'm not sure I'm in for the responsibility of being the guy who's just a number.
Oh, yeah, the time where he's like, Taylor, pick a number, and I'm like, 31, 21, 11, 15. And then like when it didn't, none of those happened, I'm like, oh, this is really on me. Like
you should have said better.
Really, it's on that Sri Lankan guy who didn't give enough muscle to that twist.
Yes.
The problem I think becomes that I get more enjoyment out of the guys losing all their money and being despondent in the videos, where I'm just like, I just want to, because then there's no FOMO, and then there's no like, oh man, I should have gambled. And I'm like, aha, there you go. That's
Did you ever see the video where the guy sold his entire everything he had and then bet it on red?
Yeah, I forget. Didn't it work? Didn't he win?
Yes, he won.
Yeah, he just took his entire net worth.
Everything. Like he
sold everything.
He wasn't using. Like his house was emptied out. Did he sell his home?
He sold all of his earthly possessions. It didn't amount to nearly. You might think, oh shit, a couple million, huh? No, like $360,000 or something like that. I don't remember what it was.
Still a lot for a single bet.
He put it on fucking red, and there's a crowd. Everybody's there to see it. The TV
I think his
cameras
mom and dad were there. They like filmed the whole thing. He brought his family out to watch.
He's got a pistol in his pocket. You know he does.
The only thing he kept.
That's one way or another, it's gonna be a big night.
I said I sold it all.
No matter what, everyone's gonna remember this.
That's what the invitations would say. July 17th, a night to remember. I guarantee.
There's one book in the chamber. Who wants to bet? No, put it down, Tom. Five shots. If I survive them all, you give it back.
So how much money did
another game of roulette? Guess what? I lose this one too.
I think he turned 360 into 720, roughly, something like that, right?
It's a little less than that because of the zeros, but
wait, it's 2-1 odds, though, right?
No,
a little worse because of the zeros.
No, it's 2-1 payout, but the odds are a little worse because
you're right. There are equal amounts of red and blue, but it's not or red and black.
Blue.
I was gonna let it go.
Red and black. But yeah, he won. I was stressed for him watching that the first time. I didn't know what was going to happen. I was like, man, I really don't want to see his life crushed before his eyes. It's like that in MMA sometimes. Like sometimes there's a guy who's like, this was it. This was his last chance. Like his life, as he could either turn left or right tonight, and this loss means he turns left. Like everything goes a different way for him now.
He didn't know it, but his whole life peaked at the previous fight.
Yeah,
like, that was it, and it's not going up from here.
Yeah, this is it.
I was after I did that comic campaign, which will be coming out soon for those of you who are following it. But we raised like 100,000, and I said, man, can you imagine if I just took that money and I just put it on the roulette table? And it's like, if I win, I go, everybody gets a free comic book. You all get your money back. And if I lose, I go, nobody gets a comic book. But at least
I mean, you only live once.
Is it a little tempting?
It's tempting because I think it was tempting because I'm like, I think I would get like news for that, you know, like Kickstarter creator bets all the money on one spin of the wheel.
Yeah, Kickstarter creator says fuck you to his funders. Gambles it all.
Fuck you, I won you money. You should be happy. Everybody gets a little something.
Man, the roulette has to be
they're happy at first, but everybody's cheering because you won. You're like, let it run. no, fucking no.
That's that classic South Park scene. It's so good.
You just win the whole town back.
Stan, you just don't understand gambling.
Stan, we're on a hot streak, Stan.
We're on a hot streak. All the adults, they finally win. They can buy the town back. Let it ride. Let it ride. Just
let it ride.
I like games, but I don't love gambling. Like the thrill of like having the money on the line isn't the biggest fun part to me. I like the game itself. Like it has to be a fun game. So Dirty, for example, clearly has a gambling problem. So he's playing Minesweeper for money. He's playing this one game where it's just a graph where the line is going up. You know, imagine a stock that's increasing in value.
Yeah.
And that its increase is the multiplier on your bet. So when it gets to 2x, all right, now you got $10 instead of $5. And it just goes, and then it drops. It immediately stops, and you don't know when it's going to stop. And you have no other indication of if it's about to stop or not. And he's just sitting there watching his money dissolve again. And I'm just like, stop.
Guys will cash out at like 2x, and then they'll watch it to like 160x because they cashed out too early.
He says he'll just bet and go to the bathroom and come back. Because sometimes
and
it'll
just hope
be
it's
like,
still going. Oh my god!
Hope it's still going to like 100x or something like that.
That's only got to be like once a day. You hit like 100x or something.
He says he's seen it before, but I don't. I don't even know if I believe that. You know.
The one thing I didn't understand about that game is like, can't you just every game cash out after 5 seconds and always turn a profit? I didn't get it. I was trying to figure out.
I think it started below.
It starts below a multiplier.
It starts at 0 and makes its way to 1. So it could pop.
So anything before 1, you lose money if you cash out.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. And that seemed like so little fun. Then he's playing slots online, and I was like, Jesus Christ, you don't even have the fun machine and the buttons anymore. You're just clicking go over and over, watching the money disappear. And it looks like Peggle. Yeah. It looks like Peggle fucked. What was that fruit game that everybody loved forever?
Candy Crush.
Candy Crush, dude. I put money in Candy Crush. I'm embarrassed to say I bought some candy coin or whatever the fuck it was.
Once you get to the Magic Sugar Mountain, you can't get over it without buying a couple.
Dude, I remember being on the porch just like ka-chung, ka-chung, ka-chung. Fuck yeah, make them pop. Like it felt so good to like make all that candy explode.
Never played this game. I played Peggle though.
Peggle's a great game.
I'm highly skilled at Peggle.
I bet
it's a game of skill.
It is a huge game of skill. You have to pick the right representative. Do you want the guiding line from Bjorn the Unicorn? Do you want the explosive power from the alien guy? It's a game of
shit. I forgot about Peggle. Don't remind me about Peggle because I'm like, why do I not have
Peggle rule? In college, I would get so high I was barely sentient with my friends and play Peggle and like just like be cheering at good shots because it's the most like high game to play because no matter what you do, there's a million things popping up on the screen. The score has like a tactile like up like ratchet effect. It's very fun.
Well, I've seen in Vegas, they're starting to figure out that they can turn gambling games into little arcade games and stuff. I'm seeing like, you know, they got like crane games where you win the magic ball or whatever and spin the wheel. So they're starting to gamify Vegas in a way where I'm like, I'm gonna have to stay away because all this looks super addictive.
You know what I would do? I wish there was like video game tournaments happening like every 15 minutes, and it was just a game of free for all Call of Duty. There's 6 chairs, and each chair costs $50 to get in, and they just that would be so cool if there was a booth
Vegas
doing
was
that.
starting to do like esports in a big way, and they were building like these little esports gambling rooms or something. But then it just kind of fell apart because like the money, esports is complicated. I was talking to a buddy and I said, the reason esports doesn't work is like you want a Michael Jordan poster on your wall. You don't want a Kim Duck Wong from the Korean Overwatch League like poster of a fat Korean kid holding his gaming keyboard. Like it's not nearly, the merchandise is limited. If you want Street Fighter merchandise, you're going to buy a poster of Ryu or Ken, not the fat Chinese guy who's really good at playing as Ryu and Ken.
That's true. You need like at least a gamer who's semi-fit to represent it.
Did any of those like gamer endorsements?
A poster of a gamer on their wall.
Well, that's the thing. Like, unless it's like Dr. Disrespect or like one of these guys who becomes like a streamer. Cool. YouTuber, but Dr. Disrespect's not like a competitive gamer, right? Yeah, he's a pedophile. He's a competitive pedophile.
He's a competitive pedophile. He's trying to bang more children than all
almost positive he did nothing illegal.
He tried. Listen, Dr. Disrespect attacked me, my family, my kids at a time I did nothing to him. And now, and at the time, he was just jealous. He was trying to be Dr. Disrespect before he was. And then he became Dr. Disrespect. And then he became an aspiring pedophile. So I get to enjoy his downfall because he wanted mine. Fuck Dr. Disrespect. He's an aspiring pedophile, and I don't care what happens to him for the rest of his life. He could go to jail. I'm cool with it. He took shots at me when I never said a word about him. I said supportive shit about him. Fuck that guy. He tries to fuck children. That's all. I hope he goes to prison and gets ass raped.
Jeez.
Whoa. I'm telling you where I'm coming from. You know, he's talking about Colin. When Colin was like 12. Fuck Dr. Disrespect. And he's never done anything to change that standpoint. So that guy can suck my dick. Maybe
Taylor,
he's prisoner number one.
Imagine if he was wearing his blue shirt.
Oh damn! We need. Can you run that back? Can we do? Can you go pop one of those blues on and come back?
Zach, poorly shop a blue scribbled on child done shirt on the Woody for that last. I don't know what I'll call that. Attack,
diatribe,
rant.
I think you got to go hard.
Mood, so I don't want to.
It is a joy to watch people like that float down the river years later.
Damn.
Because you know they're scumbags, and you know they're going to get what's coming to them.
I'm not sure what he did.
Okay, but he's like, okay. The weirdest thing about that guy is he's got millions of dollars. He's got endorsements or whatever else, and a big scandal hits. And the scandal is like a really bad one, where it's like, really hey, you're being accused of talking to minors in a sexual way. And you go, well, this guy's got a lot of money. He's not like a complete idiot. Clearly, he's going to go get a PR firm to figure out how to handle this crisis. And no, he sits down at his keyboard and he types out, was I talking to a minor individual in a sexual manner? Of course. Was I, perhaps going out there and talk? Yeah,
But hey, the real question, do I regret it? No. Get fucked, everyone. I'm going to play COD again in a fucking silly, Spirit Halloween outfit.
Yeah.
Dr. Disrespect is fascinating because he's an example of a lot of rich guys who get rich doing stupid things think that they're smart. They think that because they made money, that means they're smarter than everybody else. And it's like, no, you appeal to dumb people because you're a dumb person. Okay, that doesn't mean you suddenly, I can do my own PR when I've been accused of messaging minors. I can handle that. I'm Dr. Disrespect. I'm the king of the world. It's like, no, you're a dummy. Go hire somebody to write a real response for you. That tweet was like the most ridiculous thing because he said, we're not going anywhere, baby. We're not going anywhere. And then everybody was like, well, kind of sounds like you admitted to being a pedophile. He's like, all right, I guess I am going somewhere. I'll be back later. So it didn't work out for him.
If it ends up being like a court situation, maybe he'll represent himself in the like Guy Beam will be in there and they'll be like, Mr. Beam,
these are the guys who do represent
I don't
themselves.
see an attorney here. Are you choosing to represent yourself? And he's like, no, and I need a bathroom break. And then he goes to the outfit and it's like, I'm here to represent my client's fake mustache. Immediately held in contempt.
Are you a doctor or a lawyer? He like pulls up the sunglasses dramatically to reveal a second pair of sunglasses.
Who knew it took 40 minutes for him to do his hair? Like just waiting.
That's not a wig.
No.
It's just crazy because he had so many guys in his corner when he the first thing that came out was like, hey, I'm accusing you of this thing. And his response was, well, no wrongdoing was found. And I'm like, I think what you want to say there is I didn't message minors.
Jesus.
I don't think you want to say
that?
no wrongdoing was found.
Right?
Yeah.
But he
Again,
still had all these guys in his corner like, that could mean anything. Like, nothing happened. Like, he could have easily got out of that situation if he just said, listen, due to contractual whatever or confidential settlements, unfortunately, I can't speak to the specifics, but I want you guys to know that the allegations against me are wildly mischaracterized and out of proportion. He could have used all sorts of
you're better at this than he is.
Oh my God, dude. Every time one of these things happens, I go, if I could just start a YouTube PR firm, it would be so easy because these guys are morons and their audiences are morons who will fall for anything. These allegations are exaggerated. They're wildly mischaracterized and being spread by bad faith actors. You guys know me. I'm a down-to-earth individual, and I would never wish harm upon anyone else. And I just hope we can move past this unpleasantness and get back to playing games because really it's about the games and the community and whatever.
It's about the
games. Put out anything like that. Instead, the first thing was, text them. What are you gonna do? And you're
I
like,
have a question for you, Vito. So we don't know how old the child he was trying to have sex with is.
Exactly.
If he or she was 17, would you bring that up?
Yes. That would have been another easy. If it's a 17-year-old, here's what you do. Here's the PR strategy. You go, listen, I'm a guy. I get a lot of messages, and I get a lot of messages from attractive girls. Let's be real. I'm Dr. Disrespect. I'm a good looking guy. And sometimes a girl might come into my DM. She starts sending me pictures. I might start flirting back. And then all of a sudden she drops on me, hey, I'm 17 years old. And then I cut off communication. I go, this is unacceptable. And then let's be real. Everybody hates a slutty woman who's going around trying to ruin a good man in a marriage and sneaking into the DMs and sending naked. And if you saw pictures of titties, you're not putting an age. You don't know the titties. They're just titties. He would have gotten such an easy pass if he said it was just a 17-year-old who sent me messages out of the blue. But I don't think that's what happened. The fact that he didn't mention the age, because that's the opportunity to go, she was 17, which is actually legal in multiple parts of the country, whatever else.
And
there's a lot of ways out in the world. Yeah. If you're in Germany, it's like, who cares? 17-year-old, whatever.
What I would have done, I'd have been like, here's a list of the places, locales, nations, and areas where
I wouldn't have
what
done
I
that.
did.
That seems like you did a little too much research.
And guess where I'll be vacationing at this one.
God specializes in
if I go to the Saudi Emirates, I mean, this is like, okay, doctor, you got to dial it back. The fact
the wildlife in the Philippines.
I wonder how old the kid was. His supporters pretend that it was 17, and it's possible. All we know is under 18, which is illegal in California, where he tried to fuck that kid. But we don't know the real age.
If it was 17, that would be the first thing out of your mouth.
I can think of a lot of numbers under 18.
Well, not as many as you might imagine.
It's only 17.
I mean, I'm talking about decimals. I
don't okay, fine.
You go, Nick.
Touche.
Don't use decimals for age. Jesus Christ. That'd be all. What if? Oh my God, how hilarious would that be?
She was 17.9.
She was 15 and a half. Okay, she was 15 and a half. Okay,
she was 14 and 3/4, and she doing that. Kind
she skipped a grade, guys. Like, come on. She's
yeah.
This is an 8th grade intellect on a 7th grade girl. There's no problem there.
She's mature for her age. She's already reading.
I don't think it's a girl.
You don't think it was a girl?
I think it's maybe a trans girl or something like that.
There was a trans person who showed some DMs that Dr.
Yeah, he was gripping it.
Well,
boom.
I did. It seems like Woody knows more about Dr. Disrespect's masturbatory habits than he has any.
I read the text messages. Yeah,
Goodness
he was
gracious,
gripping it
Woody.
Until
gripping it.
Is that what he said?
I'm gripping it. Did he ever refer to himself in the third person as the doc?
You're testing my memory. I'm not sure.
Now that's hilarious, Taylor.
The doc be gripping. right now.
Look, like having the persona in public is funny, entertaining, and I like it. Like so say what you want about the doc, his persona and the whole idea of having persona. I like that idea. I did something similar. I think it's great. It's a way of distancing yourself and making light of certain things that you might say or do. If some redneck says they're going to blow up a truck, it's a little sketchy. You start thinking Timothy McVeigh. If Dimitri do it, it's good time. This is like that's what they do in Russia. You're like, oh yeah, in Russia they blow up trucks all the time. It's no biggie. Don't worry about where that ammonium nitrate's coming from.
It's not a big deal.
So I found it. Well, the trans girl was. Oh, Zach found it too. The trans girl sending him pictures, and he's like, "I'm gripping it now." Until boom.
Oh.
Should I let it go or hold on? That's not a Dr. Disrespect persona. That man should. Dr. Disrespect would take charge of his own orgasms. He wouldn't let a.
What is that reply? What is that reply? That's the least sexy reply ever. Nice firm grips. Yum.
Yeah, it's like he was texting me about this, and I'm like, oh yeah, nice.
Oh my god, man, farmer carries. This was about farmer carries. You're so wrong. But Doc is clearly getting workout advice from this trans woman who strips online and does sex work, and so he was doing farmers carries. He'd been holding 100-pounders for quite some time, and when he dropped them, boom, they hit the floor. And that's what
true.
He was saying.
And we have to keep in mind these are screenshots of a famous, huge content creator. Take it to the bank. True.
What I was gonna say was his thing is nice firm handshakes. It's like one of his sort of catchphrases. That's Dr. Disrespect, and the big firm handshake is a thing. So that's where the nice firm grip comes from. It's a reference to his persona.
Oh. Yeah, that was hilarious when Dr. Disrespect posted his yes I did text with minors in a sexual way. That guy, the quartering, his immediate response was firm handshakes, bro. And everyone's like, what the fuck? Did you read what he said? This is not the time to go, yeah, firm handshakes, man. Cool.
Yeah. This is not the time to read the first one line of a post and be like, I got to get in on it for the engagement. I'll wrap up reading this a bit later.
That Jeremy, the quartering guy, is so desperate for acceptance and clout from anybody else. He's like, yeah, man, cool. Hey, yeah. And you're like, dude, this is the time to back off this. You're picking the wrong team right now.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's.
Well, I hope he gets replatformed and he comes back and he sheds some light on all of this.
Well, he's not banned from YouTube, is he?
Just demonetized.
So
did he get demonetized?
Yeah, you don't want to work for free. So it's going to be a while before he comes back if he's not getting paid, because it'll be big when he comes back.
Yeah, people want to see what.
I went to his subreddit a while back, or one of them. And there were still people in there. Well, I think most of the people in there are like, until I see the text messages, I'm with the doc. I need to see what he said before I can go against this guy who plays
it's just so
games.
Weird, the whole situation. Did you see when a guy had the president of Twitch or CEO or whatever on? This was 2 years ago. And he goes, hey, I do want to ask you, why was Dr. Disrespect banned? And then the CEO was like, well, the thing is, we found out Doc was communicating with aliens, and we had to put it. He was doing a bit, and you're like, bro, did you not think that years later when this came out, people were going to go, hey, there was child safety concerns on your platform, and you're making little jokes out of it? And it's kind of weird, the whole space that there's a lot of people who aren't treating this stuff seriously, who don't understand that you have a lot of these creators who, yes, have minor audiences that are watching them. And a lot of them just are not of the sane mind to go, oh, I should not be talking to minors in any way. I should not be making weird jokes with them. That's kind of what happened with Justin Roiland. Was, I don't know if you remember when he was getting nailed, because when Rick and Morty got big, he had a bunch of fans show up, and female fans. And a lot of people are saying, oh, he was sexing them. He was trying to have sex with them. I read those texts, and I think it was more of a guy who's oh, hey, these are just my fans. I can make little stupid, sexual jokes and comments or whatever else. Nobody told me, dude, just don't talk to them. It's not
So he
useful.
Wasn't trying to schedule a meetup at TwitchCon.
Exactly. Dr. Disrespect's supposedly what's being alleged was way worse than what Justin
Roiland. I think Justin Roiland, I don't know all the details of what he was accused of, but didn't a lot of it end up being oh, that didn't happen?
I thought he was exonerated on the girlfriend beating stuff, but I think maybe she just said, nah, he didn't beat me up after he gave her some money,
Yeah, the big news
No
story
idea.
was the reason all this stuff comes up is once you get hit with one thing, every guy who ever hated you for anything goes, "Oh, I always knew that was a bad guy," and they start telling extra stories or sharing texts. But the initial allegation was like girlfriend. It was like domestic abuse charges or whatever, and supposedly like false imprisonment, which can be like a girl being like, "I want to leave," and you slam the door. You're like, "You're not going anywhere," you know. But everybody makes it. Everyone makes it. Yeah, but everybody goes like, "Oh, he locked her in a cage and he beat her with a stick." And I'm like, no, they were probably having an argument and it got out of control. But anyway, the whole thing I think got tossed. I think there just wasn't, enough evidence. It was a he said,
He got
she
tossed.
said situation.
Now
he
they're
got
not
tossed. Well, he lost everything.
He's still totally excised from the Rick and Morty.
Is he?
Of course he is. They hired a new guy.
Is he
That's
wealthy?
great.
Like
Well, he's definitely wealthy from he had multiple. He has that show. He's got that Solar Opposite show. He's got that video game that came out. So yeah, he can ride it out. He'll make a comeback
there's new
at
voice
some
actors.
point.
They
got a new.
Like people think that, like I used to think this. I saw Baba Booey on the Howard Stern show get abused by everyone. I've talked about this before, and like 19-year-old me is like, for that kind of money, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care. I couldn't walk the street without people saying Baba Booey to me. I wouldn't care. He has money. It turns out money doesn't completely insulate any feelings you might have. If there's like thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of people watching everything you do and finding things to dislike about it, it's hard on you. Like people aren't meant to be observed like that most anyway.
Very true.
Dude, that's why I'm so surprised we don't have more like crazy suicides with some of these like online cancel culture campaigns. I don't know if you guys saw that comic book artist who actually did kill himself because of some like completely bogus made up charges. There's this guy, Ed Piskor, and he was like a great guy. He had a YouTube channel just talking about comics. And at some point, this girl goes, "Oh, Ed Piskor is a creep. He was sliding into my DMs, inviting me to stay over or whatever else." And Ed Piskor was genuinely just like a nerdy guy who's like, yeah, if you're in town for the con and you need a place to crash, like you can crash at my house. You can make assumptions that like, oh, he was trying to bang that girl. But if you read the text messages, it really doesn't sound like that at all. It really sounds like he was just a comic creator she was like another comic like creator. He's like, yeah, if you're in town, like trying to do the con, I know hotels cost a shit ton. I have a spare bedroom or whatever. So it turned into this whole like crazy thing. And it got like, again, just based on this girl's DMs, that the local news he had a gallery showing get canceled, and the local news showed up at his parents' house and they're like, "Do you know about these messages online?" You're like, what the fuck story is this? And the guy just went, and again, because comics, let's be real, is a space full of liberal SJW douchebags who are constantly crying about everything. They completely blew it out of proportion. They're like, this guy, is going to prevent you from, he's going to say, give me a blowjob and I'll get you a publishing deal or whatever. Like all these made up shit. And he wrote a note and he's like, "You bullies win. I'm killing myself. Congratulations. Like I'm done."
Jesus. Is this a stand-up comic or a comic book guy?
Comic book guy. Yeah.
Okay.
And he had a great YouTube channel just talking about the history of comic books. He actually just won, posthumously.
Humorous.
Is that how you say it? He won the Eisner Award for his book, and his whole family showed up to accept it. And the same cancel culture jackasses who were like spreading all these messages going, we have to ban him from this guy's whole life was comic books. And these guys were basically going to say, you're never going to make a comic book in this town again. We're going to make sure everybody knows you're like a sexual abuser based on these text messages that are nothing. And he said, well, if I can't make comic books, I don't care anymore. So I'm just going to kill myself. It was actually like as far as suicides go, you go, yeah, that's a pretty badass suicide way to just be like, fuck it. I don't want to be on this planet anymore. You guys have ruined the only thing I love.
So what happened? How soon after he killed himself did the tune change in that?
Immediately, everybody was like, because at first everybody gets scared. They're like, well, I can't, come out. And everybody like quietly is like, well, I know it's not that bad, but I'll just wait for it to blow over. And I'm sure he's fine. And, it's not going to be a big deal. And the second he fucking kills himself, everyone goes, fuck, why didn't I say something? Why didn't I, come out? Even me, I didn't know the guy. And I remember it came out and I'm like, it's not really for me to get involved. I don't know the guy personally. And after he killed himself, I'm like, I should have just said like, this is bullshit, But you get, because all the guys are out there on Twitter and they go, oh, what, you're okay with like abuse and you abuse women, blah, blah, blah. You're a fucking pedophile. She was only 17. You're like, okay, I don't want the grief. Never mind. But yeah, it was just like one of these, and I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often.
The other one that I look at so that one, it sounds like it's just a misinterpreted text or made up story. The thing that happens a lot is people don't look like they used to. This is actors. Erin Moriarty, when The Boys dropped, everybody was shitting on her because she used to be prettier. Zac Efron, his face has changed. Now it's kind of squarish.
He's got like Easter Island head.
Well, he had an accident of some kind.
But it doesn't add up. The accident is like 5 years apart from the facial change. Like
is it?
It's I looked into it. I make mistakes, but yeah, it might have been.
Erin Moriarty got plastic surgery to like.
It seems that way, yeah.
Yeah, she looks more like a cat than a person now.
Tom Cruise got a lot of attention lately because I guess he parachuted into the Olympics and his face looked a lot different than it used to. And I'm like,
that chick from Always Sunny. What was her name? She looks
Caitlin Olsen.
Different. She looks completely different.
I didn't know
she's
that.
51. I mean, she's hanging in there.
I remember Jeremy.
Not only
Jeremey Renner
different, they put that CGI shit on her too, like that weird filter that makes her. I see it every now and then. And
This is like, Always Sunny.
Yeah.
And then the Marvel guy who played, is it Hawkeye, the white guy who could shoot bow and arrow?
Jeremey Renner.
Yeah, so he got older, as we all do, right? And his neck got kind of loose, and everyone was talking about that. And it's like, God, it is hard to have that many eyes on you. And when you are the product, and someone's like, "Hey, you look expired, bro." Like,
oh, you know who does look expired? Anthony Hopkins. Dude,
oh yeah,
dude,
I'm watching.
Like
there's this show on Peacock. It's actually pretty good. It's Those About to Die. It's about the Roman Empire and gladiators, and it goes back and forth between the emperor's family and like slaves and gladiators and chariot racers and shit like that. It's a good time. But Anthony Hopkins is the emperor of Rome, and he looks 100. He looks so old. He can't have much more time left. I bet he's 92 in RL.
He's 86.
Is he? He looks 92 at least. He looks rough.
I can't tell the difference between 82 and. Did you say 90?
He looks frail. He looks like his character in the show. I'm like, is he gonna die?
Is Biden 82? Is that what 82 looks like?
No,
Biden is 82. Isn't that right?
But what I'm saying is,
He'll be 82.
I don't think it's fair to say that's what 82
2 months.
looks like. They hit him with a spray tan. They
you think he's a good 82?
Nice. Yeah, he's a great 82. He's a fantastic 82. He's like top 2% 82-year-olds in the world because they're hitting him with. He's got a makeup artist, a hairdresser, and he's got a spray tan operator. Like
a
plus
personal doctor.
Plus his boys operate the cameras that get. Well, all right, he goes out in public, so there's all kind of cameras. But when he's in the Oval, when he's on camera for a real event, like
look at the
he looks good. He looks good for 82.
I would argue he looks good sometimes. He has good days.
Sure.
You mentioned Jeremey Renner. He got hit by a snow. Do you remember the snowplow thing that happened like a year ago?
Not a snowplow.
Snowcat. Like what they use
shredded things that they use on ski slopes, not a truck with a plow.
Okay. And so like what? How did that happen? Did he bought one and then he ran over himself, or he let a friend fuck around with his snowcat and then he got hit?
So here's what. This happens occasionally. You'll have a story where two guys and there's an accident and it's ambiguous exactly what went down. They're like, oh, it all happened so fast. They were horsing around clearly, right? like
I'm gonna ride on the front of it.
You ever see that guy? There's this video of a farmer with a hay baler, and he jumps out the side of the tractor and runs in front of it and lays down and lets it bale him into a square bale of hay. And it's like,
Jesus Christ.
It's clearly fake. Yeah. But I thought it was real forever. And I was like, that should have killed him. Because I know generally how hay balers work. I've driven one before. Yeah. And I was like, maybe he knows right where to lay. But I think that's what happened with Jeremey Renner. I think they were horsing around with a fucking snowcat. And he's never going to be right. He said that. He's like, I'll never be the same again.
He like mangled his legs, right?
Yeah. On the hay baling thing. Jesus. So I watched this YouTuber and his whole thing is making hay. That's what he does. He leases farms and makes hay, and he's got a pretty big operation. Anyway, he has subscribers who think that hay baling reference is the video you talked about is real. And they're all like, I'm going to prank you. I'm going to lay out in the field when you're baling someday. And I'm going to be in one of your hay bales. And he had to issue like a public what do they call it? Public
service announcement?
Oh yeah, thank you. A PSA, yeah. And he's like, do not lay in the fields while I'm bailing. Do not do that. There's a real chance I won't see you. I'm looking at like so many instruments and such, like while he's doing that job. Yeah, and I think there's also like, I don't know, like how hard it's working, how full the bale is, how much twine he has. He has a lot to monitor at the same time. And he's like, there's a real chance I'll run you over. And it's not like that video. You die. You die. You'll be a bloody mess. You'll have just a smushy hay bale.
That the cows aren't going to want. It's gonna
they'll love it. They don't mind.
No. Dude, I just found a list of Jeremey Renner's entire injuries. This is so much worse than what I thought. I thought he kind of just got clipped over the ankles.
You know what a funny game would be? Like, take his list and take Kobe's autopsy report and see if we can distinguish which one is which. Like,
as soon as I see the degloved penis, I know who's who.
Thank you. Yeah, that's where I was headed with all this.
God,
I always like to bring up Kobe's degloved penis when
I can't believe
whenever we do the show. Really,
that quickly.
Leave out the degloved penis.
Hold on,
Let's make this a challenge.
This is like 20 pages of autopsy report.
Turns
they really
out
go into detail with these things.
Well, it was his too. The doctors were really taking their time, like measuring his degloved penis and such.
Measuring? You think
I would love to. Now I'm curious,
dude. I promise you, if one of our white dicks got degloved and chopped off in a helicopter crash, they wouldn't find that shit.
Yeah,
exactly. His was hanging out like a baby arm and like the field. They're like, oh my god, it's a child's arm. Oh wait, no.
I don't see what happened. Both his pinkies are there. How do we get an extra?
It looks like a snake died over here too. Oh my god.
I will say,
honestly, this is harder than I thought because Jeremey Renner's injuries are so bad that some of these there's like overlap in what happened to Kobe falling out of the sky in a fiery cataclysm, and this guy horsing around with a snowcat.
See, the way Woody likes to hold the dock to the fire, I feel that way about Kobe. So I never let it slide that he raped that lady in wherever it was.
Kobe was a way better
Colorado.
That sounds right.
Kyle, who's this? 6 broken ribs in 14 places.
Oh, that's got to be Jeremey Renner.
You think that's Renner?
Yeah.
Give us another one.
That is Renner.
Okay.
Nailed it. 1 point.
Blunt trauma to the neck, left shoulder, and lower abdomen.
Kobe.
Kyle?
Say Renner.
I'm gonna go Renner again.
That's Kobe. I need to not be making it clear
he was torn to shreds and they're noting some bruising.
Traumatic amputation of lower extremities. Which one?
That's Renner.
That's Renner again. That's Renner again.
Yeah, Renners are 6 broken ribs in 14 places, 3 breaks in lower pelvis, 1 Hoffa break in femur, displaced distal femur, right ankle broken, left leg broken, tibia broken, left ankle broken, right clavicle broken, right shoulder blade broken, eye socket, jaw, mandible broken, left hand broken, wrist fractured, left foot, 3 breaks, 2 middle toes broken, left side of foot cracked, lung collapsed, liver pierced with a rib bone, head, major lacerations to the back, stapled shut, can't hear out of right ear.
What?
Major strain to right knee, unknown extent. That seems kind of thrown in here. Contusion and impact to left eye.
That is wild.
Wait, did it have to do with Hawkeye?
Will you show me a picture of a snowcat? Because I'm picturing is it the thing with treads?
With the cage on the front.
I need to see one though to try to.
Looks like
I'm guessing.
Tank.
It looks like,
tank.
Dude, it's
like a snow tank, right? Okay, I wanted to make sure I was thinking of the same thing.
Drives to try and save.
All right, so we know what happened. Clearly, it ran him over. There's for a while I was like, what does like a snowcat have, like a boom arm? But as I'm thinking, I'm doing what Taylor said, like thinking of the snowcat from The Shining, and I'm like, wait, he just got crushed. Imagine those blades like running you over.
He doesn't have to.
Oh, let's hope that's not the one that got him.
No, I think Renner's Dunzo.
They got
that's
some
the one.
Smaller ones. I would assume he doesn't have like a giant industrial one.
I mean, he's Jeremy fucking Renner. Hawkeye can afford a snowcat.
What was he doing with it? Does he like plow his own ski slope?
Just futzing around.
I mean, maybe.
Not anymore.
I'm wrong. It's a 14,000 pound snow plow. I think I'm sorry about saying
so. Was a plow?
Yeah, but 14,000 pounds, and He had just used it to get somebody's car unstuck. I guess it was stuck in the snow. Then he got off the plow.
Oh, here he is.
See, that was my assumption. Was he just
is that him in it, or is that a shot that's blurry?
I don't know.
Oh.
It does look like him.
That's him.
Okay,
oh my
that's
God.
him. All right.
Good job, Zach.
Wow. Yeah, thank you, Zach. I guess it wasn't a snow cat.
That's the body cam.
It's a snow cat plow.
So,
wait, why is
here's
there
what
body
happened.
cam?
In short, he helped unstuck somebody's car. He got out, and the thing like wasn't in park, and it rolled over him. Boom.
Fuck.
Oh, he was being nice.
Like Anton Yelchin. Remember
I'm watching this
Trek
body
actor?
cam footage right now.
He got crushed by his Durango
on that
or some
Facebook
shit.
link.
No, it was a Jeep. I remember.
Wait, I want to get this out too. It was rolling, and while it was rolling, he tried to jump into the driver's seat to stop it from rolling.
That's what I assumed happened. Was he left it running? He jumped out. It was probably stopped, like it was like in a snowbank or something, and he's like, "Oh, it stopped. You forgot to put it in park."
Yeah,
There's a good deal of blood on the snow.
Should use a stunt man for that one, huh? Yeah, those Marvel movies went to his head. He thought he could jump into a moving snowcat.
He thought he really could disarm bombs.
A stuntman probably would have done that. Cool.
Yeah,
I saw Jeremey Renner walk on stage. He looked good in his outfit. I can't tell if he's really lopsided like this or if his blazer just fit funny.
It was probably the lopsidedness.
Recovering from grievous injuries.
Is his Taylor blind or was he crippled?
I couldn't see a limp, but the camera had like 3 cuts and he was walking from behind. Like you didn't get to really see his gait like I wanted.
Well, it seems like his left side caught hell. So he probably is a little...
Dude, there is just blood on the snow. He got fucking squashed. Shit.
Yeah, I thought it might have been a little overblown when they were like, he almost died. No, very clearly. That's like a worse conglomeration of injuries than most people will ever suffer.
We already lost Black Panther. We can't lose Hawkeye.
Black Panther died?
Yeah, cancer.
Smoked too many menthols.
I heard about this. For some reason, I didn't think it was the Black Panther actor. I thought it was a supporting actor from the movie Black Panther who died.
There he is.
I mean, if after those injuries, that's how he's walking, I think he's doing great.
Yeah, well, there's like a whole article about all the physical. He's taking the physical rehabilitation seriously. He's going nuts because he's like, I got to get back to work.
Well, shout out to Jeremey Renner for surviving kind of a hell of his own making.
A hell of his own making. I'm gonna get in this snowplow. Oh fuck!
That just
as
sucked.
a fellow physical moron, though, like I feel for him.
Yeah.
One time I was working on my truck and the Tacoma, the parking brake, it was more like a suggestion, like it would slow the car down kind of, but if it was on any kind of incline, it would roll, and you had to have it in gear. Anyway, the parking brake was on, but it wasn't in gear, and it started rolling back down my driveway. So I did the same thing Renner did. I opened the door while it was rolling down the hill. I hopped in the driver's seat. I hit the brake. Everything worked out fine. But it could have gone the other way.
I have a steep driveway, but not like a super long driveway. Mm-hmm. And it was maybe 2 winters ago after we got a lot of snow. And I had like pulled up and I was just going to park my car on my driveway because there was something in the garage at the time. And I parked it and I got out. And as I was getting out and like opening the door, my whole car started sliding backwards. And I had like a cognitive, like I wanted to jump back in the car. Mm-hmm. And I literally pulled myself back away from the door because I had like a flash image in my head of myself like getting clipped by the door and then having my head exploded like a cantaloupe on my snowy driveway. And I was like, no, just step back. It'll slide to the bottom of the driveway and then you can just drive it back up. And that's what I did because
I'm mad. Hurt myself. I'm mad Reddit got rid of that board where you could just watch videos of people getting crushed by industrial equipment and falling into balers and shit. Because that shit instilled, when I watched all that shit, I was like, oh, don't work in a Chinese factory. Don't try to chase down your car that's, running backwards. It's just like don't ride a bike in Brazil. Or
is it bad to grab a lathe?
Yes, it is very bad.
Okay.
Don't wear anything near a lathe. If you're working with a lathe, you should be completely naked at all times and have your penis tucked between your legs. Because they just suck any part of you into that thing and spin you around like a rag
doll. Woodworkers will tell you, if you work around spinny things, gloves are more dangerous than you think.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Like the leather palms on a gloves will really grip and get caught up and it'll be a problem.
Oh yeah, dude, lathes in China are like mosquitoes in Africa, from what I can tell online. 'Cause they can't stay away from those things, and they're getting shredded.
Chinese people they're constantly spinning shit for some reason.
And they just reach right in. One guy who's like 55 years old, he's clearly the lathe guy. It's not lathe day one. Just reaches in, gets torn to shred. Kyle sent me one like lathe accident video years and years ago, and I think I've only seen the same one a couple times, and I hated it. Just seeing like, oh man, you can really go from like a person who could have had dinner that night to just
a wet bag of meat spinning in a circle endlessly.
I've seen the other side of that twice recently, right? So picture a big industrial spinny thing. It might be a lathe or something, or a PTO shaft. And some guy gets too close to it. Twice this has happened, like this month. And it completely rips their shirt or jacket off. And they're 1,000% okay. They're just disrobed. And they're like, oh my God. Like, do you know how close that was? Yes, I do know how close that was. They just lost my button-down shirt.
Did you see that Atlanta airport sucked into engine? I need to find that story. This like woman who was like on the tarmac, I guess, wasn't paying attention and walked in front of a running engine, and she got sucked in, and like the news picture like showed the aftermath, and it's like a cartoon, just like a red spray out from behind of the engine. Like it's fucking insane. Do you even have a second to realize what's happening when you're sucked in? Like there must be a split second where you realize your error. Then that's so scary. There's nothing you can do.
The way the suction works, like when you're not in front of a tube, like I'll make up numbers, so don't 6 foot is deadly. 9 feet doesn't feel like much. Like it all comes from right in front of that engine.
Yeah. I saw one video years ago of people getting out of a helicopter, and someone like the way you'd like get out of a car when someone parks. Sometimes you walk around the back to, walk in or whatever. And this person walked around the back of the helicopter while the rotor was still going, and it just head gone, just dead instantly.
I mean, that's obviously not a thinking man's mistake, but they're like kind of invisible when they get spinning like that.
Yeah. That's every time I see videos like that, I'm like, I'm no better than that person. Like I could have been I could be the person.
At least not on your worst day, right? Mm-hmm. That guy's probably better than that guy 80% of the time.
Yep. Yeah, just one horrid mistake and like, nope, life's over. That's the end.
I could see myself, taking out a ladder, not seeing the power lines. The next thing I know, I'm one of these guys.
I'm not above that.
I saw a video. I don't know. I was like, those guys are dead. And somehow they're alive. It was like 3 kids going to whatever Chicago music festival. And they're like, let's take an iconic picture of ourselves sitting on the Chicago train lines. And the 3 of them are sitting there. And then one guy reaches back and touches the 3rd rail. And his buddies are like, what are you doing, man? And then the girl reaches for him. She's like, and his other buddy's like, my friends are on fire and 10 million volts are going through their body. And then they're like, somehow they survived that, which made no sense to me.
Dude, just like this year, I was installing a ceiling fan myself. And Jackie, my smarter wife, says, should we turn it off at the circuit breaker? And I was like, no, I thought of that. I turned it off at the switch. That apparently is not how that works. Somehow when you turn it off at the switch, there's still power at the part you're working on. Dude, the ceiling, this is the Game of Thrones room. So the ceiling is like, I don't even know, 20 feet tall or something. I'm way up there on a ladder. And thankfully all I did is see sparks. I was like, oh, I didn't do this right.
Jackie, not that you were right, but go ahead and hit that breaker down in the basement.
No, I don't do
totally
that.
Unrelated. Yeah, I don't understand how electricity works in that way, like with killing people sometimes. It's like maybe it's just like how healthy your heart is, because you'll see someone get shocked to shit off a 3rd rail and they'll survive, and then someone will stick a fork in an outlet and die.
Right? There's the guys who get hit by lightning and then they're like, their whole face is gone, like they try to rebuild them, but they don't have eyes anymore because their eyes shot out of their head. And you're like, how'd that happen to that guy? And then other guys, nothing happens.
That guy wishes it happened.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Some guy just get their hair singed.
What an unavoidable
hair singed? That's the best.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's cool. A cool story.
I know I've told this before. My high school girlfriend, I dated a really, really, really pretty girl my senior year, but I got her at the perfect time. She was making brownies and her hair like singed as she removed them from the oven. So like this fucking dime was like a 7 when I dated her. And then rose back out of my league again.
You were like, all right, we got 8 months till that hair grows back.
No, it was quick. Yeah. So just like the first 4 weeks I dated her, whatever, she had singed hair.
I don't think I've ever accidentally really shocked myself on anything.
Oh, you sweet summer child.
I don't
know how many times I have.
Just, I don't know.
Yeah.
I would get shocked on the farm all the time.
When I was a little kid, my dad managed a bunch of Domino's pizza franchises. And I don't know if you've ever been to Domino's, but they make the pizzas on these big metal tables, you know, with the dough. Mm-hmm. I was just hanging out, running around, and I touched the table, and for some reason there was like a wire touching it, and I just was like, ah! And I started like screaming and crying. And for some reason, everybody in the restaurant's like, what the fuck's wrong with your kid?
Like, he clearly loves pizza.
Like, what's wrong with kids? They just start crying for no fucking reason. And then like 10 minutes later, an employee goes to make a pizza and they're like, oh, fuck, that thing's just a giant electrified table.
That's what kids like to do.
To tell you. They're like,
run around and cry with their black fingernails falling off. Like, that's what.
How old were you?
I don't know. I must have been really young because I remember all going, yeah, kids just cry for no reason. And I was like, no, it hurt. And they're like, you're retarded. And then finally, they're giant electrical
I did
table
touch the stove when I was very little.
Yeah,
say it again.
I touched the stove because I wasn't buying how hot my mom implied it was, but she was.
It's good to be suspicious.
She was telling the truth. I should have known when it melted that entire GI Joe foot off.
Who could have guessed your mom had your best interest in mind?
I burnt my eyelashes off and my eyebrows off before with like a gas explosion.
The acetylene?
No, different time. I mean
that was the one I thought.
No, I liked lighting gases that exploded and made fireballs and stuff. I'd feel like big
hated eyebrows.
Hated eyebrows. And didn't quite understand that if you lit like gas inside of a pipe, it would whoosh and make a fireball out one end. Got shocked so many fucking times by like 220 and like wall sockets. But I think the difference is sometimes they get like locked in on. I saw a video once of they're in like a gas station and the guy goes to grab a soda and the machine is grounded out, it's shorted out through the handle. It's one of those old timey metal handles, and he's just like stuck to it. And some dude has to like drop kick him, like Sparta kick him.
Yeah,
off
you
of
get
the machine.
stuck to it. It's weird.
Yeah, your muscles clench up from the electricity.
So I've heard this test for electricity with the back of your hand is safer.
I wouldn't think about that as like a vending machine.
Yeah. I don't need to coke that bad. Let's go.
Well,
I always watch that Joe PSA where bulldozer comes along and has to take the wire off the car or whatever the fuck the black one was.
They had a PSA to not shock yourself for GI Joe.
Yeah, they're like, stay in the car. You remember when those guys were making those GI Joe PSAs, the fake ones?
Yeah,
that was one of them.
I saw one where a puddle was electrified, and one person falls in the electric puddle and is dying, and the other person tries to grab him, and then he's shocked and he falls in, and the third person's like nopes out and leaves him to die.
I want to know the answer to that semi-retarded question that Trump asked about how electricity and water works. Like, I want like a real electric expert to just tell me, if you drop a really powerful electric battery or something that's still live, how close do I have to swim to that in a big body of water before it reaches me?
I'm not sure.
Everybody was ripping on Trump
if
for
that
being
works.
so stupid that he doesn't know what happens. And I'm like, low key, I don't really know what happens. Like, I mean, obviously, if I stand next to a car battery, that's nothing. But if we scale it up to something that powers a boat,
I don't know.
Like, would you feel it? You probably you'd probably feel it before you got to like the painful part, right? Maybe you'd like feel it tingling or something weird in the water.
It even discharging electricity in the boat, right? So you're very close to the battery. I guess it's through the whole hole. Right?
I guess not that close then. But I never understood that either. Why you don't get shocked, or like how if lightning strikes the ocean, like how far away would a fucking fish or a shark have to be before they were cool? Like it
I would
didn't
think
matter.
it would dissipate like pretty quickly because it just would spread out in so many directions that you're not going to really get the full brunt. Although I guess if you're in a pool, you get destroyed, right?
That's true. How often did that happen though? Was that a myth so that my parents didn't have to watch us swim?
Well, pools aren't more. Well,
pools are contained though, so it can't go anywhere. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and like pools are low to the ground. I've seen that video of those people standing under a tree in a lightning storm that kills them all. It hits the tree and they all fall over dead.
That sucks. That'd be a
saw a video of like a quartet of golfers get taken out at once. They too were like the only thing standing in the area.
Holding the worst thing.
Yeah. Check out this titanium driver, John. You wouldn't believe. It's an extra.
Here, I really want you to get a good look, so I'm going to hold it in the air where everyone can see it.
It seemed like they were just kind of ignoring the rain, playing through, and zap.
Not supposed to do that.
It's like I don't know, upsetting, shocking. Like when I just see someone click from living to dead that quickly, like it's wild. Suddenly 4 people are, I think, dead. Boom.
Yeah, my uncle was operating a floor jack for a car. It's all metal, 4 wheels, and you've got a handle you pump up and down to jack the car up. And lightning hit a tree outside, not even in their yard, but like down the road a little. And it went like through the ground somewhere and up through that metal handle and shocked him so badly he had to be carried indoors. Like they took him inside and laid him down. And then my cousin, his son, was in a poultry house, and those things are full of metal, and there's metal wires hanging, those big metal feed lines down the sides. And he had his hand resting on the metal feed line walking through the place, and lightning hit the building and it ran in and hit him so bad he was like burst into tears, just squalling. And he was a man grown by this time, so we thought he was gay when we saw him cry. But turned out it was lightning.
Turned out he was struck by lightning, and it wasn't gay at all.
No, that's how you become gay. Lightning does it to you.
Oh no,
that's where gays come from.
So he stood up, dusted himself off, and sashayed out of that poultry house.
Yeah, he dressed so much more nicely after that day. Everything was different. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, now that I mentioned,
I've never been struck by lightning though, and I fear it greatly though. Growing up, I always unplugged everything. It was my parents would be like, unplug the TV, and
unplug the TV.
Yeah, I'd be like, I'm not unplugging that fucking TV. That's a myth. Lightning killed the fucking TV.
Really?
Yeah, and they're like, didn't you have it unplugged? I was like, I did. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that wild?
Isn't that wild? From the socket. Yeah.
It must. Maybe it happened not while you were gone, telling me to unplug the TV. Like maybe it was some other time than that since you've been gone.
Yeah. I didn't watch the CSI Miami whole lineup while you were gone.
They're like checking the TiVo.
This is starting to not add up. 11:54. No, that's wrong.
Did you guys remember being told as like that same vein as the TV thing? Like, don't take a shower or don't take a bath when it's thunderstorming out. That's something that I've let go by the wayside.
Let me tell you why. Like, all right. So my fear is that the metal piping that leaves the tub is going to make it so that lightning could hit like outside or the perimeter of the house, but it follows that piping in somehow to the tub and electrocutes the water that I'm in and kills me.
Well, Kyle, let me tell you about the journey I just took. As you're saying this, I'm like, what a ridiculous notion. I'm on Team Taylor. This is wild. But I'll Google it. I Googled, can you take a shower during a thunderstorm? The answer is no. Lightning can travel through plumbing. It's best to avoid all water during a thunderstorm. Do not shower, bathe, wash dishes, or wash your hands.
Man, I've been rolling the dice just doing
1 point.
And I literally thought in my head, I was like, yeah, a bath. Of course, that'll get me but who takes baths? Like, I'm not a Victorian woman.
No, every day I take my bath.
Showers. And I pictured like the Mythbusters where they pee on an electric fence, but by the time the pee gets to the electric fence, it's in like individual droplets, and so it doesn't chain up. I was always like, yeah, it's like what a shower is. Like it's all in droplets by the time it gets to
Mythbusters when they tested
Mythbusters did the pee one, not a shower thing, I don't think.
Right.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
It's all on the internet, so Kyle's right.
I guess I'll stay dirty when it's raining.
I neglect my ablutions when rain comes from the sky and thunder is allowed.
Well, it said to stay away from plumbing. You can still go outside and shower.
Oh, that's true. Just go stand in my yard.
Yeah, that's safe.
You ever seen the old John Candy, Dan Aykroyd movie, The Great Outdoors?
No.
Yes.
There's a part where you meet this guy. They're all vacationing at the lake. They live in Chicago. They're vacationing down in some lake that probably doesn't exist in fictional Illinois. And they meet a guy who's been struck by lightning, and he's like got a white streak through his hair, and he's very odd, and he has a stutter that he got from the lightning. And they're like, "That's Earl right there. Earl, how many times have you been struck by lightning now?" And Earl goes, six. And John Candy goes, 6 times. Wow. He goes, six times.
66 times.
66 times. And everybody goes, holy shit. And sure enough, before the movie's over, like a storm happens, and you see that guy, and he's going, oh. he's looking at the sky with fear and running. And sure enough,
he live in a treehouse. Like, what was happening?
There are people like that who have been struck like 2-3 times, like, and they're not forestry agents up poles all the time. You know, it's just like it's the same way as those guys who win the lottery like multiple times. There was a guy they're doing the news report, and he's like, "This is where I was when I won the. This is where I was when I won the lottery, and I bought a ticket just like this, scratched it up." I've won again. More this time. Quite a bit more. Like he'd won like a ton of money, like sitting there on camera. It's one of the sickest, like how does that happen? Like, we've all played the lottery at least once or twice, a scratch off here and there. Mm-hmm. And like this guy's won 2 of them.
Never hit.
No.
Yeah, never
I don't think I've ever bought a lottery ticket, but I've been given them. Like, I don't know if this happens outside like the Northeast much, but you go to a party and there's a lottery ticket on every plate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for like Christmas, sometimes people will be like, "Oh, there's some scratch offs in your stocking."
I tried doing that once, but I did it for a family. Like, I went to Christmas at some family's house, and I was like, "Hey, I got everybody a scratch ticket." And none of them had ever done scratch tickets before, and they all thought they had won $1 million. I'm like, no, you have to match the fucking number. I was like, do you guys really not understand this at all?
Yeah, really? You thought I gave all of you $1 million? I didn't belong to these.
Why did it say $1 million or something?
It needs to say it 3 times. It was like
you got to match like 3 cherries or something. They were like not matching the things right. I'm like, let me just look at it.
Yeah, oftentimes
nobody won.
Oftentimes it'll be like 32 little individual squares you scratch off, and each one is $1 amount. And if you get that dollar amount 3 times, you win it. And then there's a multiplier box off to the side, and it's like 3 times. Okay, that's $100, and the multiplier is holy shit 5. I won $500. But it'll say $1 million out there twice, just like the old Monopoly game from McDonald's. Like, everybody's got Boardwalk. We're all waiting on Park Place. You know,
man,
there's only 2 of them.
Did you ever have that kid in your school who swore he had the Boardwalk ticket and him and his brother lost it? And you're like, yeah, okay.
No.
I don't know why. There was always like one kid who's like, yeah, I had the $1 million piece and I put it in my pocket, and then it just went missing.
I swear I do have a kid like that.
Yeah, there you go.
That before, yeah.
I don't remember specifics, but that rang true when you mentioned it.
So, I was like, bro, if you had the $1 million, he's like, we were at the ball game. I'm like, if I was at the ball game and I won $1 million, I would leave the ball game. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but
anyone who claims that is lying because
the one guy stole all the money. Yeah, exactly.
He donated to charity. It all went to charity the way I remember it.
Really?
Like the guy running the game, the guy running the game, I think for like 2 or 3 years in a row, like there were only 2 winning pieces, and somehow he ensured that the money went to charity. Like he cashed them in, or somebody else did that he gave it to, something like that.
There's a whole documentary on that guy. I haven't watched it, but I understood that he just took the pieces and like gave them to family members to cash them in.
I thought they donated to charity.
As you were saying, my favorite charity is Taylor's House, and then I remembered. I mentioned my PayPal address on the show like a couple shows ago, and for whatever reason, I was looking at my PayPal recently, and I have all these, like, one guy sent me 69 cents, another guy sent me $4.20, like those kept coming up. One guy sent me a bill for fucking, I don't know,
fucking invoiced you.
Yeah, he invoiced me.
I don't know, maybe he'll click quickly and pay my rent.
Right. But
dude, people do that. Tarkov has a flea market, and you try to buy things quickly because everybody's trying to get the cheapest one. So you're like, you click it and then you tap. I tap Y on my keyboard, so I'm like, pop, and like buy something. But people will do the sneaky thing where, it only costs that much, but it's in a package of 100. So you've just bought one. You wanted one, have 100 instead. And it takes all your goddamn money and fills your stash up with like nuts and bolts.
Another thing that can happen, maybe not anymore with the fountain array, but like a key will be able to use 50 times. So you use it like 48, 47 times, and then you sell it. and they buy it full price because so quickly they didn't realize that it was used up.
They rank them in order of key use now, but found and raid's gone. Like if you die with something in your gamma, you can put it on the market. You can buy things off the market, use them, decide you don't like it, and put them back on the market.
I saw a video that changed my mind on that. So people don't know Escape from Tarkov was riddled with cheaters, and there was a monetary reason,
real money transactions.
Motivation I'm going for. A monetary motivation for them to cheat because they would get things in game through cheating and then sell them to people who struggled to get them in game without cheating. And there it is. So they're like, all right, now you can only buy things that were like found in a particular way. Okay. The thing is that hurt casuals. And I sort of empathize with casuals now. Like it used to be if you got something, stuck it in your gamma, which means you keep it if you die. That thing had value. Just finding the lead X was great. You'd go to interchange. Everyone would race to the one room, which had like a 5% chance of having a lead X. There'd be firefights there. And if you were the one who won and got in, you'd stick it in your gamma and you'd have a blast with that. That would fund your future raids. Now you have to get out with it. Well, until recently, you had to get out with it alive. And it's like, shit, unless you're landmark, good luck.
Mm.
Yeah, I like the state of the game right now. I am playing the PvE like a pussy. I think it's better. I think when you play it as a single player game, it runs really well, and it's fun. And I don't get mad at it. I only have fun because I don't have any pieces of shit. Dude, they had those tripwires. I thought they were no big deal, but I've been watching people use them online. Oh my god, it's so shitty. They're so hard to deal with. In this game, if you try to walk through a bush, you'll be severely slowed. It's almost like walking through quicksand or sludge in a game. You can't just hop right out
in real life.
Or it feels bush in real life, you know. But as a game mechanic, you may have seen it in those places before. And so they'll put the tripwires in there. So it goes click, and you can't move. You're in sludge basically with the bush, and so you're I'm dead now. So it's been fun to watch people. I've been watching montages of people shit on people with the tripwires on online.
But the AI doesn't do that, so you're not having to deal with it.
The AI does, but it's AI, and it's not as smart as a person. As far as I know, only one like specific like boss character AI will do it, and he doesn't know how to put them in bushes and be sneaky about it. He puts them like on the ground, out and about, and you can usually get. He also doesn't use the meta grenades that go off in like 2 seconds. He uses 3.5-second grenades or something, so you can get away from it. But anyway, I've been loving my Tarkov. I've been playing way too fucking much of it. I got to tone it down. It's not healthy. It can become a disease. It's not like gambling. Not the kind of disease that eats your heart and soul away, but more the kind that ruins your sleep schedule.
Well, I mean, you're still having fun with it, so keep grinding. But if you keep grinding it this hard, you're gonna burn yourself out rapidly, I would think.
I was watching you play some Age of Mythology last night, and you watched me play a little bit of Tarkov. You had
a nice couple kill streaks. I was watching on Tarkov. I know it's against the AI, but it was you were clicking on some heads.
Oh, I'm just the best. I am pretty sharp right now. I've been playing every day for like 5 fucking hours a day. I bet Woody's pretty good at clicking on heads too. He's been Elden ringing it up like religiously for weeks
Elden
now.
Ring yesterday.
Really? I still haven't beat that.
And I beat the first 2 DLC bosses today.
Give us a kazoo or something, Taylor. Can we have a celebratory like? Do you have any sound effects?
I thought buying the game, I would just leave it with my tail between my legs because.
Victory!
Thank you. But,
we should play that. We should play that clip at the beginning of every show. Just the audio. I like that.
Just the lowest effort.
Taylor, are you watching Chimp Crazy?
No, I didn't. I don't know what this is.
Thank you, Woody.
What's Chimp Crazy?
Tell us.
I hope that Kyle has seen it. My wife is watching it. I have to catch up. And it is basically Tiger King. Remember the COVID era Netflix special?
Yeah.
But it's chimps. And it takes place in Missouri. Apparently, Missouri is a chimp hotbed of illegal activity. And there are all these like chimp people missing noses and shit.
I don't think you can say chimp people. Can we strike that? Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. Okay, go.
Yeah. So I was hoping that Taylor would be like, yes, I'm addicted to Chimp Crazy. I can't wait for each episode every week. I think it's 3 episodes in on Max.
It looks like there's 2 available now. Chimp Crazy. Oh, 3 episodes. I guess they don't have the 3rd one for free yet. Former nurse turned exotic animal broker Tanya Haddix, who refers to herself as the Dolly Parton of chimps, spends her days caring for animals in captivity. However, her limitless love for one chimpanzee spins into a wild cat and mouse game with authorities and animal rights groups. Through the experience of Tanya and other chimp moms, Chimp Crazy reveals the bonds between owners and their highly intelligent grade 8 pets, the risks humans take when they raise these animals as members of their family, and the risks to the welfare of the animals themselves.
My wife said they take these chimps to children's birthday parties in Missouri.
Oh, that's not cool.
I'm like, wait a minute.
Wait, are you serious?
Yes.
Taylor,
I have direct experience with Chimp Crazy. My second birthday, 1993. They brought it out to my parents' house.
Dude, does that make sense to you now though? Like was it a baby chimp or was it a man chimp?
At my birthday party, they were baby chimps. They were very little.
See
Kimmy and Kirby.
That does remind me of the Tiger King shit with the baby cubs and everything. But like a live adult chimp at a birthday party sounds like I don't know. Bring a shark to a pool party. Like, what are you doing?
I like that analogy.
In retrospect, it was a really just bad idea thing to do. Like chimps, all it takes is 1 second of them being a little upset and they'll rip your nose off. Even a little baby is strong.
No. Chimps,
yeah. Well, these were little.
Name me half a dozen instances of chimps being violent towards humans.
The lady who gave it Vicodin and wine.
That's one.
The other lady who gave it wine.
That chimp had been drugged, madam.
See, when we talk about that chimp who fucked that lady up, I'm like you are with Michael Jackson. Like, that chimp didn't do anything wrong. He was being bullied. They kept him in a fucking bird cage all day. They probably made fun of him.
Chris Brown.
They were getting him
Chris
fucked
Brown
up.
Scenario.
Harambe was minding his own business, and then this kid comes jumping in.
Dude,
that's true.
Yeah, it's Harambe.
There was no better way to handle that.
I can't recall the Harambe video. So he went up to the kid and just sort of
dragging the kid around the cage a little bit. Yeah, he was like grabbing and pulling him around. It was like at any moment he might have started ripping off limbs, but
he was about to peel that kid like a banana. Just trust me.
I think it's all but guaranteed Harambe was going to kill that kid if they hadn't put him down.
You're coming off like a tempest. Just saying.
I don't think so.
Well, this would be a gorilla.
I mean, look, if the cops had a better record when it came to this sort of thing, maybe I could be on their side. But I bet, having seen how they operate on the streets, that Harambe was, not doing anything wrong. He was probably just driving down the street in a car that looked nice or something.
I was going to say
there's a chimp farm in Festus, Missouri. I know exactly
those two words don't go together.
Is.
How far is the drive? Am I doxing?
I imagine chimps doing work.
It'd be a couple hours. Like that's more southern Missouri. But like,
we got to get past this segment because there's too many racist jokes I want to make. It's
I'm baiting you. I'm teeing you up.
Chimp farm. Oh, a plantation.
You guys just can't enjoy the purity and the fun of a chimp farm without resorting to.
I know.
Chimps shouldn't be in captivity. Those things are too fucking smart and too fucking dangerous. I don't want to be anywhere near a chimpanzee.
All right. Were there any incidents that you saw in the show, Woody, where like they were trying to deal with a violent chimp? My
wife's the one. Like I said, I haven't seen it yet. Oh, okay. I have to catch up to her.
I heard about it.
PETA hates her, and PETA, I don't really like them. They're too against all the foods I like. And then I also see stuff, who knows if this is anti-PETA propaganda, but they'll be like, I guess they kill a whole bunch of dogs in their shelters, whole bunch of cats and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
They euthanize a lot of stuff.
It's not
there
ideal.
There must be an explanation. Like if there's one thing that's true about PETA, they do kind of like animals.
They will come and take an animal that you're not supposed to have that is doing well and treated fine, and they will kill it because you having it is wrong. Like there's plenty of instances of that.
Yeah, some of them are like entirely against pets, like the extreme animal people, where they think you owning a dog is like an evil slavery.
So I think they're against kill the dog.
Apparently, to these crazy people,
the like homeless people having pets, because I've seen like videos of like PETA people like trying to rip a dog away from a homeless guy. Yeah, you're like, I don't know, that dog's probably happier than being dead, man. Whatever,
dude. There were a couple homeless guys when I lived in the city that had like juiced up, never once in their life been hungry pit bulls, and it's like not on a leash. It's just hanging out with its delts, like just just laying on the concrete. And like I'd cross the street before I was like when I was walking to the store, because it's like that thing could lunge at me and bite clean through my ankle if it didn't want to take my foot off. I'm not fucking with that. And then what's going to happen? Is the homeless guy going to jump into action when his crazed dog that he's probably been given little nibbles of meth comes at me?
One of the pit bull thing reminded me. One of the games that were proposing in that Roman gladiatorial show was they were like, we've brought in 20 midgets from Persia, and we're going to set them against an equal number of pit bulldogs. And he was like, the guy was like, interesting. But this is a large affair. This is very important. We need something with more gravitas. And he's like, well, we have some red-assed baboons.
That we will also make fight midgets. And it's like, this guy's just a one-track mind.
They were gonna rape women, like human women, with the red-assed baboons. And he was like, I don't think my brother's into that sort of thing. I don't think that's really his style. And then he's like, well, we also have a ghost lion. And it's like, dude, why don't you open with ghost lion? You have a giant albino African lion. Like, start with that. You started with
that guy's got 40 Persian midget slaves burning a hole in his pocket, and he's trying to get rid of them.
No, dude, one 20, buy the midgets.
20 Persian midgets versus 20 pit bulldogs. Like, what's that? Like the teaser for the fights? That's going to be over in no time.
I think they arm the midgets a little, maybe armor them, maybe give them sticks or clubs a little. So that's
more fair.
You wouldn't want them barehanded. Like, you'd want them to put up a bit of a fight, but obviously, the pit bulls are going to win unless they really rally. What if they formed a tiny little phalanx?
Ooh, I'd like that. And I hope that's in the show.
Yeah, the show's fun because the one brother's like the warrior brother, and the other's like the gay artsy brother. And the warrior brother is like banging the queen of the Jews. Like, he conquered Jerusalem and took their queen as his concubine. But they're like kind of in love. So the gay brother makes a Roman game, like this thing they're going to do. He's like, build the city of Jerusalem, and then we'll burn it down. And then we'll have the women and children Jews flee out of the burning Jerusalem model, and we'll set the lion upon them. And so
the emperor's like, I'm really more into like the sword fighting. Like, if you could keep it to that. You're trying to sell me midgets and Jews fleeing. Give me swords.
It was pretty dark.
Tell me more about these Jews.
Give me more of those guys with the tridents and the Ready Arius. Is that what it's called?
They set 3 Ready Arius.
Wait, what is this? I can't be the only one who doesn't
You have a trident and a net, and you wear a specific helmet, and you also have a short sword. It's a type of gladiator. So what they would do, it wasn't just like,
they had a
trident. So a gladiator means that's your combination of weapons and armor.
Yeah, there were classes of
almost
them.
like a class in a video game. Like all right, you're the Ready Arius guy. You're like the fisherman mock-up warrior man. You have a trident, and you have a net, and there's a specific helmet, and you also have a short sword. And so they set 3 of those guys onto one giant champion guy. That was a cool fight. They have this giant for the show. I don't know who he is, but he looks like he's 7 fucking feet tall. He's enormous.
Is he a Ready Arius? Or
no.
or a Murmillo? I remember that one. That's also in Age of Mythology.
He's a Thrax, I think. If I had to, because he has a helmet kind of like that. Oh no, the Samnus. That's exactly what he is. Because he has a sword. He has a shield like that and a big fucking helmet. Although his sword is like this curvy thing, like the Thrax in the top row.
Oh, damn.
I feel like
baffles me that you guys know these words.
We don't. I'm just reading.
Well, you knew Ready.
Yeah, but you don't. You were never reading your book of gladiators and been like, net guy. That would have been me.
Yeah, I've
like
definitely read
kid stuff.
Everybody identified with net guy.
Dude, leave this subject. Look at I feel like most practically the Secutor, the Murmillo are what I'd want to be. But look at the scissor guy at the bottom. That's pretty cool. He's got some sort of hook on a metal arm.
The scissor guy?
He can either like punch that into you or hook it around your weapon and like pull it.
His arm has been replaced with a gauntlet.
Yeah, he's got a giant metal gauntlet with a hook. Like a
I would hate to have to fight in a fucking arena. I want to be the in the viewing audience for that shit. That would be terrible.
I'd be so nervous, I'd be killed.
I think those tiny shields would be a problem. The shield needs to have some mass to deflect a blow. Like
dude,
the Gallus, that little one in the very center. If you hit me hard with the sword like that, it'd only be a little bit different than hitting me directly on the arm.
Listen, man, these matches can't last forever. I mean, come on. we got the Lions coming next. We got.
I was going to say the Bestiarius looks like the worst, but that's clearly what they're just doing to people when it's like that guy has to fight a lion. You get a big spear and shorts.
If I could fight any of these, it'd be top right because that's a girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you take on the gladiatrix.
By the way, I'm under the impression that I
could take that chick.
Now, is Laquarius that type of gladiator or that guy's name?
Very funny, Taylor. Very funny. Aquarius delivered my groceries yesterday. He's a nice guy. He didn't have the spear or anything though. He was just he
wasn't ready for battle in the arena.
No, he had shorts on and a hat.
Oh damn! No cool mask.
No, those people like the names on my delivery orders from the grocery store are always like Diamond, but not spelled the way diamond is. It's like DYMUND. Diamond.
Diamond.
It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Is this on a birth certificate somewhere? Or are you just clowning Instacart? Like, what is happening right now? It does not inspire confidence when I need them to make good replacements at the grocery store.
The replacements they always fuck up. Oh,
dude,
man.
They'll like rip you off sometimes. Like 24 pack of sodas is like, I think like $12 or something like that. It's $14.
Also, do they tell them when they're there, like, oh, by the way, make sure to get the meat that expires tomorrow?
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, what is? Do you know what I want? When I'm like, I want like a pound of hamburger. They're like, cool. Hey, this expires tomorrow. I'm like, no, get something.
Dude, we had the opposite for a while. We had this Instacart woman who was fantastic, right? She just did a really great job. And she's like, since you like the work I do for you, we could cut Instacart out of this deal. You just put up your thing with Instacart. I'll make note of it, then cancel it. And then I will like individually buy it for you. And we cut Instacart out.
I'm in.
Oh, nice. So you found a good shop.
Yeah, we don't use her anymore, but we use her for like over a year. It was good.
Yeah, the bags were smelling like marijuana when the groceries would come. She had to be cut out.
Dude,
that happens to me 50% of the time. The bags will reek of marijuana because they've been smoking in their car on the way to my place, and like just the bags that can be like, yeah, they're full of weed smoke, like in the plastic bag down in there. Like,
damn, I've never gotten that from. I guess I pretty much never ever get my groceries delivered. Like I don't mind just going to the grocery store. But last time I did is like the last time I'll ever do it. I asked for Diet Pepsi, like a 12-pack of Diet Pepsi. And they brought me full sugar orange Fanta. And it's not even close. It's like, this isn't even in the same. I know the store you went to, and I've bought Diet Pepsi there. Fanta's on the whole other side of the soda aisle. You didn't even, and it was a guy's name, which means that he just walked in and was like, close enough, and just threw it in there and then left.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry. I should tell the rest of the Instacart story, because what happened was this woman, like, she delivered our groceries for a while and she was pretty cool. And she became friends with Jackie, and then she got into financial trouble, and then they went to repossess her car. So then she came to me personally to pay off all her debt. At which point she said, I promise, bro, I'll pay you better than I pay those other creditors if you were to just make it so that I don't lose my car. And I even tried to work with her, like, I was gonna like save her life. Like, listen, you can't keep this Mini Cooper that you're rocking around in. Right. You got to sell that, pay off your debt, turn it to something smaller. Maybe I'll help you with that. Or I was gonna help her with that. And she's like, no, I don't want to deal in which I lose my Mini Cooper. And it's like, our relationship is kind of over now. I think you just tried to steal like $12,000 from me.
You just want me to buy your Mini Cooper for you, basically?
Right? Yeah. And that's how
that's the deal. You should have bought the Mini Cooper from her and then leased it back to her, and then you could repossess it if she ever stopped. Hey, at like 3 in the morning, you're like, Jackie and I just had quite the fuck session, and we both want an ice cream sundae. We've earned it. Burned at least 600 calories according to our watches. So chop 2.
Part of the problem was she was upside down on the Mini Cooper, right? Like, she couldn't just sell it and get out of this debt, but she wanted me to bet. Like,
upside down on a Mini Cooper, not a great place to be.
Yeah,
no,
it's not even a cool car.
Girls like them.
I guess so. I don't know. I'd rather have that piece of shit, dude. Every Cybertruck video I see, it's genuinely a piece of shit. Like the interior design, and like when I see them pulling the panels and the off the doors and the headliner, like there's a big piece of plastic that goes from across the headliner from left side to right side of the roof of the interior of the car, and it's like, is this sagging? And it's like, yeah, like so bad. You can clearly tear the whole car apart with your bare man hands. Like a man can tear that car apart with, and look, I get that you could fuck up most cars with your bare hands, but this one seems easy. That looks so cool to me. Look, I love that. That looks sick to me. But when I saw what that what do you call it? The glove box in the middle or whatever, the console. That console at the tip where it sort of goes space age and tilts down. It looks like the Defiant from fucking Star Trek. That plastic shit there is like so cheap and flimsy. And that dash to me looked like, honestly, it looks like a marble. It looks like a nice bathtub. And that's not what it looks like. That's not what it came out looking like.
So Whistling Dixie bought that Cybertruck, and he meant to destroy it. And sure enough, if you mean to destroy a truck, you do.
Yeah.
But here's the thing that Whistling Diesel. I'm sorry, thank you, Zach. When he slammed the door, now excessively, people don't shut their truck doors that hard typically. But then when he opened it, it came apart in two. You know, like the whole interior part stayed behind, and the door opened, and it ripped it in two. So then he did another door. Same thing happened. 4 for 4. All 4 doors, when slammed too hard, rip in two upon opening. It's like, this just seems poorly put together. You don't want, like, I don't want to be a mindless Cybertruck hater, but I'm going to say, like, if you buy a year one Cybertruck, you're making a financial mistake.
It's a show car. I mean, the only ones I see in LA are not being driven by guys who need a truck. They're driven by guys who want everybody to point at them.
Yeah.
It's not even a good car, though. It's not a good mode of transportation. And if you're talking about dollars for donuts, it's the worst truck on the market. It has to be. They're like $125,000 fucking dollars. And when you look at the competitors in that realm, dude, you can get an F-350 King Ranch for like $82,000 or some shit. Like, which would you rather have? An F-350 King Ranch or a Cybertruck? You can get the H3 Hummer, not the H3, the Electro Hummer, whatever the fuck it's called now. That thing's like 115,000, depending on how you get it dressed. It's sick. I'd much rather have that. The Ford Lightning, way better. Just a Toyota Tundra, I would rather have. I'd rather have the best Tundra than a Cybertruck any day. Any day.
How big is the bed on the Cybertruck? Like, you can't even put anything in it.
It's like not, like
I think it's like the normal size, like a normal F-150, or is it smaller than that?
It's like 5 or 6 feet or something.
It looks
but it's
smaller.
Also, the way
I can't tell if it is smaller because of that backward angle thing it does, like over the trunk. I don't know. Yeah, I don't like the way they look.
I love the way it looks, dude. I like the way it looks. It looks like what we thought future cars were going to look like in the '80s movies. I dig. It's 6-foot bed, 6x4. I love the way it looks. I saw one the other day and it was all wrapped up. The wrap started black on the bottom and like transitioned to red at the top of the car. Dude, it looked fucking cool. But I know it's a piece of shit.
I could see a wrap looking pretty cool on that thing for sure.
They do look good. You can do a halo wrap like the Warthog, and those look good.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. Like the most fitting setting I've seen the Cybertruck in so far was with that minigun or whatever added to it, and Brandon did a video where he made it like wrapped like a Warthog, and it actually looks kind of neat.
All right, that's funny.
I don't like that anymore.
I like that. Dude,
would that get less or more attention than a normal Cybertruck?
Probably more.
That would get less hate is what that would do. So would this.
Oh man, that Warthog rev is sick.
That looks neat because it's like, oh, it's just a cosplay car of a Warthog.
Hang on a minute. Like it looks too good to me. Like it looks too good. I mean, I don't think it's AI, but I think that like this is a good photographer. I don't know, man. That looks good, and this is another wrap. That's great.
Oh, that's terrible. Who would make it look dirty?
I like the dirty wraps. I've seen rust.
Yeah, I was gonna say they rust. So I pictured to be mocking it. It could be Photoshop too.
Sure. Yeah, that's always possible.
Yeah. I love how it looks. I like the idea of it. I like that it's completely out of the box. And he was like, look, I'm gonna make a thing. I'm the richest guy in the world, and I own a car company. So here's a silly thing I can make. And people were like, yeah, please make it. And he's like, I will, don't dare me. And he did it. And it just happens to be a piece of fucking shit on the build level. I don't expect it to be a truck. I don't want it to be a truck. I want it to be a hot rod future space mobile. And I don't want it to be a piece of shit though. I want that thing. When I heard it was going to be stainless steel, I was like, ooh, yeah, like the DeLorean. Like somebody's got to get out the buffer and some metal polish and make that bitch a mirror. Like that. That's what I would want to do at first, maybe.
Burn your house down. Parked in the front driveway. I like what the Rivian did, because you said you didn't need it to be a truck. Rivian is like, yeah, this is a truck, but it's like a recreational truck? Do you need something to take your kayak and your mountain bikes to the boat ranch? You know, like, and I'm like, that is me most of the time. I tow a tractor once a year or something, but for the most part, it's like a paramotor back there or a dirt bike. And the Cybertruck could do that.
I'm still hoping Honda brings back the Element.
Yeah,
did they get rid of that?
Yeah, back in like 2008. I'm still driving one, but I want a new one.
Why don't you get a Kia Soul? They look similar. Remember that the hamster?
Do they look similar? Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're both cubes.
I love this cube.
Or wait, what's the? No, it's called the Nissan Cube. That's what it is. That's those ugly cars.
I like the FJ Cruiser.
When that Element dies.
Do you remember the Toyota FJ Cruiser? When that thing came out, it was like the hot ticket item. They were selling those Toyotas for like $5,000 over the sticker price. Everybody was jealous they weren't selling Toyotas. All that summer, people would come to wherever you were and be like, well, the FJ Cruiser does this, that, and the other. And it's like, yeah, it does. Sure does. Well, good luck getting one. He's like, oh, we can get one. Well, go get it.
Yeah.
Sucker, what are you doing here? Looking at a fucking
just mocking the dealers.
You
like
just hear shit on
Ford.
Looks like Mr. Consumer Alert came to shit on Ford Escapes for the afternoon and then bounced.
FJ Cruises, I think they're neat, but I didn't buy one. And I bet a lot of people could say the same thing.
The PT Cruiser?
The FJ Cruiser.
FJ Cruiser. It's a Toyota thing.
Zach, will you show us an FJ Cruiser from 2005?
Yeah, and if you could queue up an interior also, because I thought it was a little out of the box. I liked it.
Yeah, it definitely was. Meanwhile, Ford had done something called the Ford Freestyle, which was like a throwback to station wagons mixed with a minivan. This thing is pretty cool, though. This is like the Japanese Jeep Cherokee to me.
Yeah, see, that appealed to me. It's something a little bit different, something cool. I think you can take a hose to the interior, like by your feet, and wash it out if you want to.
That's the color everyone wanted.
Oh, that thing in the middle, it shows you like your tilt angle for off-roading, which is kind of...
Oh, look at that.
It's not important, but it's like, look, it's neat that someone's like, yeah, this is for hardcore shit. You need to know your yaw or your pitch.
That is the Ford Freestyle. dude, I sold one of those things and made so much money one time, and everybody was in awe that I had. Everybody was in awe. This German, it was an English couple, like from England, London, England. They had moved to Atlanta, Georgia for his like work, and they were so like happy-go-lucky English in America for the first time, and I was like, this is classic American craftsmanship mixed with that, Ford bought Volvo, and they've got the whole S500 platform suite of vehicles that this one hails from. It goes, this is the Volvo XC90 platform with Ford laid over the top. You get the best of both worlds.
Was that true?
Yeah, it's all true. It's all true. I mean, best of both worlds is a wild claim to make, but it is sitting on the Volvo.
Like, why is our salesman
platform
laughing? And you're like, oh, I remember the internet video from yesterday.
They took Volvo's CVT transmission, I think, the continuously variable transmission. So you're not shifting through 5-10 gears. You're just like a golf cart transmission, and they threw it in those fucking cars.
Volvo XC90. That's what I bought Hope for her first car.
Very safe car. Probably like top 3 safest cars in the world.
Dude, paid off. Like first 2 years, 2 accidents. One of them wasn't her fault, in fairness. I'm not saying any of them were, but one of them wasn't. So,
so a woman was also driving the other car in that first one?
Yeah.
If there's an accident, a woman was involved.
Volvo dealership was across the road, and it was hard to sell against them when people were buying cars for loved ones. Because if they had been at Volvo first, they had just been told that Fords were cheap death machines. Yeah, go ahead and save. Oh yeah, pay $320 a month instead of $550. See if your mother makes it. Fuck.
So would you be like worried in the morning sometimes? Like, I got to make some sales, and then you'd be like, fuck, Volvo's having an end of January sales event. You're not going to get any attention.
No, we were like, we always had an event. We had an event every month with like balloons and clowns and like all sorts of
legit
nonsense.
Deals to be had at events, or is that just a show for?
It's a little column A, little column B. they're there to make a big splash and hit some big numbers, but at the same time, there will be lost leaders there. Like there would always be like an extremely cheap car advertised, or there'd be a bunch of them actually from every class of vehicle. It'd be like, this car's 3,000, this car's 1,000. We're giving this one away with a trade-in, and like there would be lots of shit like that. But you would get there, and we would have special ordered a Ford Ranger in a way that you would never want one before. It'd be like if I said I got free sandwiches, and you show up and it's like ketchup, all the ketchup and tomato and sauerkraut you want, folks. Just line up right here. It's on garlic rosemary bread, old crusty garlic rosemary bread. Yeah, we got it out of a dumpster.
It's impressively bad.
We've got some cold au jus, but it's really A1. Okay, come on. Who wants a free sandwich?
Oh, if this wasn't free, I'd be pissed.
Taylor's on his fourth.
That man is eating a whole 6-foot sub.
I feel sick. I need a car to drive myself home.
So you get there and there'd be a Ranger that like had roll-up windows and no air conditioning in 2005, and it had rubber floor mats and like, that you could hose out, and just nobody would want it. Oh, without a radio. We'd order that bitch without a radio.
How do you even do that?
You special order it from Ford without a fucking radio. The dash hasn't been punched out for it. It looks absurd. But so they get there to buy the $4,000 brand new Ford Ranger. They'd be like, fuck that, I need a radio. I was expecting a passenger seat. There's only 3 tires. There's only 3. That's the spare. That's the spare. And they'd be like, well, sir, if you want 4 full-size tires and a radio, we're going to have to step up to the Ford XLT over here. And you take them over to a $22,000 Ford Ranger and sell them that bitch. You know, they needed a truck.
The old bait and switch.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah,
exactly.
But there's deals to be had there. And I like the party and atmosphere. I like the we'd have like nachos and popcorn machines and shit like that to keep people in there, keep them entertained.
Yeah, it's all about the perks. A lot of times you got to keep the kids happy, you know.
We had a
playground.
playground.
Been to a dealership and they got like a little like cartoon room for the kids to hang out in.
We had a full playground with slides, ball pit. It was better than a McDonald's play.
I think I saw one that had
and
like
the walls were glass,
theater.
so you could see your kids. Like you weren't like, where are my kids? Like the walls are glass in the playpen area. And so like you can see from as you're like signing your life away, you can see that little Tommy and Jenny are in there having a good time, not being touched by Mustafa, that weird Somali.
We can't get rid of him. He sold so many cars.
He sold so many cars. But he had that look in his eye, like, give your daughters to me. I will teach them.
I got a question, Kyle. We should probably do ads, but I'm compelled to ask.
Oh shit. Mm-hmm.
Let's say we agreed on a deal over the phone, right? Everything's settled in. You and I were done. It's locked. I want to go to the dealership and pick up the car. How fast can you make that? Right? Like, what can you get done before I get there? Like if
you show up first thing in the morning so that no one will be ahead of us in finance, you know, at the next step, I can have the car like washed with the tags on it, full tank of gas. Like that'll be done the day before. Like if you show and your paperwork will all be done, and there will be little stickers pointing to where you sign. And like the yellows are for signatures and the oranges are for initials. And I will hand you a booklet and a pen, and you can go through it in less than 3 minutes, and you'll be in finance in 4. Like as fast as you can imagine, I can make it happen.
That would have been great. Because this happened to me, but for Jackie's car, I hired a broker to negotiate for me, like just a concierge. That's what they call them, car buying concierge. And I was like, give me the best deal. You know, call the dealership, see what you can do. And we liked the deal. We had it all figured out. And I told him, like, have the dealership ready. Have them ready, right? So that I don't want to like be some sort of VIP asshole or something, but there's no reason buying a car needs to take an hour and a half. Like, just have them do all this stuff before I get there. I'll come in whenever you tell me to. Just be ready. And it still took an hour and a half. They claimed that things couldn't be done before I got there, stuff like that. It was really frustrating.
No, there's nothing like that I can even imagine. Like if we've done the deal, we could probably nowadays you just e-sign everything. I don't know why you can't just e-sign everything and just come in and take delivery. Like
that sounds good.
Especially if you're not seeking finance with us. Like if you're not financing through us, then you shouldn't even be sitting. I don't think.
Yeah. And it's just like everything else in the world. Once we agree on a price, I can cut you a check and walk away. That's how it should go, but not cars or motorcycles.
You just it can be done. I've done it before, just like that. Like especially if someone had a it was actually that British couple that sold the freestyle where they had a credit union, so they came in with a check cut to an amount, you know, and it's like this is it. Here you go.
Too.
Yeah, exactly. So there's no reason for them to jack your ass.
Later, I left with the car.
the people ahead of you and the line of things to do is the problem, and they'll lie to you and say it's not. But like there'll be an order that people are getting the cars detailed, and it's like you should have detailed this yesterday if it was sold.
But the car was, I think, finished. Like that part of it was done. It was detailed. I think they blamed the DMV, and I don't know what else.
Oh well. DMV.
The credit check took a while. That was partly on me because my credit, people stole my identity so many times because I'm on YouTube that now my credit's so locked down you can't check it and stuff unless I call and like have a temporary lift.
Yeah, anyway. Why do they need to run your credit anyway? You're writing a check.
Exactly, right? Like a cashier's check. Like, what's the problem?
How much did you guys pay the detailers?
Oh, that they just had a salary. They had actually no. I'm sure they got paid by car, but I didn't have any like knowledge of that. Like they were back there smoking weed. It was a bunch of just dudes back there who washed cars, and like I think they got paid per car, but I don't know.
That checks out. I worked at a dealership at an enterprise at a dealership at the Boise Auto Mall, and there was this one detailer who would just lie about the most absurd things. Like he was a car detailer for like some Mercedes dealership near us, or maybe for Chevy. No, it was either Mercedes or Lexus, something like that. And he would like just claim to be making 6 figures cleaning cars and would like come up with things like, yeah, I detailed Diddy's car. I detailed Maya Angelou's car.
A lot of cum stains.
Yeah.
A lot of cum stains in Diddy's car.
I was always wanting to be polite because he was a nice guy, but it's like,
Harry Tubman?
You're cleaning cars. You're cleaning cars at the Boise Auto Mall. You did not clean Kobe Bryant's Lamborghini. Like why?
Again,
like, you're making it uncomfortable that like I can tell you're trying to say this as if it's true, and I want to be polite. Oh yeah. You're pulling down $200,000 washing Kobe's helicopter or whatever. What
are you doing here, big shot?
Yeah.
I detailed Ray Charles' car, and I didn't even do a good job.
Like, really? In this same bay I'm standing in right now with wet shoes that we just used a taser we found in a car to shock one of the car preps. In this bay, you're making $200,000. I doubt it. Man, that guy could have got hurt.
I was always tempted to steal out of the cars. I mean, I don't mean like steal from people. Like the cars would get traded in, and like they'd leave stuff in them, you know. And it's like, at what point do you become the vulture that starts going through them? Because like, it's been here 2 days.
I'll tell you, the car preps at rental car places immediately.
Well, that's not even. Steal. Oh, the stuff that's been left in the car, it's been turned back in.
Yeah,
that's kind of fair. They figure you're flying to Miami, you're gone. You know, you're
no. I mean,
somewhere.
I'll keep it quick, but because I've said this before, but like literally, someone would return a car 15 seconds later after someone's pulled it down to the lot. They're like, I left my iPad Pro on there. Can you run and get it? And I'm like, oh no, I got to get in another car and zoot down there quickly before one of the guys. There was this one giant guy.
Shoot a red flare.
There was this giant guy with like a fucked up eye and like his face was off balance.
Right.
And he was just I don't know how many iPads this dude had. Because you'd go down there and you'd be like, hey, Jared, are there any iPads down here? And he'd be like, nope. And I'm like, well, yeah, you see that car you're in right now? I know there's an iPad in it. Please just give me like the manager would have to go down there. He's holding the iPad. Like,
I'm watching Monsters Inc. Get out of here.
Yeah, the manager would have to be like, hey, guys, I heard there's an iPad down here. I can't be bothered with this. Just put it on this table. And you know, as soon as it's on the table, we're just moving on with the day. You know, everything's all good. So it's when you find it, put it right here. But
did that happen?
Yeah, on occasion they would like not steal it, and it all depended on what shift was happening. If I saw slanty face giant guy, I knew like I got to be on point with the iPad thing. But then there was like a girl who was really conscientious and nice, and she would always bring stuff back up.
Found a gun.
We found guns before.
Got the gun back to him. I also really liked the couple, and I was like, "Oh, I gotta get your gun back to you, bro. Like you left your fucking gun." No, revolver. They had been from New Orleans during Katrina. They were they had lost everything, but they had gotten fat insurance check, and so they were there to like spend some insurance money on their new car. And he left his fucking pistol there in whatever rat box they turned in.
I like revolvers, not for function. For function, cool. I like a semi-auto, but like they ignite my imagination.
Yeah, a little 38 totally snub nose, you know it's gonna work no matter fucking what, and you can tell it's loaded just by looking at it because you can see the brass like sticking out of the cylinders. I don't know. There's something about that. That's not true of a semi-auto, especially if it's one that you keep in a glove box and like, you know, dust gets on it and accumulates and like the oil that was in it soaks up that dust and then goes dry and becomes this little bit of glue that keeps so the first bullet goes off and the thing jams. And if you're shooting the gun that you keep in your glove box, it probably means you're fighting for your life or you're shooting at rats out the window. Let's hope it's the rats because you don't want to just something about the revolver always working as a gun that you just keep somewhere is just very
makes sense.
Attractive. Yeah. I want it to work.
Before we jump to the next thing, we're going to hear from our wonderful, wonderful sponsors. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, let's talk about sex. Shouldn't you always be at your best? 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. Special deal for our listeners, folks. Try Blue Chew free, BLUECHEW free, when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BLUECHEW, BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And big thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. Check it out. Code PKA. Just pay the $5. See what you're missing out on. High quality product that delivers.
Blue Chew's dope
on its guarantees. So check them out.
Yeah.
Very high quality. The Tadalafil, as always, is our recommendation. Kyle's recommendation that we stole. This episode is also brought to you by Lock and Load and everything over at GorillaMine.com. Go ahead and use code PKA or code JIZ for 10% off anything and everything over at Derek's site there, whether it's protein powder, energy drinks, weight loss supplements, dream supplements. He's probably got a million more products now that I'm not even familiar with, but anything you need. Pre-workout, the no stim, that's really good stuff. Black cherry is the best flavor of it. So 10% off, GorillaMine.com, any product with code PKA. And also use code PKA10 to get our merch 10% off. That is linked below. Get yourself a sweater or a t-shirt. And I believe in the next week or so, we should be having a whole new crop of stuff dropped. A whole new line dropped. So
do you want to spoil some of the Don't show the images, but do you want to spoil some of the names or like the ideas? Because I liked there's Taylor's Crab Shack, I believe. There's a shirt designed around that. I think Woody's it's Jackie's Famous Chili. I think we're toying around with a shirt celebrating her famous chili and as like a fake restaurant shirt. And I think
we still got to approve the final designs on those because we had some funny ideas right before the show.
Yes, we're going to need to work a little bit more. But I kind of like how Uncle Kyle's tranny shop was going. I thought that shirt
looked pretty good.
Looked pretty good. Transmission repair is important to us over there. So
it should be important.
The best.
It should be the most important thing. What can you do without your transmission?
We're selling just a blue shirt that that's the stupidest idea ever, but you can get Woody's blue shirt.
I like that.
Yeah.
Unlock your inner
Woody
anger.
went into a hateful, rage-fueled diatribe once. You remember what he said about Doc earlier? How mean it was. He went like twice as hard on somebody else while wearing a blue shirt one time, and it was a hushed silence. We were like, wow. He was like, you're like a NASCAR driver that hits the fucking wall every race, and you think that people show up for your driving talent. Crash and burn, you fat loser piece of shit. Like, no one likes you. You're uncomfortable to be around. Like it was just like one mean thing after another. Like it was piercing.
It was ruthless.
Failure to launch was worked in there somewhere.
Yeah. I don't remember what preempted that. Maybe he was talking shit about you or something. I don't remember exactly what happened.
Yeah, I want to say he might have said that if he made paramotor videos, they'd get 100,000 views each, but I have no personality, something like that.
Oh, okay.
And I hit it back.
I do remember. I know it was something about what he said because I remember specifically you saying, "Keep your name out of my keep my name out of your fucking mouth, you piece of shit." And I'm like, man, that's Woody's not usually the one to call someone just like you piece of shit, like just that meanly. Yeah, that was funny.
Although I gotta say, I would watch a Wings Redemption paramotor video. The physics
right
experiment alone is going to
make sure he's not in New York.
It's going to be like one of those flat Earth experiments where they prove the Earth is round or whatever. Like we'll see today just how much buoyancy we've built up with these new sails. Like he's going to look like a GPU with fans on the back, and he's going to have at least like a tri-sail above him or something.
Well,
So I took a guy up who's bigger than me, tandem, and I don't think we're bigger than Wings. You can do it.
The straps he's gonna need special straps because they'll dig in.
He's gonna need to be able to run about 12 miles an hour. That's the challenge.
Okay, put him in a trike. You got to put him in a trike.
You're right. It'd be a trike.
Dude, that would be cool, honestly, to see him in a trike. Like
what is a trike?
So it's exactly what it sounds like. They take a sort of a cockpit that's overstating it.
Yeah.
And put it on tricycle 3 wheels, and then your paramotor rig and everything is in that.
You're pretty popular in Gaza.
Yeah. Were they using trikes?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The trike was the way I was.
The next time you want to see a music festival, you got to trike it.
I can remember being hunting, and there was a guy who lived somewhere near where the land we hunted, and he'd fly over us and do tricks and stuff above us. Nothing like what you do, but just seeing a man up there flying with a parachute, like doing waving from side to side like a pendulum was like, oh my God. And we almost bought one of those. We were looking for where to get one. Dad was like, you can just buy a flying contraption and take off. he's like, I'm like, how can that be?
It is pretty wild that you can just do that.
And then he's like, they're like $10,000 or $12,000. Like it seems like how can you buy a $12,000 airplane? It's like, well, it's not exactly an airplane. Take a look here. See this fan?
The gliders catch my attention sometimes. I don't know why. It seems even more dangerous to really have to be able to nail your landing like that every time. But gliders look cool.
Did you see that guy? What do you call it when you've got the wingsuit? He was wingsuiting with a carpet.
I did. Dude,
yeah, that was so.
The carpet was it underneath him? It
was
like
above
Aladdin.
him, and he was clearly strapped into it in some way. So that it would hang on his ankles and his wrists, but it was catching enough wind that and of course he's in the place where you go to do that.
Yeah.
It's this long.
It was a rug actually, but yeah.
Yeah. And he flew. It was incredible. It made me wonder, like, why didn't somebody do that in ancient times? And like the show off. Obviously, you crash and die at the end, but for a while, everyone will be blown away. Like fucking Mustafakles is flying. Look, everyone, he's still going.
For the next 72 seconds, you're the coolest
guy. There'd be a while where we'd be like, come on, fly back.
It's theoretically possible, I think, to land in a wingsuit. Like, because you can gain altitude and burn that energy. Sure. And it would seem like if you could do it just right, you'd burn all the energy possible and land it.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the land and the wind would have to work with you. But yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I think it's more likely you hit something going real fast.
Right. I saw a guy parachute with no parachute. You've probably seen that. He landed on a bunch of boxes.
Motherfucker. Yeah.
He jumped from like 10,000 feet with no parachute, landed in boxes and maybe a net. I forget.
I think it was a gigantic net. It might have been in a stadium, like in a sports stadium. Like
that gigantic net, because I remember seeing that.
But like that's like jumping with a parachute is scary. But in my heart, I know that 900 times out of 901 times, I probably live here. Don't worry about it. But doing it without, obviously he's an expert. But Jesus Christ, jumping out with a chute must have been a weird feeling.
Dude, there's a YouTube series called Freak Out Friday. Have you ever seen it?
Probably not.
Every Friday they release another parachute malfunction. And probably 80% of the time they don't die. But 20% of the time is not good, which really keeps you on your toes as you watch the video. Like, guy throws his main, doesn't work, cuts away, reserve doesn't work. Now he's like problem solving, figuring shit out till he gets to the bottom.
I like that terminology of the problem solving. It's clearly like a practice term that you use in these classes and stuff. And it's just like I've seen them do it. Like they start trying to untie a knot at 4,000 feet, 3,500 feet, 3,300 feet. Whoo, this is quite a good one here. Oh,
if that becomes impossible, we need a parallel knot on the other side. We're going to land a little faster, but we'll get that spin out and work it.
The worst is the one where the guy just jumps out without the parachute, and then like 10 seconds later he goes, "Oh yeah," and then he just
that guy died. That guy fucking died. Yeah. The guy jumped. He thought he had the chute on and didn't.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
It
did not work out for him.
Saw a guy jump with no chute and then hook up with a guy who had one. It was clearly planned.
Yeah.
That's pretty neat.
The best is when those guys were all skydiving and their plane collides with another plane and it's all on GoPro and everybody's just fall and the planes catch on fire like a Michael Bay movie and they all just bail out with chutes. That was crazy. Like there's been some all-time great internet videos and I think that's one of them. That's such a crazy thing to happen. Two planes colliding with parachutists in them so they can jump out and like get away. And you can see the planes burning and tumbling away. It's wild.
Speaking of all-time great internet videos, you know what I watched last night? COD 4, Rats Clan versus Dogs of War, that epic comeback. Oh, you know it. You don't remember it. I bet you'd remember it if you saw it. Anyway, it's like game battles. And they're probably down 199 to like 155. And they're just getting their ass kicked. They're getting triple capped and stuff like that. And then they turn it around and triple cap for like 45 points in a row and get the win. Wow. The original version was much better, but it got copyright claim because of music. But it's still good.
A lot of that stuff had music on it. All those old Call of Duty montages and stuff. I don't think I've ever seen that. I'll look into it later. I tried to watch that old Swiftage that HQ Fighter made back in the day, set to Taylor Swift music, the COD 4 montage. Also copyright. Also copyrights. Oh, it's mediocre gameplay. It was 2008 or 2009 or something like that. He was like, but at the time it was
I think I was more into the editing than the gameplay because the gameplay, like you go out, you play in a really, really reckless style, and every once in a while you hit a weird bounce 360 and it lands, and I'm like, so like I know that's a 1% shot, and you tried 99 times missing. It just makes it not cool to me.
I like to see ninja diffuses. I still like that shit. One of the greatest COD videos of all time is on Crash. They're on top of 3-story, and the guy's sniping, not looking, and the guy that we're watching sneaks up behind him, crouches, pulls up Xbox Messenger, and sends him a message that says "turn around." It got done again in Modern Warfare, and then like text messages him and like takes the time, and the guy clearly opens the message, slowly turns around, and he kills him. Somebody did that in Modern Warfare 2 as well.
I saw it on the top of the, I forget, Crash maybe with the helicopter on the top of the triple story.
Well, that was COD 4, but somebody did it in Modern Warfare 2 as well on that big snowy train map that I've lost to time, whose names I've lost to time. I'm not going to play any more COD ever.
Are you sure Crash wasn't in Modern Warfare 2 also?
It was probably
Crash the one in the Baghdad
but
city?
It was derail that it was done.
Oh, okay.
You're absolutely right, Zach. But yeah, I haven't. I'm not. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to get this new COD. I know it's got zombies, but Taylor said he wasn't going to play zombies with me, so I probably won't even get it.
I don't like what zombies become. Now, of course, I don't know what the next one will be, but the whole like whatever hour and 20 minutes of Easter egg like following. First, you have to go here, then you have to train the witches, then you have to pull the switch, and then you have to do that, and that's how you get the power on. And I'm just like, no, thank you. I just want to kite zombies. And
just let me use the mystery box and let me use the pack-a-punch. All the rest of it is like when you have to go. What was that one with the robot giant that before you could pack a punch, you had to go, or if you wanted to pack a punch the staff specifically, you had to like in a certain order, like shoot the right torch in a cave and then go like stand in a foothole and look at something, and like just stuff that you would never figure out if there wasn't like an internal leak. And it's not intuitive and it's not fun. It's not like you're figuring out a mystery. Have you ever seen I followed the clues and it sent me here? It's like, no, just random.
All right. Mishmash. So I can't remember the YouTuber's name or Twitch streamer's name, whatever, but that's what he does. Like when on opening night, when the game first comes out, they're just trying weird shit, trying to figure out the puzzles. and you watch them for hours. They'll have you can't do crawlers anymore, so they'll have the last solo zombie, and one of the 4 of them just trains the zombie, while the other 3 are like, did you wiggle the book? Yeah, I wiggled the book. Did the shadow come back? No, the shadow didn't come back this time. All right, let's restart.
Oh God!
And they're just, it's a big. I watched them for hours, like wiggling and toggling and like standing in a certain place. There was a map where you had to like. There was like a. It was another one of those situations where you had to get out like a giant crazy thing, like a monster, and get it to chase you and crash through a wall to open the next section of the puzzle. And so they don't know where the wall is, so they just got it chasing them everywhere, crashing into everything. I kind of like that.
That was the big retard in the Western one where you had to like train the
it was that
retarded
premise,
giant,
but a newer map. They make another one of those things every fucking year or two.
I'm so grateful that Elden Ring is delayed. So in Elden Ring, to advance like the NPC's quest line, they'll be like, hey, talk to this NPC, exhaust all their dialogue, quit the game, come back, talk again twice, quit the game, come back, talk the 3rd time, now you're set. And I'm like, if I wasn't following a guide, I would never know that I had to do that 2 times.
Wow.
But that's how it's played.
I haven't watched a lot of guides for Elden Ring, so I just kind of stumble around. So I don't know what you do miss a lot of stuff if you're not watching those guides and stuff.
Woody does. Can I tell him? Woody has taken it to another level. He has gone full autist on Elden Ring. He sits there and has his wife as like. You ever see the off-road racing where the guy next to him is like coming up, slight left, brake, high topper, full gas, go. All right, we're coming into an L
right.
Yeah. Like she's that for Elden Ring, and they have charts. They have charts and like step by step, like do this, do that, and monitors open on the side, probably other machines running. Just to guide him through the world. Up. Yeah.
I like to imagine
that's the chair she sits in when she does it.
Yeah. I like to imagine that for like weeks now. She's been like, so I'd love to play, and you're like, yeah, definitely. At some point, for sure. Yeah. Like,
but your turn is coming, buddy. It's right around the corner.
Jackie. The thing is, you really need a powerful PC to run this demanding of the
game. You know what, Jackie? I don't think it's going to run on your laptop.
Oh. She likes her role. It's exactly where she wants to be. She likes hanging out with me for some reason, and she likes reading the thing. I'm like, I'll ask her to navigate the map, right? You just move this stick around to navigate, and she's like, nah, she wants nothing to do with it.
Nice.
That's a good place to be for you, where you're like, I guess I'll keep playing this game I'm addicted to.
She doesn't even want to play you guys. She would hate it. It'd be the
worst. She would. It's hard. Like, if you're not a gamer, starting at Elden Ring is a tough start.
Yeah.
I just realized for me personally, the juice was not worth the squeeze when I started and played for like 2 hours and was like, wait, so this whole game is me learning over time how long this knight is going to pause before he beheads me and what direction he's likely to run after that. It's like, all right, this isn't my jam. I'm sure this is fun if that's your jam.
No, you just jam, roll, man. You gotta be rolling.
You just panic roll constantly.
ABR, always.
As the ball screen's loading, Jackie's like, you're gonna need a lightning resistance talisman. You're gonna he has a move where he stabs his knife into the ground, pulls it up. There's an area of effect damage. Be prepared for that one.
Like, okay, but there is shit that, like, if I didn't watch the guide, there's that one guy in the castle who you like meet him and he's like, yeah, hey, have fun in the castle or whatever. And then you find out later, like every time you talk to him, he just steals half your gold without telling you. So if you look at your inventory, you're like, wait, where the fuck did all my gold go? Random guy is like, yeah.
This guy's just robbing you.
There's that one bitch in the round table hold who's like, do you want a hug? And you're like, I would like a hug. And she gives you a hug that gives you a debuff that you don't know about. And like, so your character's just weaker until
you lose 10% of your health. And there's a small little icon under your health bar, but there's like 9 icons under the health bar.
And none of those icons mean anything to me.
Right? They're all
so don't hug nobody. Don't talk to this guy. Like, the game's
like
full
real
of
life. You're learning some stuff. Don't trust people.
Has there been any like Woody, any like I told you so moments where she's like, this guy's gonna drop a fireball on your head right away, and you're like, okay, you start killed by the fireball, and she's like, "I told you about the fireball."
Dude, so many. So I think the key to beating the NPC or whatever is observing his moves and knowing how to dodge it and doing that repeatedly. She thinks it's some other weapon, the correct combination of talismans, etc. We're both a little bit right, and she's just like, I don't know why you're playing this game on hard mode. This rune arc, they're like these rare things that give your character +5 in every category. I was 176 hours into this game, hoarding them like a dragon in gold. I had 49 rune arcs, and I never called one, in case it got hard.
We've all done that. Where it's like, you finish Skyrim with 30,000 potions. I guess I gave myself a lot of.
But if you use a rune arc and then you don't beat the boss, you're like, "Fuck! I wasted a rune arc."
I'm down to 48.
No, I only have 48 of those.
Yeah,
it is when you're playing that game, you got to figure out. You're like, all right, how much do I want to cheese this? Because you can summon other players. You can use the little ghosts. Do you use the ghosts?
I use the ghosts. I've never
guys?
summoned a human, but I use the ghosts sometimes.
Yeah, but do you use the spirit guys you can summon with your bell or whatever the hell?
They're a mixed bag. I've used them and I've avoided them. So people don't know play the game when you can call in like another AI to help you, but it gives the enemy more health. So you have to decide if that guy's helping you or hurting you.
I just summon a bunch of regenerating skeleton idiots, and then the guy goes and fights my skeletons and doesn't pay attention to me poking him in the butt. I'm like, this is pretty good. This is helpful.
A lot. I've done that.
Are you still on Elden RIng grind, Vito, or are you checked out?
I've taken a break from it. I should come back to it and finish it, but I'm like 90 hours in, and you're like, oh my God, this is never going to end. Jesus Christ.
What are you playing now? Anything?
I've been playing that new Final Fantasy VII that came out in the early half of the year. And that also well, I don't know. I like it, but it's turned into Assassin's Creed or Horizon Zero Dawn. You're like, this isn't really Final Fantasy. This feels like you guys just wanted to make a Western open world game.
I've never played Final Fantasy. That's turn-based combat, right?
Well, the originals were, and this one's like actual active combat, rolling around and switching between. Like, it's fun, but I think I genuinely just like the old school RPGs of like walking around finding stuff. Wukong?
Yeah, it looks pretty cool.
Well, that's more of the real-time combat. Maybe,
I'm told it's a little easier
than Elden RIng. Yeah.
People say I've
been playing a lot of Magic cards on the internet, like
a lot of Arena.
I've been playing a lot of Arena.
Arena's
Have you
fun.
two played each other, Taylor and Vito?
I have not played you. I'll have to get your user after this, and I have not been playing Magic much.
They started doing real prize tournaments on that Magic Arena, so you can win full boxes of cards if you win.
Dude, are you good at Magic?
Like I'm not gonna go win any tournaments, but like I'm competent at it. Like I know all the rules, I know strategies. Like and it depends on what block you're jumping back into. So like when I logged into my account because my buddy got into it a few weeks ago, and he's like, "Oh, let's play some games." Like, and in my deck lineup, I have decks that I specifically made, common only pauper style decks that I use to play against new people. So it's a little more fun for them. So they're not getting rolled with combos. But if I were to jump into like standard, which is the most recent 3 sets, I'd get rolled probably for the first while because there's new mechanics every time. And so I would have to learn the new meta, the new mechanics. And so what I do, I just play historic, which is not one little window of cards. You can use any card that's ever been released on Arena. So that way, if I jump into it again now, even though I haven't played in like 2 years regularly, because I've been doing AoE, I just can log in, use those same.
You can still do okay. Yeah.
So Vito, based on what Taylor said, where do you think he stacks?
I'd destroy him. He's a fucking noob. What are we talking about here?
So? Hey, I went to Gen Con 2006. I
made day 2 of Vegas, baby.
I was at Gen Con 2006 for the Lord of the Rings Trading Card Game World Championship, and after that ended, a kind black man in the Magic department taught me how to play with the set Cold Snap.
Hey, Doc.
That's about when I started playing Time Spiral. 2006.
Okay, yeah, then we started about the same. I'll go really into Magic and then fall out of it entirely, and then get really like Age of Empires 2 has dominated my gaming for the past 2 years. And now that Age of Mythology is out, that remake, which is like a really impressive remake so far. Like I didn't think they were going to do as much new stuff. Like everything's overhauled, everything's new, all the quality of life stuff. It looks good. So I'm going to, and it's like Kyle saw it. Like it looks like a pretty fun game.
The problem with Magic
is you
said
it looked fun just last night, you son of a gun.
I say that. I say that.
Yes,
the problem with the recent Magic sets.
You were about to say it earlier, and then you got cut off, and I'm like, fuck, that might have been my one chance for him to be nice about this game.
No, it does look better. It's nice to see an old game updated because we played it like 10, 12 years, maybe not that long ago. It feels like 10 years ago. And it looked like shit, but we had like rose-colored glasses looking back upon what it looked like. But it looks pretty good. It's updated for sure.
When did the new one come out? Did that just come out?
If you pre-order it, you can play it now, but it releases for everyone on Tuesday. So because
I'm hearing a lot of people talking about Age of Empires all of a sudden.
Age of Empires, like I'm intentionally not looking up build orders or strategies or anything like that for Age of Mythology yet, because like once that like magic fades and you like know the metas and the correct way to play, like you're just angling to try and perfect it. Like, but this game is so much less competitive and time intensive to getting good at than Age of Empires 2. Like you can just like goof around on Age of Mythology. Like they have unit auto queue, which means like in Age of Empires, like a huge part of it is building your economy, which means constantly queuing villagers all the time. And you can't just queue 1,000 of them in the beginning. You don't have enough food. So it's just a constant every 15 seconds to 20 seconds, literally. I hit mouse button 2, queue. Like just whatever's going on, like always have to do that consistently intermixed.
You have a macro for you.
Do I what?
You have a macro like every 15, 20 seconds. That make it 17 and a half seconds. What is
well,
it?
That would be cheating. And I also don't know how to do that. But yeah, that would be frowned upon in cheating. If I got caught, they'd ban me from the ranked ladder for that. But yeah, and that'd be a big deal because that's where I'm playing most of the time.
That's your whole self-esteem.
Yeah, my whole self-esteem. you can
his whole sense of self-worth is the ranked queue of Age of a 1997 video game.
I got a name over there, all right?
You know what? I'm not even. So it's I'm nobody. But like you can just right click the production line and it'll just auto queue whatever you right click. So you don't have to micro and like be managing it that specifically. And it's more silly. So like there's some stuff you just can't come back from. Like if I go into Kyle's base and I drop a god power, like a meteor shower, like there's no way for him to strategize out of those meteors destroying him. Like he'll just have to watch and be like, fuck, I should have dropped a lightning storm on him before he meteored me. Well, that's no good. I should have made a Titan. Like it's more goofy, less intense, less strategic, way less balanced, but I like it so far. It looks cool. So AOM, if you're looking for an RTS out there and you don't want something as time intensive as AOE to get into or StarCraft, then this is a good option.
New topic?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which sport do you think has the most unhealthy athletes?
Boxing.
Okay.
What do you define unhealthy?
You can define it. I was going to go with bodybuilding. A lot of them die early or just, once they hit like, 44?
I'm sorry.
They're 100 years old. Not a sport to you. Okay.
No, and like steroids are like accepted in that. Like even if they are outlawed in some divisions or whatever, the testing is an absolute joke. Like it really is.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that's a real sport to me. Bodybuilding, like come on.
I like the Patrice O'Neill school of thought about what is and isn't a sport, where he like to him golf is not a sport. Like someone has to use their skill to prevent you from using your skill, to put it in his words. So like basketball is a sport, hockey's a sport, football is a sport, MMA is a sport. Golf is an activity.
Not golf, not running, not swimming.
Yeah, unless you can actively use your skill to prevent them from using theirs, it's not a sport. And also
you should be able to try and shoot their golf ball out of the sky. Like everybody gets a gun as well.
That would be a sport. That would be a sport. If you could charge down Tiger with a 9-iron and hit him in the ankle, as he was talking, that's a sport.
So let's go back to the unhealthy
contend with a bunch of snipers.
Sumo is my guess. Well,
I don't know if there's an answer, but sumo is.
Wait, do sumos die young?
Nah, those guys aren't even that big in real life. They're like I bet the average sumo weight 255.
That would surprise me. They look
make
bigger.
It 260, and I bet I'm nailed it. Zach, what's the average weight of a
There's some
sumo
big
wrestler?
outliers, but yeah, they some of them are a lot smaller than you'd expect. There's one like really small guy who's like kicking ass, and he's not even like Japanese.
I don't think it's them. I don't think it is obese. 200 kilograms, 440 pounds, or over. What? In sumo wrestling,
you
in
have
general?
to weigh 440. Probably in the top league.
Oh, I that's staggering. A 440 pound Japanese man is just a butterball.
A lot of these
sounds
guys
right.
More like a rice ball.
Their thighs are incredibly strong.
Not eating butter over there.
They can't process that dairy.
They can't process that dairy. They're lactose intolerant. You fool.
I guess the football players are really healthy. I'm thinking like there's a lot of steroid use, and it's a game we pretty much smash heads together.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the New Heights podcast. Those guys look really healthy.
Now, pro wrestlers, I feel like that's super unhealthy, and those guys are broken down, and that I kind of do think is more of a sport.
More than bodybuilding.
That's not a sport. It's
closer to like
dramatic performance.
Yeah,
that's like going to a musical and going, yeah, look at those athletes out there singing their hearts out.
They're definitely athletic.
That's part of it, though. They're doing gymnastics and choreographed routines. It's not all that dissimilar.
When you go to Cirque du Soleil, do you go look at that sport?
Well, no, they don't have competitive Cirque du Soleil, but if they did,
sport.
Well, that's acting. That's an
athletic. It's acting. That's an
athletic performance.
We're talking about professional wrestling.
That's an athletic performance.
Yeah, how can you say wrestling's a sport and bodybuilding isn't? Come on.
Neither of them are sports. Real wrestling is a sport, but WWE is not a sport.
Men of America are going to have my ass for this one.
If Goldberg was actually trying to keep André the Giant from achieving victory, whatever, then it would be a sport. But they're doing play wrestling, so it's like it's acting, it's activity.
Goldberg would be shocked that André had come back from the dead and become some sort of enormous golem.
Okay, well, Hulk Hogan then fighting André the Giant.
They did fight.
There we go. Boom.
That definitely happened.
The Hulkster slammed André, picked him up over his head.
I would boo that if I were there. I'd be like, no way.
Over his head is. I don't know.
Parts of André were over Hulk's head.
If André jumped,
when he stood up beforehand, his head was over his head.
Show me a picture of Hulk Hogan slamming André the Giant. Everyone's acting like the Hulkster wasn't fucking evil.
This is gonna be like Creed's cartwheel. Just not.
It is like Creed's cartwheel, but it counts.
I haven't seen this for a long time. I wonder what it looks like.
It looks fucking cool. He's wearing the old school yellow and red, if I remember correctly. His skin is extra bronzed.
Look at that over his head.
That's
100%.
the beginning of it. He's just beginning to lift. He gets him up. Oh, look at that. That's what I'm talking about. That's pretty
what
good.
I was talking about too. You see him lifting him over his head in that picture?
Can you see Hulk's head?
Yes.
In that picture on the right, you can see Hulk's head.
Foot
yes.
Over the
what
head?
Do you think is behind his back in the long blonde hair?
I don't see a head.
You're insane. It's clear.
Over there? Yeah, then look at Andre's feet and ass. They're above it. He lifted André over his head.
Okay.
That is not over the head. He's at chest height.
Pieces of André were over Hulk's head. And Hulk
so if André stands on his hands, he's over Hulk's head because his foot's over the head?
If he stands on his head while Hulk's holding him above his head, then yes. Hulk had him in the air.
All right.
I bet I haven't watched that clip because I didn't watch wrestling. But I bet
is a great American man. Okay, I don't want to see anyone saying anything bad about his character.
Don't deflect. He's a great American. Doesn't matter if he was a great American.
He's a family man. He's a family man. Okay.
What was it? Was it Hulk Knows Best? Hogan Knows Best? What was his show called?
I think it might have been Hogan.
I think it was
Hogan
Knows Best.
Dude, they look like the Nazi dream of the future. They're all bleach blonde, like hot, muscled up people, and then it all fell apart. Like the wife leaves him. The daughter,
the kid, didn't the kid kill somebody in the car?
Kid killed somebody in a car crash. Yeah.
That was.
And then the daughter started dating a black guy, and Hulkster gets caught on the phone being like, "If she's gonna date a ninja, find a rapper or a basketball player or something. That kid ain't got nothing going for him."
It is weird that the Hulk racism stuff kind of went away. They took him out of one of the WWE games right when that hit. They're like, oh, we can't have Hulk around. But now everyone's like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, you should have just been like, want to play as the Hulkster.
Yeah, it's because he hates poor people, not black people.
Yeah,
clearly. If that would have
as
been
he said,
a
in
rich
his-
rapper, he would have been cool with it.
The crazy thing is that Hulk's huge comeback was having sex with Bubba the Love Sponge's wife and getting $100 million from a gawker. Without that, he'd be basically destitute. But he got all that money.
Didn't somebody fund that suit? Was it
Peter Thiel?
Peter
That's what I
Thiel?
thought.
Palantir.
What is Palantir? Is that his company? Is that
It's
like an
basically
AI thing?
Skynet. If you want to invest in Skynet, you should do so.
He's never seen the movie.
I don't know what
even.
that is.
You've never seen The Terminator? You cock-sucking goddamn it, man. Come
I've
on.
put together most of it from Kyle's.
I feel
You know,
like
he
Taylor
tells-
not
let
seeing
me
the
say this.
Terminator as a form
Not
of
only
child
has he not
abuse, and I
seen-
blame his parents.
So here's the
Me
best
too.
part. He's never seen Terminator 2. So the beginning would be a twist.
So the beginning would be a twist.
People who like enjoy
It
movies
would.
and specifically movies like this one can only dream of that. It's like watching Lord of the Rings the first time and thinking Gandalf is dead. It's like that level
That's a
of
good
like my
comparison.
first experience can never be matched again. It's
Why have
that.
you not seen The Terminator?
You know, life comes at you. You know.
No,
you
not
get-
like you just talked about how you play
It's
a
on
castle
Netflix.
game and you launch little meteors at people all fucking day. Why don't you take 2 hours off from that and watch Terminator?
Yeah, but that's 2 hours. I can't be launching meteors at people. And
Do it. You do it like every other millennial. Have the laptop on your lap and kind of pay attention to the movie.
Don't do that.
Well,
Don't do that.
if I'm gonna,
No fate but what we make. You better watch
Literally,
that thing for real.
I teased Kyle because I did start Terminator 1 like a year ago, and because I caught myself not paying attention to it, and I was like also on my phone, I was like, no, I'm not gonna do this because I played it forward in my head. I'm like, I'm gonna say I watched Terminator. Kyle's gonna ask me a pretty basic follow-up question. I'm not gonna know because I won't have been paying attention, and then he'll say I'm lying about having watched it at all.
Yep.
And
That tracks. That
that
tracks.
tracks. And so I'm like,
Yeah.
no, if I'm gonna watch it, I need to be like hands on the lap, folded, locked in. And I just haven't.
Bro,
Well,
you got to complete the James Cameron filmology. They're all good.
they're all good. He's never made a bad movie. You can go back to Piranha 2. It's a good fucking movie. All right.
I haven't
James
seen
Who's the
Cameron
Piranha.
has good-
Avatar guy? Is that
That's James Cameron.
That's James Cameron.
Jim.
James Cameron, the greatest filmmaker of all time.
Do you know
He's
his
fucking good at
Avatar's
what he
1
does.
and 3 in terms of sales?
Gross all time.
Dude, is that some
Of course,
sort
we
of
don't adjust for inflation, so that's horse shit.
Is there a scheme
Okay.
going on? Is there something behind the scenes? Are they
The
laundering
scheme
money
is that
with
the man
Avatar?
is a treasure to the filmmaking community, and you haven't
We
seen
all
Terminator,
watched it.
Taylor.
We all watched it except for you.
You are not
Like-
allowed to come up with
That's true.
Yeah.
sneaky theories if you haven't even seen the man's
No,
magnum
that-
opus.
every single movie I start having that theory because I don't see
yeah.
Taylor's always going on
Is
about how
this
the
a
deep state's
scam?
modifying Rotten Tomato rankings or something
Dude,
like
the
that.
deep state is buying fake tickets and juicing the numbers for these releases. Yeah, no, I need to go see a movie in
True
theaters.
Lies. You ever see True Lies? Arnold
No.
Schwarzenegger, Jamie Lee Curtis.
No,
Jamie Lee Curtis does a striptease. Her body's rocking in that movie.
I know who
Yeah.
she is.
That's another
That's
one
her
of James
body
Cameron
too.
movies. Yeah, it's fucking smoking hot.
Taylor sees the deep state in Rotten Tomatoes. I see body doubles in every sexy girl. I'm like, what are the odds that Hollywood actress is actually hot? I don't buy it.
We know your
She's
girl,
probably-
that girl from Euphoria that you've been watching that plays the teenager that has sex. Zendaya, or is it Zendaya?
Zendaya.
I don't know.
Yeah, her body's real because she doesn't wear anything in public. Like every time I see her at a fashion show, she's wearing like a dress made out of 4 pieces of aluminum foil from a leftover dinner or some shit. Like
She's auditioning to become Kanye's girlfriend.
I thought she was dating
I
Spider-Man.
don't-
That stuff.
she doesn't have the parts to be Kanye's girlfriend.
Yeah, he
He's
has a
a-
type, and it's
Yeah, it's
a
bodacious.
busty Italian lady apparently.
His type is bodacious.
A
Then
girl can
look- and,
dream.
like
Kanye
she
will
needs to-
hook you up to the blood machine to make sure there's no Jew in you, though. That's his one thing.
That's his one thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe like, did he go so far that he was saying that like he was the real Jew, like we're the real Jews, like Black Israelite style, or was he just straight up like, I don't know, these Jews not for me, don't like them?
It's kind of hard to when a guy goes like, I just like Hitler. You're like, well, there's a lot of ways to interpret that. I don't know. I don't know where you're going. With it.
What clearly what he means to say is, I mean that I like Hitler and everything he did. It means I wish I could go back and make and let Hitler live longer so he could kill more Jews. Like he, Alex Jones is.
But he
having a
could
moment.
convert them into
He's just like,
rainbows, is what I'm saying. And the rainbows would come back to life. You're like, I don't know if this is anti-Semitic or not. It's going.
Alex,
in
if
a
you would
number
have
of
your
ways.
cameraman zoom in on the anti-Semitic memes on my phone.
No, please don't zoom, Terry. What are you doing? You work who you work for?
The absolute best Kanye clip.
Our position is
like,
precarious enough, Terry.
That'd be so funny to see Alex Jones as the one
clip
freaking
when he
out.
was in the middle of all of it was when he goes, and then the doctor gave me a bunch of drugs that fucked up my head. And I'm not going to say what kind of doctor it was. It was a Jewish doctor. Like the timing is like,
oh, the timing. He took like the 2 beats of time he took before.
Beats are like such good comic timing that you're like, is this
and the sideways head? It's like if that were a scene in like The Office, they'd be like, perfect, first take, we got it. Like it was a Jewish doctor.
It was like a Jewish doctor.
Head bopping. Have
you ever seen? So Kanye accuses Quentin Tarantino of stealing his idea to make Django Unchained. And they asked Quentin about that, and he's like, Kanye wanted to make a black cowboy movie. Okay, he wanted to be a black cowboy. Okay, that's not what we. And I'm like, well, that's kind of what it is, though, right? Well, yeah. So he did steal his idea a little bit, or maybe they had parallel thinking.
It's not that unique an idea.
Yeah. I feel like that idea is a little
slavery
generic.
Times. Like,
okay, I got to make a white cowboy movie. The next guy that pulls that off, they need to know that came from me.
You know, he wanted Will Smith for that shit, and Will said no.
Oh,
really?
Django, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, he didn't want to play a slave, or they thought it was a bad look or something. And he's clearly so Will clearly tried to copy that Tom Cruise method for picking scripts.
Okay.
You look for the things that were blowing up, and it's like CGI, sci-fi, and like action, and with a love story attached. It was something West. Like, yeah, there you go, exactly. And the big spider from that, I can't remember the big spider story.
This story.
Where did the big spider
Smith
story
tells it?
And,
Kevin Smith tells it. Yep.
Yeah.
They were talking about, there was this idea for a Superman movie going around at Warner Brothers, and they were calling Kevin Smith in to like read the script and tell him what he thought, give him notes on it, because he's such a big Superman nerd that apparently he's like an authority on it, as well as a writer who they respected to some degree. And they had all these crazy ideas. I think Nic Cage was going to be Superman. I think Tim Burton might have been directing it or attached at one point. I've seen, show us the picture of Nic Cage in the Superman suit, because it's not bad. And they did a callback to it recently in the Flash movie. The Flash movie went to like there was a moment where you see all the multiverses and like Nicolas Cage Superman shows
Nic Cage
up.
Superman fighting a giant spider.
Fighting a giant
well,
spider.
Because the producer was that guy.
Wait, that's true? That wasn't a joke?
No,
that happened in the Flash movie. You see Nic Cage fighting a giant spider.
He looks like this
as Superman.
Yes, this Nic Cage is CGI in the movie. Yes.
Honestly, and the guy who was producing all this stuff was that guy who was Barbara Streisand's hairdresser, and then just fell into producing because of it. And he was nuts in the head. So he goes to Kevin Smith and he's like, it needs to have a giant spider in the movie. And he's like, why does Brainiac have to have a giant spider? And he's like, I see it in my head clearly. And then they didn't make the Superman movie, but he produced Wild Wild West. What did that movie have? Had the giant mechanical spider. It was still in his head. Like, the spider is the most dangerous animal in the animal kingdom. Kevin Smith's like, I'm pretty sure that's not true, man.
Is that Selma Hayek in that movie that shows her ass with the button
Wild
down?
Wild West, I think so.
Yeah. There's a scene where she turns to she's I don't know, she got wet or something, and so she's wearing his pajamas, and they're old prospector pajamas with the ass that buttons down, and she turns around and leave, and her whole big ass is exposed. That's the only good part of that movie. Yeah, that's the only good part.
I never actually saw Wild Wild West. I remember like everyone being hyped for it, and I just never saw it.
I was a kid, so I didn't mind.
Because it was after Men in Black, so like Will Smith was at the height. It was like, oh my god,
he did the soundtrack again,
Big Willie style.
Yeah,
we're going to the Wild Wild West.
He's got a whole like rap song about his character being cool that plays at the beginning and end of Wild Wild West. At the beginning of the movie, he's fucking a black prostitute in the town's water supply. He's like up in one of those tanks of water that's like all of our water, and they're like chilling in there, like post-coital, like chilling, soaking in the town's water supply. That's a shit.
I never thought of it like that somehow.
Yeah, fuck Will Smith. Yeah, that's how he thinks about people. Little people are just below him, and whatever it takes for Will Smth to get off.
Not even just the little people. People as big as Chris Rock. He bullies.
Giants in the industry. Dude, that's another one of those movies like the Donald Trump thing, and like, I don't know, 9/11, or like the Challenger explosion, where it's like, oh no, what's happening right now? What is this real? Is it real? What? no, it's AI. And the AI was kind of a thing already. And it was like, that can't be real. It's got to be a skit. And it's like, no, Will Smith just assaulted the host of the Oscars. And nobody's going to say shit. In fact, they're going to present him with like a lifetime achievement type award here in about 37 minutes.
So he won. Didn't he win an Oscar for a movie? Like
he won for something. He won something, and it was a big moment. And nobody, and they treated it like, oh yeah, give him his flowers. But in reality, it's like there's an assault victim in the back trying to figure out his closing
it kind of ended his career. I mean, we don't know where the future holds.
Nah,
but it hasn't been
that's not true. His mobile game came out just a few months ago.
I stand corrected.
Okay, but I was like,
it was him as save the world.
I want to ask this to you guys who are better socially than me. Let's say Will Smith took great offense to this Chris Rock joke about his wife's alopecia. What would have been his ideal course of action? Apparently, slapping's unpopular.
He would need a better one-liner as soon as he got up there. That's the actual response. He would have to out-funny Chris Rock, but because I don't think that's possible for Will Smith.
No, he already did. That joke sucked. He didn't have to do anything.
No, he didn't.
G.I. Jane. What's a G.I. Jane reference? When did that movie come out? Like 97?
94 maybe?
G.I. Jane is from 1997.
Actually, there's really no way for him to do it well. Because I was thinking because the G.I. Jane joke wasn't very funny. So Will Smith, if he came up with the one-liner or something that could beat that, but then you're just opening up Chris Rock. So now Chris Rock can just riff on you, and he's going to win.
Yeah, right. It's like, just outduel Chris Rock in a war
or laugh. It's just a riffy joke.
You just got to shrug.
It was a couple years ago when Ricky Gervais was there, fucking ripping people new assholes.
Bro.
You can't take an alopecia joke.
Did he rip individuals new assholes? I remember him collectively sort of talking about Hollywood in a negative way.
I don't remember specifics. I remember he's like, all of you applaud for Roman Polanski. I don't want to hear your nonsense on morality.
He gives Mel Gibson a hard time. I remember that.
Okay. I'm like the one guy who's like, dude, he ripped on his wife's medical condition of losing her hair, which must be emotionally brutal for her. And he can't beat Chris Rock.
She's a bajillionaire. Who cares?
A bald woman does not lose her.
Oh, a black woman has to wear a wig? I've never heard of that.
I hear what you're saying, but I don't think she had eyebrows. Dude, for anyone to lose their hair is rough. For a woman to lose their hair in Hollywood must be brutal.
She's best case scenario for losing your hair, though. Let's admit that. She is a beautiful black woman in Hollywood. The perfect person to go fucking bald. She looks good bald.
She does look good. And you can also go, you know what? I'm just going to laugh it off. It's the night of the Oscars. Not every comedian's going to land or riff or whatever. He probably wrote this the night before. The crazy thing was, you know how she has that podcast, The Red Room? I think she finally stopped doing it. But right after the Oscars came out, they couldn't figure out the best way to spin it. So she did a special where she brought on the mom of a kid who killed themselves because people made fun of the kid for being bald. And I'm like, I don't think this is the PR strategy to go, well, I might have killed myself for being bullied. So, it's good my husband went and assaulted Chris Rock. I think the way to handle it afterwards is to make a Bad Boys movie where Chris Rock is the villain. That was the only way to handle it.
I think
Chris Rock was just like a drug dealer, and he's like, Will Smith, you're fucked. I would have watched the hell out of that.
Slap him.
I'd have threatened. Will Smith should have immediately came out and threatened Cat Williams and Kevin Hart. Any black comedians under 5'4", you can get it. Don't you talk about my wife.
You think Will Smith could? Yeah. I guess
you would have. I watched Cat Williams lose a fight to a 13-year-old.
I was going to say who's
he tried
to
sucker
really
punch
short
the
one?
kid.
Did he?
Yeah, the kid's in his face a little, and he's like, yeah, and he clearly thought it was going to be one of those sucker punches from the internet that you knocked the fuck out, and it was going to get. But instead, this 13-year-old who was a heavy set guy just goes, "I'm gonna whoop your ass, Cat Williams," and he proceeds to have a very awkward wrestling match with Cat Williams on the ground while Cat just kind of riffs. He's like, "This is what y'all let happen to y'all elders." This is what y'all let happen to a black celebrities in your community. He's saying stuff like that.
He's like, you guys don't treat your celebrities right, as he's getting manhandled by a child.
Yeah, he's getting beat up so bad his little Velcro Oshkosh Bigosh shoes are knocked off.
I hadn't seen this video.
Oh, dude,
before.
can you
I'm watching it
imagine
now.
how much of how much
it's 10 years old maybe.
Dude, Chris Rock is more professional and probably was just shocked. If he would have went up there and slapped Cat Williams, we would have gotten like a tight 5 of the meanest, most ruthless anti-Will Smith stuff on earth. That would have been hysterical because Cat Williams is a very, very funny guy. He's quick. So that would have been great. It's a damn shame. They should let him host.
Is funny.
They should have had Chris Rock host the next Oscars, man. They should have made it like
that would have been sweet.
Hollywood never has enough fun. You got to be like, we're letting Chris Rock host the whole thing.
Yeah,
Chris Rock did a special. Thought he sort of told his side pretty well.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, but he's funny.
It's
I
good.
like Chris Rock.
It ends with the Will Smith stuff.
Here's the problem, though, is like no matter how much Will Smith screwed up, like that guy's got his fingers in so many little brands now. Everyone in Hollywood's got a piece of him that they can't let him fail. It's like, he owns he's selling water, his wife's selling cosmetics. It's like everybody in Hollywood's got a little piece of that guy. So
I think he's done though. Like, what's he gonna do? Like, I'll tell you this.
I thought he got a new movie coming out. No,
what's it called? The last movie I saw of him was when he was like an assassin
Bad Boys
hitman
came
type
out.
character. Bad Boys is like his fallback to like the good old days, like old trusty. But I'm sure that did okay because it is what I just said. But I can't see him having like a new sci-fi tentpole blockbuster type. The last thing I saw him in, he was like fighting his clone, like a younger version of him. And so they just CGI'd a 20-year-old Will Smith for him to fight, who was like better and faster, but less experienced. It's like, I can see where this is headed.
He's got a movie coming out next year, Karate Kid.
Wait, no, they already did Karate Kid with his son, remember?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's coming out in 2025.
They're doing another Karate Kid with Will Smith.
With Jaden? Is Jaden in it too?
Is Jaden in it?
Well, stand by, I'll look.
Jaden was the so you may not know.
Jaden
they did
was
a Karate
the Kid with Jackie Chan.
Was exactly. Jaden has to go to China, and all the yellow kids are whooping his ass because
they're practicing.
Smith. Because they hate his sister's music.
And everybody was like, "Wait, Jackie Chan doesn't do karate; who does kung fu? Why is this called Karate Kid?" It was a weird thing. And then there's
now that I look into it,
Japanese, Chinese, they mixed them up.
Same thing.
Will Smith and Jada are producers; they're not starring in it.
They probably got a piece of it when they did the last one.
But is Jaden going to be the Karate Kid again?
No.
I don't see Jaden starring in it. Jackie
Jaden's
Chan.
They're not letting Jaden be in movies anymore.
Jackie Chan, Ralph Macchio, and Ben Wang had the top credit.
Okay. That Ralph Macchio is the original guy. He's the original
It's probably going to be because they got that TV series Cobra Kai. It's probably going to be a capstone of that show.
Oh, that's just an example of what you were saying, where they're tied into so many things and fingers and pies.
Yeah, he probably owns the Karate Kid part of the franchise.
He probably bought part of the rights so he could get his kid to be. So he did 3 movies I can think of with Jaden. He did the Pursuit of Happiness. Well, he did Pursuit of Happiness, and that's when Jaden is like tiny, so it doesn't matter that he can't act.
He doesn't have to act good.
After Earth, which was supposedly directed by M. Night Shyamalan, is maybe one of the worst movies that's trying to be good of all time. Like I think it's as bad as Battlefield Earth. I think it's that bad. I think Will Smith's trying to do this accent that's like an amalgamation of lots of Earth accents for whatever reason, and he can't even keep it up, even though it's inconsistent. It's inconsistently inconsistent. It's awful. And then the kid is the star of the movie. Like Will Smith gets crippled at the beginning, and the kid has to go on this whole journey by himself. So Jaden's acting talent has to carry the whole movie. It's him and CGI for 90 fucking minutes, and it's bad. It's so bad. And the premise is retarded. The premise is retarded of that movie. It's in a future where we abandoned Earth and we colonized a new planet, and that planet was the holy site of like a different alien race that lives kind of far from it. So they're attacking us with these monsters that they genetically created. But the monsters are like blind and deaf, and they smell human fear. So what does humanity do? Spacefaring humanity. How do they fight them? Well, you have to master your fear and become a shadow walker like Will Smith. He doesn't exude fear pheromones because he has no fear. And so he's just like a ninja master with this space spear, killing them by hand. It's like, where's the Air Force? They run around.
Good point. But it sounds like a vehicle to make Will Smith look cool, and that's trying too hard.
Oh, yeah. No. It was the vehicle to launch Jaden Smith's whole career. Will Smith is like backup role. He gets crippled at the beginning, and he's at the ship on the radio going like, "You have to keep going, my son. you have to go deep into the forest with his stupid made up accent.
What the fuck? Why does he sound like that? I had a stroke in the crash.
He made up a space accent. He made up a space accent for the movie, and Jaden is essentially Jaden has to put an antenna on a mountain to signal for help, and all the while he's being stalked by the I don't remember what the Ursa, the MRSA, whatever monster that's after them that only smells human fear. And so at the end, Jaden masters his fear and becomes a shadow walker and like has a fight with the monster.
I hate it.
Everyone did.
Yeah.
Everyone did. It's one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
So you think Jaden he's not going to be a big actor?
No, not at all. Not at all. Not unless he has one of those like who was the kid Roundhouse or whatever, Round Stack or whatever, Short Stack, whatever his name was from the Short Round. There you go.
Round Stack.
I called him. It's like a bullseye. Kyle's getting like a 6, a 7, a 9. No 10s, but he's circling the bullseye.
I kind of know what his name is.
No.
He was the little kid in the Indiana Jones movie way back in the day, Temple of Doom. And then he had that huge resurgence of his career as a man, as like a 40-something-year-old man in Everything Everywhere All at Once. He's the guy in that doing all the kung fu.
Do you think Spielberg ever stopped him? Like Short Round would come in and be like, Dr. Jones, there's an issue in the center of the market. And he's like, cut. So Short Round, just more Asian.
More racist.
Dr. Jones!
Dr. Jones, hold on your potatoes!
Oh. It's like, yeah, can you throw a couple more in there? Dr. John. No,
really chink it up for me. You know what to do.
Don't worry, it's 1987. No one's going to be mad.
Yeah, you're one of the
most of the people are going to focus on the racism against Middle Eastern people. The Chinese stuff is
the
fine.
Indians. The Indians,
exactly. It's
oh my God.
Snake eaters and brain eaters.
Eating snakes, brains, like black magic voodoo dolls for some reason. When they go to the village that's like become super poor and they're eating like slugs or whatever, that guy genuinely doesn't speak English. His lines are phonetic. They like spelled out in Hindu what to say to Indiana Jones, and he's just sounding out words of English, and so it has a really interesting sound to it. And he has lines. He's explaining that like that someone came and the cult came and they stole the magic stone and the land has died. They took the magic fucking stone and everything. That's my favorite Indiana Jones movie, Temple of Doom. I don't like the other two. It's a bunch of Nazi stuff. I don't care. I like the fucking Dark Temple and like Kali Ma.
Temple of Doom is the Kali Ma. Yeah, that's the one I like the most. The Ark of I hated the end of the Ark of the Covenant one. It would always scare me when I saw the melting faces. Yeah, I didn't like that.
Yeah, that's cool. No, that's a good effect.
I always hated about Ark of the Covenant that they cut a scene because it doesn't make any sense. Everybody's like all excited to rip open the Ark, and then for no reason, Indiana Jones goes, "Shut your eyes." Mm-hmm. And you're like, "Why? What do you mean? How do you know to shut your eyes when the Ark of the Covenant gets opened?"
He knew. He's a historian.
He knew. Yeah. That.
What do you mean he knew?
The Ark of the
There's
Covenant.
There's got to be a warning.
In the Old Testament.
Why did he know and no one else knew?
Yeah,
there were overzealous Nazis who thought that they could take the power for their own, and Indiana knew that it was more power than a man could.
That was their one ring. But if you've read the Old Testament, you know that the tabernacle, their like moving temple where they would keep the Ark of the Covenant, they had a giant like curtain, like a 6 foot thick or 6. It was it's a curtain so big that I remember like being taught in Bible school about it and being like, what, a 6 foot thick curtain? What was this hanging from in this portable temple? But anyway,
it's really a wall of cloth.
And so, unless you were the high priest and you asked permission to go in there and were granted it, if you went in on your own, dead. You just died from looking upon it.
Got the Ark of the Covenant?
So I think that Indiana Jones probably read that.
You think the Catholics have the Ark of the Covenant? You think they got
where you talk about that? You can't just expect the audience to go into it and know the rules of the Ark of the Covenant. You have to explain the rules at some point.
They figured it out like 30 seconds later when all the Nazis.
No, they figured it out because there's a deleted scene where a guy tells him, "Hey, if they open that fucking thing, close your eyes." Like that was a scene.
Yeah, that's true. That would be a useful bit of exposition.
That scene is super useful. They also, if you pay attention, the first time when they dig the Ark of the Covenant up, you know, and the Nazis are digging in the wrong spot because they have the wrong coordinates, and they go in at night to dig it up. They also, there's a deleted scene in the same scene. He goes, "And don't touch the fucking thing." So if you pay attention during that scene, they have like all these like wooden planks and whatever to make sure they never actually touch the Ark of the Covenant, which never like gets talked about.
It's another Bible thing. See, if you went to Bible school, you went to
I remember
Sunday
the
school?
part of the Bible where he says, "And lo unto Job, he looked at the thing and his eyes popped out of his fucking head." And
well, the Bible doesn't go
said,
it wasn't quite as intense as the Nazi faces melting off.
I loved it when the Nazis' faces melted. It's one of the best parts of that movie. That and when he fights the big airplane mechanic and he backs into the propeller of the old prop plane and it chops them all up. Yeah.
Did you watch the most recent Indiana Jones?
No, I watched Crystal Skull and I knew like that was about the time when I realized that I shouldn't rewatch or I shouldn't watch the remakes and like the nostalgia, like bait and all the geezer teasers that I had to cut that out of my life, that it would just make what came before less if I watched it.
The weirdest thing in the new one is you have the heavy who's like the big brute of the movie, and it's like, oh, watching Indy fight this guy is going to be cool, you know, he's way bigger than Indy or whatever else. And then at one point there's a kid in the movie, a little kid, I don't remember I think he's like Indian or something, and him and the heavy fall in the water and they get dragged into this underwater passage, and they're like handcuffed together because the kid knows how to get to the magic thing, and so the heavy handcuffed the kid to him, and the kid gets the key, undoes the handcuffs, and then cuffs the heavy to like some grate underwater, so the guy presumably suffocates to death underwater.
Wow.
And I'm like, you just had a little kid suffocate? That's not fun and adventurous at all. That's like if Short Round took a gun and started killing everybody. It's like, you don't have the kid do that. You gotta have
what did you think of
that.
the de-aged Harrison Ford? How did he look?
It's all like at night and dark. It looked fine, I guess, but you know,
he's got old man voice though, doesn't he? He's still got that old man voice.
Definitely got old man voice.
Yeah, well,
why couldn't they fix that? Or go in there and put some of that old Harrison Ford back in there.
You gotta get the AI voice in there.
Yes, go back to like those John Grisham movies he made in like
the mid-90s
in
this scenario. Like if you're gonna CGI the actor and AI his voice.
Honestly, not. I mean, a little because he plays old Indy later on, but I didn't want to. Crystal Skull was so fucking horseshit. There was aliens. There were fucking aliens at the end of that goddamn movie, and there was a part. The aliens weren't even the most ridiculous part. There was a part where Shia LaBeouf traveled through the jungle by swinging on vines, not like monkeys, but with monkeys who were also swinging on the vines, and that's before the giant ants showed up.
That is stupid. I don't think I've seen it. What happened to Shia LaBeouf's career? Is it just over?
He did a bunch of weird sex stuff.
He got real artsy with it. Did you see Nympho?
No.
I meant he got Me Too'd also, but
I
think he got a little Me Too'd.
I hope
he was being weird on the set.
He's a really good actor.
He's a method actor. If he's being weird on set, I choose to believe it's for the betterment of his art.
Tanya Barnett accused LaBeouf of sexual battery, assault, and infliction of emotional distress.
He was playing a gay rapist in a movie. What do you expect of him?
Shia is like legitimately crazy though. One of the weirdest things was there's this comic book guy I really like named Daniel Clowes, and he just makes little dumb indie comics. And then one day Shia LaBeouf goes, "Hey, I made a short film. It's starring that comedian who always talks about Hot Pockets. What's that guy named? You know,
Jim Gaffigan.
Yeah, Jim Gaffigan. No, I made this thing. He's an art critic, Jim Gaffigan. I made this short film." And then Dan Clowes goes, "This is literally just a word for word retelling of my comic book. Like you just took my comic book and made it into a movie and changed the names of the characters." And it is exact, like 100%. He just read the comic and made it into a short film and thought like, I can just do this, right? And you're like, no, obviously you can't. That's
shitty,
like making,
it's really
like
shitty
a Batman
and weird
movie.
But it's also like really weird. It's like
at least cut him in.
Right?
So can,
Yeah, why not? He's like a little comic guy. Who cares?
I just remember when he kept raising that flag. And then the people from 4chan were like geolocating where it was.
Oh, yeah,
you will not divide us.
Yeah,
they're using star signs to like geolocate it.
That's crazy.
They're like
he also did a thing. He did a thing where he put a paper bag over his head, and he was like in a theater, and it's like you could pay $20 to go in, and he's just sitting there wearing a paper bag on his head, and he doesn't speak and he doesn't move. And somebody asked him, they're like, "So how was that?" He's like, "It was pretty good until this one girl raped me." And you're like, "Oh my god. Why didn't you break character at that point?" He's like, "That would have defeated the purpose of the whole thing." All right.
He was getting groped up there?
He should have said, "Oh, that wasn't." He should have been like, "That wasn't me."
That was me. I've been in the green room eating snacks, drinking Perrier.
Here's the thing.
That was the stand-in.
You would write Shia LaBeouf, but misspell the last name. Nobody knows how to spell his last fucking name.
LaBeefy.
Yeah, that was Shia LaBeouf. I'm Shia LaBeouf.
No, see, it's SHYA. That's what this guy is. Different
What
guy.
a stupid fucking name. No, I always liked him as an actor. I liked him, I guess, in the Tank
Even
movie
Stevens.
No, not going back to Even Stevens. I
liked Even
shit.
Stevens.
I didn't watch any of that Disney stuff at all. But I liked him in the Tank movie with Brad Pitt.
But
and then the sister from Even Stevens became Kim Possible.
Yes, and then Ren, who I don't know what that actress's name is, but Ren was the sister's name on Even Steven. I haven't seen her in anything since Even Steven. Because I didn't watch Kim Possible, so I didn't.
Were they doing foot stuff on that show too, with little kids?
No, because that was Disney
I
Channel.
don't think so.
Little kid foot stuff. Where was that at? Nickelodeon.
That was Nick. That
was Dan Schneider. No,
that's where I go.
Dan Schneider was Nickelodeon, right? Is that?
Yes.
Okay, then yeah, that's what that was.
See, I always go with the stuff. He goes like, well, like foot stuff's just funny, and you're like, yeah, but like some of that stuff is like. At one point, for some reason, I was watching like Hey Arnold. I don't know how it popped up, and I was like, how much foot shit can you put in one episode of Hey Arnold? It's like it was like one episode that was just like a girl sticking her foot in Arnold's face, and Arnold had to give her a foot rub, and I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Oh, I don't remember weird. That one. Dude, Hey Arnold was not one of my
Hey
go-to.
Arnold. If you look up Hey Arnold foot scene, I was like, something's going on. This is different.
You know who wasn't doing creepy stuff like that? Rocco's Modern Life. Just a good, fun show.
I didn't watch that either.
The whole family.
I didn't watch most of these shows. I did see Kim Possible because I had
Kim Possible was a good time.
Vito, you made a comic book, right?
I did make well, it's almost done. Right now I'm making all the tchotchkes and getting the coloring together. It's a very involved process.
Do you harbor like dreams and aspirations that it gets picked up like the next Boys?
Oh, I mean, it will. What do you mean? Dreams and aspirations.
Okay, so yes.
I'm gonna the secret this thing into an animated series, motherfucker. It's happening.
The secret. It took me a second to understand the reference. Animated series, not live action, not an Amazon thing.
No, it's gotta be animated. Come on, because that's how I sold the tchotchkes, and then nobody wants to buy an action figure of a real guy. It's got to be a cool cartoon anime guy. Okay. My room right now is full of all the merch I've been making.
I want to see.
I have the Super Killer lunchbox. This will be the collector's edition that contains all the stuff. I have the Super Killer. There's Pogs. I don't have the Pogs in here, but they will come with the official Super Killer Slammer, which is a metal coin, which is very nice. Oh, I have one here.
Thank you for telling me what a slammer is. What is a Pog?
A Pog is you got milk caps. Back when the kids were playing Pogs, they're milk caps with little pictures of characters on them.
Those are those wooden things that you could get it like as a.
You stack them all up. They're a bunch of. They're like cardboard. They're like cardboard discs.
Cap like on a.
Okay, here's how Pogs went. I'll tell you. In Hawaii, milk. What do you call it?
Milk caps.
Milk jugs were covered with this little paper cap. That's how they sealed them. And the kids in Hawaii started collecting them for some stupid reason. And they invented this game where you would take all your milk caps and the other kid would take all his milk caps. You'd put them in one stack together and you'd take turns throwing like a stone at them, or again, like the slammer, the big, like heavy thing. And whichever ones landed face up, you kept. And whichever ones landed face down, you put them back in the pile and you kept going. So it was this game of trying to flip over as many as you could. And then it kind of caught on, and then every company started making Pogs. There was Power Rangers Pogs. There was also McDonald's had Pogs at one point.
So it's basically a round trading card.
Yeah, it's a round trading card. It's a stupid little collectible thing.
Okay.
You got a lot of stuff.
I also made the enamel pins. Yeah, well, I made like a collector's edition where everybody gets. I like making stuff. It's fun.
Yeah, that's really cool. Very high quality.
Yeah. How many superheroes are in your comic?
Now.
There's a Super Killer. Was that the main?
Super Killer? So he kills superheroes. He goes from universe. He's a universe traveler.
Okay.
And basically, you can check it out at superkiller.org. But basically, the idea is every universe has actually, Deadpool ripped me off. Every universe has a superhero. If that superhero dies, the entire universe dies around them. Like they're the central figure of that universe. And this guy, because there's too many universes and they're sucking too much power, his job is to go from universe to universe, killing superheroes and ending worlds. And
Is
but
he
it's
a good
not a
guy or
job
a
he
bad guy?
well, that's the thing. He's just a guy who kind of fell into it, and he's got amnesia, and he doesn't remember how he got this job. He just knows if I kill 100 superheroes, I get to quit. So I just need to destroy 100 universes, and then I'm done. And until then, I'm an emotional blank slate, and I'm not going to think about it at all. But then he meets a girl, and he saves her life, and she's along for the ride. And she's like, "Hey, you're a monster. You're a fucking asshole." He's like, "Yeah, I know. Look, can we just push through this and get this done?" That's like a really dark comedy, you know? And then it's just going from the universe to, so, you know, I have one issue is going to be like, he's got to kill Sailor Moon. You know, another issue he's got to kill the Flash. Yeah, so I got a bunch of stuff planned out. We just got to bang out this first one.
How do you handle killing things you don't have IP to?
Well, I mean, we're gonna call her like Sailor Magic Supergirl or whatever. Sugar Mountain Magic Lady. Exactly. So, like, you know, in the first one, he's clearly fighting a Superman type character, but I just call him Meteor Man, and there's some differences. You know, maybe someday I will be able to get some IP and he can go kill some real guys. But
go get home Flanders.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with it, and it should be out before the end of the year. We just got to get it to the publisher.
So it'll be like how many
am I
editions? I guess. Like, do you have plans for like the whole overarching story?
You want to know how many stories,
like how many editions? I guess. Like,
well, the way I've set it up, like honestly, if it keeps going, for this first one, we raised like $110,000. I got like 2,000 people waiting on it. Obviously, it'll like, you know, the first one, everybody wants issue 1, and then you kind of find some readers and stick with it. But, you know, I would keep it going for, you know, a decade if I could, which is as long as I can keep people reading. This first, but I haven't broken up into like an arc. So I have an arc planned out in my head. There's this kind of spoilers. There's this kind of Batman type guy who figures out what's going on. He's like, this guy's an asshole and he's ending worlds, and he's chasing him from world to world, trying to break his neck. So I think the first arc is going to kind of deal with this one character who's chasing them from world to world, trying to stop them. So, and that'll be like cool. six issues. If we can do like 2-3 issues a year, it's just really hard to get people to commit with the schedules.
How are you like
and the artists.
writing? Like, do you break down like an outline format? Are you storyboarding it? Are you just like jotting down notes and ideas?
I am storyboarding. That's the other thing. That's probably, I don't know if I'm going to keep doing this, but for this first one, I storyboarded like every single page. I really like broke it down intensely. So, and it's been really cool to see him take my storyboards and make them into like actual pages and stuff.
But that leads me to, so you write, obviously you came up with the idea in the first place, and now you're writing. Do you write every word yourself?
Yeah. I mean, I have like an editor. I have a couple like, guys. I pitch it. I send it to them and I go, hey, does this make sense? And they'll go, oh, this part doesn't make sense. You should change this word.
How do the pictures get created? Do you have artistic talent, or do you have somebody else?
Yeah, so I have an artist. He's this awesome guy out of Mexico. So I'll hand him my like storyboards real quick. I'm trying to see if I can pull it up at all. And I'll basically send it to him and I go, well, this is basically what I think I want. And then he'll play around with it and try to make it actually work. So real quick here, let me see.
Yeah, Zach, put whatever he's sending up.
I'm trying to see if I could find the
while you do that, if you lost your artist, is there like another artist that could take over in that style, or are you like really hosed? Like how?
Well, honestly, I'm in this interesting position. I mean, like in comics, you'll see artists will change sometimes on issues, but I'm in this like very lucky predicament where if each issue is set in a different universe, it's not really jarring if the artist changes. Like if I go to Sailor Moon universe, I can use a guy who's better at drawing, anime type shit.
That's neat.
So it kind of it's also gonna make it so I can have guys hopefully working on, one guy can be working on issue 2 and the next guy is working on issue 3. I can do them in tandem because different guys can do different ones. Sense. Okay, there's my screen. Is that working? So this is what I sent the artist. I'm like, okay, so it's him explaining it. Yeah. So I drew this. So obviously it's just kind of like chicken scratch, but it kind of shows where I want people to be and whatever else.
1,000 times better than I could do.
Yeah,
I do all right.
Really?
And then this was his version of that. So he takes that and he, kind of fleshes it out and makes it into a real thing. And we go back and forth. I go, hey, like I think this one. I go, can you get rid of that line on her face? It looks like she's drooling. Or can you change his expression so he's happy instead of sad?
Can you go back to yours?
Yeah. Once. Yeah. There we go.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at the bang. and then like what he turned it into, like with adding his own.
Well, the bang will come into like, you know, so that's also like the letterer is going to add to it. So the letterer will add, you know, sound effects and stuff. Yeah. This is all temporary. Like all the words you see here is just my temporary lettering, so I can send it to people to read over the script and whatever else. But yeah, it's pretty cool how you can take like really stupid drawings and make them far less stupid.
No, it's important. Cool, like a picture tells 1,000 words. I'm not like a big tattoo guy or anything, but in the tattoo world, if you have a vision and you draw it, even if you're as horrible as I am, the tattoo artist is like, it's actually more helpful than you might think. You know, for you to use your words to tell me what a picture should look like is crap compared to your poorly drawn 3rd grade sailboat. Like that tells me so much more. and yeah. So anyway, yours are obviously, I didn't mean to insinuate that.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun working on it, and it's all, I mean, obviously I'm learning my way through the process. I've printed stuff before, but I've never dealt with, you know, colorists, letterers, whatever else. It's a lot of, it's managing a lot of different people, but
how long are the editions? So like edition 1, like it's like 50 pages.
Well, that's the other problem is like a typical comic is like 20 pages, 30 pages. Okay. This first issue is like 68 pages. So it's more of a graphic novel than like a comic book issue.
What's hard that you didn't expect to be hard?
Man, a lot of stuff. I think just like the back and forth of like trying to really nail, like honestly now when we first started off, the artist and me, like I think it's like kind of understanding each other's styles. Like now that we've been working together for a while, when I say like here's what I want it to look like now he gets it. But at first it was a lot of like, oh no, you got to go back, you got to fix this, we got to change this.
You guys in the same time zone? How far apart are you?
I mean, he's in Mexico, so I think we're pretty much in the same time zone. He might be off by an hour. I don't know exactly what part of Mexico he's in.
That's not bad. I used to work 3 hours apart, like East Coast and West. It's worse than you'd think. Like not only do they not start until like 11, they don't really start until like 12. And then like you're at lunch, so you don't really start together until 1. And then that ends at, you know, just a few hours later. Then they go to lunch at, what is it, 3? So you have like from 1 to 3, and then 4 and 5, and that's it. You're like, what? You're 3 hours apart, and you somehow lose like all those hours? Yeah.
Well, making all these tchotchkes, and also the printers are all in China, so all those guys I got to talk to at like 1 o'clock in the morning, and there's a big language barrier there. Actually, with the lunch boxes, they're like, I was like, don't print these yet. I want to change them a little bit, and they're like, yeah, sure. And the next day they go, so we printed 300 of them. I'm like, oh God, no. luckily the thing I thought was going to be a problem, I see it and I'm like, okay, never mind. It looks fine. But they're like, sorry about that. We'll give you $100 off. I'm like, $100? I spent a lot on those fucking things.
Is there like, is the issue you find more that like, oh, I have so much more I want to add to the comic and I can't fit it? Or are you worried in the future ever being like, oh, fuck.
I think the issue
I can't get more than 12 pages in this episode.
I don't want my artist to go insane, you know? So like there's a certain point where I go, okay, it might be like a marginally better if I had him redraw this thing or whatever, but does it really, like at a certain point you just got to stop nitpicking over it. You know, I think that's the biggest thing is like people don't understand how much time it takes to get this stuff done. You know, just drawing these pages, and they're like the guys at Marvel and DC who can like pump out like 2 pages a day are like, if you look at the quality of it, it's like not 100% there because they're just like, yeah, just get it done. Like with this, I'm like being really particular because I'm going, well, it's issue 1. If they don't like issue 1, they're not going to read issue 2. So let's make issue 1 like as phenomenal as we possibly can. And the rest of them, we can cut some corners and it doesn't have to, not every panel needs like lavish attention on it.
Are your customers as discerning as you? Like, I don't think I'd recognize the difference between like your artwork and Marvel. Like, I'm just not that sophisticated a customer.
It's a mix. There's some people who, that's the weird thing about comic art is like some people can really tell what quality looks like and some people have no idea. So, but at the end of the day, you know what? I want to be a little bit of a snooty perfectionist. I've never gotten to make a comic book before. And this is honestly an idea I've had kicking around for over a decade. And I'm like, I just want it to be a thing where I can pick it off the shelf and not go, I fucking hate this part, or I wish I had done this better. I just want to knock as many like rough corners off, and I go, this is good. This is something I'm happy I made. Because who knows if I get to make another one, you know? Yeah. Maybe everyone will hate it.
Rolling the dice and trying, like doing it it's impressive for me. Like I think it's really neat that you got past the, I have an idea. I'd love to do this someday. Well, why don't you? Well, how do I get started? I need a backer. There's some reason I can't chase my dreams, so I'm just gonna not.
Yeah.
Has working with China been frustrating? Getting the knickknacks and all that?
They're usually pretty good. They've got it down to a science. You go to Alibaba and you go, I got yo-yos coming in. That lunchbox is gonna be full of so much garbage because I don't know why I'm an idiot. I was like, get a lunchbox full of garbage. But yeah, they know what they're doing, and I'm trying to think. I guess, yeah, the miscommunication sometimes. I also made plush toys, so that was a bit of a problem. I got one of those kicking around somewhere.
What was the issue with the plush toys? They just made it wrong.
They were getting the colors wrong. I was like, this color blue, and they're like, yeah, like the sky. I'm like, no, like Batman blue. Do I have one? I think I go. Oh, here we go.
Batman blue. I didn't know.
Yeah, the dark Batman blue, like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's not Batman. That is Batman blue to me.
No, yeah, I know. That's what I wanted. Like originally they were doing it the wrong color. I was like, that looks terrible. See how we got her? She's got her the hoodie comes off. Look, this is going to be my backup plan. When the comic fails, I'm just going to make idiotic merch for everybody else. There you go.
It seems like you're like on the road to success with it. Like this all looks really, really professional. And it's an interesting, I know I couldn't know less about the comic book world. I didn't read any as a kid. It just wasn't, I didn't have friends who were into it. So I don't really know, but the premise is interesting. I like that more than like,
man, it's going to be, well, Deadpool. The thing is also, it's got to be, it's like funny. I think one of the big problems that comics are facing these days is like Spider-Man was funny. Remember, Spider-Man is swinging around, he's cracking jokes or whatever. And even if you go back and you read like the old Superman, if you read like the original Superman issues, he's like, forcing Jimmy Olsen to marry an ape, and Batman's like, finding a million Robins and dressing up in rainbow like everybody makes fun of that old Batman TV show because it was all campy and stupid. And you're like, yeah, but that was really fun and like funny. And now everything's so like dark. It's Civil War, man. What if Iron Man and Captain America were mad at each other? I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
I like that movie.
It's a good movie, but at the end of the day, like you realize, like most of this is kind of stupid and like goofy.
Honestly,
like
some of my favorite parts in that movie are the funny parts.
Like, exactly.
The big fight where Spider-Man is like, "You have a metal arm?" The thing does not follow the laws.
That's what
physics.
drives me nuts is when people complain about the Marvel quips, and I'm like, those movies would be unwatchable if Robert Downey Jr. wasn't dropping these little one-liners. It's like, who's that guy? He's a wizard from space. Oh, he's an alien who came here to steal a necklace from a wizard. I'm like, that's just funny, and that is an accurate description of what is happening.
You're embarrassing me in front of the wizards.
He's the only person who seems like he's from the real world. He's like, it's an alien. He's here to steal that magic.
And I also think, you know how anime is like kicking ass right now, and all the like One Piece gets its own show and whatever else. Like, I think the Japanese really understand how to make comics. Like, Japanese comics are funny, and you kind of, when you have a funny character, like a guy who's goofing around and cracking jokes, and all of a sudden the bad guy's got him like, choking him out and about to stab him through the head. You go, shit, that's my little buddy. I don't want him to fucking die. I like that guy. Whereas if he spent the whole time being like a brooding badass and he's about to die, you're like, well, yeah, but that's kind of his thing, right? It's not his.
Yeah.
Right. Goes around, comes around.
Connection. Yeah, exactly. I just watched that guy break a bunch of people's fucking faces. Why do I care if another guy kills him?
I also like Punisher, though. I like something like Punisher where I wish they had made, when they made the Punisher TV show, the first season was fine because he's like getting his backstory out of the way. But I expected season 2 to be him just going to Detroit and cleaning house, or like picking a mob family somewhere, or like a pornography ring, or like human trafficking, or something like that, and then just working his way up the ladder of seniority, murdering. And it wasn't.
That's a good pick, man. Every episode's like a different level of the crime organization.
Yeah,
like, all right, first episode, all right, we're going after the street level dealers, and the next episode, okay, now we're going after the suppliers,
and they do it in the background. They're like, oh yeah, and then they like show an exterior shot of like a shady, like edge of the city by the waterworks factory, and then you just hear like machine gun fire and flashes from the windows, and Frank walks out, and you're like, oh yeah, he killed them all. It's like, That's what I'm here for. I'm here for the part that you think is background information. I'm here for the part where he puts the bullets in the magazine.
I came here for the punishing, and I was denied it, and now I'm sad.
Yeah, he's always got to find a girl to take care of or something like that. I did like the prison fight that they had in that in the second season, maybe. He gets in like a prison fight with maybe 6 other guys to the death. He's stabbing people with a broken mop handle. That was pretty fucking cool. It's brutal.
A Netflix series?
Yeah, it was good. Well,
so
parts of it were good.
Netflix like lost all that Marvel because of the problem was Disney Plus came along, and then Disney's like, we want all that shit back.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing they saved was Daredevil, and they put him in the She-Hulk show for some. Oh man, that She-Hulk show was such a disappointment.
Yeah,
and that's another example of like, man, how do you screw up the She-Hulk show? A court show about superheroes and court stuff with, what happens when the Hulk breaks your building? It's like, all right, well, you owe me another building. Like I want to see that shit. But instead it ended up being like a relationship drama, and oh god, She-Hulk was terrible.
I didn't watch that either.
Did you ever watch Harvey Birdman?
No.
I remember that being on Adult Swim.
That's where he's a lawyer, right?
Yeah, he was the lawyer, like representing the Flintstones, and like Scooby-Doo and his friends gets caught smoking pot, but they can't call it pot, so
that was such a weird fucking show.
It was a really good premise, and
all I remember is when that would come on, just always thinking like I should go to bed. Like
no,
it's 1:15 in the morning.
Harvey Birdman holds up.
I'm gonna watch this weird 15-minute runtime fever dream. And then,
there was worse fever dreams on Adult Swim, man. There was like 10-ounce mouse and a bunch of weird. I never watched Squidbillies. That was
I was just thinking Nothing got me to turn off Adult Swim faster than seeing the macabre, depressing aesthetic that was Squidbillies. I don't think I've never seen the aesthetic of the show and disliked it as much as I hate.
It reminded me a bit of Ren and Stimpy in some ways, but it's really gross animation. I didn't like it either.
Yeah,
I also really did not like Ren and Stimpy as a kid. There was this period, I mean, there still is, like, kids are supposed to like gross out toilet humor and whatever else, but I just could never get into it. And a lot of the Nickelodeon stuff was that.
I remember liking it.
All Real Monsters. I was like, this sucks.
Yeah, I like the Warner Brothers stuff. I liked Animaniacs and Pinky and the Brain and all that shit. I like the Warner Brothers cartoons more. And even going back in the day, Looney Tunes. I watched tons of Looney Tunes when I was like 5.
Yeah, it was on 24/7.
Speedy Gonzalez. I think they got Speedy Gonzalez. I think they Aunt Jemima'd him.
They better not have. Speedy Gonzalez was a role model.
Me and Papa loved to watch Speedy Gonzalez. Arriba, 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 andale, andale, andale. And his cousin Slowpoke McGraw or whatever his fucking name was. He's like Speedy. I am not as fast as you. He's fucking real
Slowpoke Rodriguez. Slowpoke Rodriguez.
Was that his name? Slowpoke
yeah,
Rodriguez.
that was his name. Because McGraw's
been about 25 years since
the donkey with the gun.
Yeah, but Speedy would come in like a superhero and save him from. I think it was Yosemite Sam was up to no good in the
yeah. There was a lot of Yosemite Sam causing trouble.
Yeah,
classic. Loved Yosemite Sam when he would pop on screen. I also loved Foghorn Leghorn as a young kid. He had so much energy. He was great. He'd pop on screen and he'd make funny jokes.
See that second Space Jam movie with LeBron James?
Skip that one too.
I gotta lie.
It's the fucking worst thing I've ever
I can
seen.
tell where something's going.
The first one wasn't good. I liked it when I was.
Don't you say
10.
that.
Don't
say that about Space Jam.
Vito, are you sure you're just not the demo, right? Because these guys think the first one was good because they were the right age for it.
I do. He doesn't.
I enjoyed it as a kid, but I bet if I watched it now,
I still think it's good. I still think it's good. Bill Murray's in there.
I think the original Space Jam has some good gags. The part where Michael Jordan gets sucked into a golf hole and Bill Murray immediately, the guy's like about to take their picture. He's like, will you put that fucking camera down? Like he thinks the camera was yeah, like, that's pretty good. Here's the weirdest thing is like Warner Brothers keeps doing this thing where they go, here's all this shit we own, and they keep putting it in every movie. So in the middle of the Space Jam movie, the guys from A Clockwork Orange are just in the audience. And you're like, that's a movie about a bunch of rapists. There's a scene where they hold a woman down and rape her. Yeah, that should not be in Space Jam. It does not make any sense.
No, they paralyzed the guy and laughed about it, singing in the rain.
How is that different than having Marvin the Martian there? I don't get it.
Very angry.
He's raping. Marvin the Martian would be part of the rape.
Isn't that what he said? You make me so angry, or that makes
me so angry.
You make me so angry. And he'd shake and had that little
Marvin the Martian fan.
It was kind of just a cast of characters that were always popping up in those cartoon shows, though. Like,
apparently that Looney Tunes movie that got shelved was actually really good. You see the one that people were fighting to get released?
No.
Yeah.
Called like Coyote versus Acme. And I think it's about the Coyote finally suing the Acme Corporation for selling him all this garbage over the years that doesn't work. And people have seen it. We're like, it's fucking hilarious. But like Warner Brothers did that thing where they're like, yeah, we're just going to get rid of it for the tax break.
Yeah.
Like,
Batgirl.
Man,
they did that to Batgirl and no one complained.
Well, yeah, Batgirl, you're like, that's fine.
Do you know the rest of the cast in that Batgirl movie, though?
Well, that's the thing. The only reason I was excited for Batgirl was because what's his name was playing Firefly, fucking the Mummy,
the whale.
Brendan Fraser.
Brendan Fraser was going to be the villain of the Batgirl movie, and I was like, I'll watch that.
The whole cast was good. Like everybody was good, but apparently it was so bad that no. And I've seen pictures of it. I think they recast Batgirl at one point. Even I think they had to get a different actress to play Batgirl at one point, and eventually they just canned the whole thing and deleted it. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, there's been a bunch of that weird stuff.
I would watch a Coyote and Roadrunner like movie.
I think
that
it's
was
like
another one of my favorites.
Yeah. I think it was
but
like
I'm imagining there'd be like
movie.
I need them to like flash back to what happened. Like and then I bought this enormous slingshot and I constructed it to spec. Okay, we test fired it. Everything was fine. But then when I got into it like an enormous arrow and shot myself, well, you know it, I fell straight to the ground and the whole machine
movie does kind of write itself.
Like the whole like gag where you paint the tunnel on the wall, like
I used the Acme paint and I painted a hole and it made a real hole. And then when I tried to run through it, I just slammed in the wall.
That tunnel was supposed to last at least half an hour, as it says on the back of the can. I got 3 seconds at the most. He was gone.
I'm hoping somebody leaks it. I think it'll happen.
I think
all that stuff. Somebody's got to have a version on their hard drive somewhere.
I want the like Uber version of the Lord of the Rings to come out too. I want them to take all that extra footage. Dude, they've got. I've seen some of the clips and I've seen the stills. They've got so much more, dude. They got so much. They got like another 30 minutes per movie or something.
Dude, if they released a 5-hour version of every movie, I would watch it.
I want to monkey's paw this, right? And they release a super extended version of The Hobbit.
Oh, I will not be watching that.
Well, I'll skip that one.
I wouldn't watch a largely truncated version of The Hobbit. Like, they released it in a 20-minute
if you took. That's what I need. Is somebody like I can't remember who. Maybe Tobey Maguire did it to some movie. I need somebody to edit down all 3 Hobbit movies into one 90-minute film that's worth a damn.
They couldn't do it. It's not good enough.
It was Topher Grace. Topher Grace did that to Star Wars.
Grace. He
Topher Grace took the Star Wars prequels and he made them all into one movie, right?
Wait, that 70s Eric?
Yeah.
He did it. So he's been like he wanted to be a film editor, and I don't know if he still was doing it, but as practice, he cut all the Star Wars movies into one movie and he screened it privately. And people who saw it were like, "Yeah, it's actually pretty good." It's like this legendary Topher Grace cut that nobody can see.
That's cool. I haven't seen him in anything since that 70s show.
Black KK Klansman. He played
the bad guy.
Oh, that was
he
good.
Played David Duke. Yeah,
dude. I think I saw a clip from that movie. Klansman. Is that okay? Maybe not. I saw a clip from a different movie, maybe where the white guy is like FBI, but he's undercover with the Klan, and he's having to like do a Klan parade, and so he's undercover FBI, but he's pretending to be Klansman in the Klan parade with the hood like popped up high. You know how they do it sometimes, showing the face, but also displaying the hood. And a black friend of his is like there to protest. He's like, Reggie, what the fuck? And he snaps. He goes, shut up, ninja. And it's like, damn, damn, that was hard. And his buddy is like, the fuck?
Like, I thought we hated black people. Man, that was intense.
It was so intense.
It's
full American History X. Yeah, he made that army movie where he'd been forced to beat his buddy to death. No, that's Tobey Maguire. Never mind. He made Predators where he was the serial killer. He got kind of
vindicated because remember he left that 70s show and there's this thing where they're like, yeah, Topher Grace was really hard to work with. And then what's his name got arrested for raping all those people.
Danny McBride. Not
Yeah,
Danny McBride.
and Topher Grace was like,
Danny-
yeah, I had
Danny
trouble
Masterson.
working with that rapist. That guy
Yeah.
sucked. And you're like, oh shit, Topher's vindicated. All right.
And I think the whole time, or a lot of the time they were filming it, wasn't Danny Masterson and the redhead actors. They were both Scientologists the whole time, right?
I think
Because
so,
I think I heard something about that causing some rifts.
some
This
rifts.
is Eric's girlfriend.
Yeah,
No,
Donna.
yeah, his Donna,
Donna.
that's her name. Yep. You know who I didn't never care about Donna. She was never funny. I guess you need a straight man character, but I liked her dad a lot.
Red.
Oh,
He was always
yeah.
very
No,
funny.
Yeah,
Oh, he's the guy with the afro type thing.
Yeah.
He's walking around in a robe, like just having
No,
a
I
lot
like-
of sex.
God,
with
they
his
did
wife,
that
having a good time.
reboot recently, and I think it completely fell off. That 80s show, was it? Or that 90s
Well,
show?
90s, I think.
it could.
Yeah,
So
they
they.
did 80s show.
It wasn't 90s? Am I crazy?
So
I
they
think
done
think it
both.
was
They just
90s.
tried to do 90s.
They
but
did
in
do
like,
both.
In like the late
Oh,
2000s, they did do 80s show and nobody watched it.
That
Yeah.
was even older. It was like early 2000s. They tried to do 80 show and do like a direct. And you know who was in it? Fucking Dennis Reynolds. What's his name? That actor was in the
Oh,
90s
okay.
show from the late 2000s. I hope that's making sense.
Yeah.
On the success of that 70s show, they tried to make that 90s show as like, here's the, and things progress or whatever. And it did not go over well. But yeah, he was
I guess
in
that
that
90s show did get a second season. So, oh wait, August
Maybe it was the
2024.
80s.
That
It's
was
still
that
coming
80s
out.
Yeah, that 90s show is out now.
The new thing they've done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What
That's still
Kitty
going
is in
on.
this?
Yeah, they all are. So is Red.
I mean, it's pretty much just the Red and Kitty are like the focus, I think, because they couldn't get anybody else back. Ashton Kutcher's not coming in.
That's a shame. I feel like Ashton Kutcher
Wilmer
and
Valderrama.
Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis got a hard time because they wrote that support letter for their rapist buddy.
Danny. Yeah.
But it's like, come on, man, that's their rapist buddy. They didn't write, hey, he didn't mean it. They just wrote the good things they knew about him. Like, hey, I don't know rapist Danny. I don't know that guy. I know generous, kind, well-meaning Danny who helped me when I had a flat tire. They wrote one of them letters and everybody was giving him a hard time. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure Ashton Kutcher runs a whole like global charity to like help trafficked women. I think like that's like his thing.
Yeah, that's like his big thing now. He's running that charity.
Did
They
he get
made the
rid of
wrong play. It was one of those things where if he just if they
He may
just
have
let it
stepped
go.
down.
I want to
Really?
say step down.
He may
I'll
have stepped
check.
down from the board of that in light of his Danny Masterson support letter that he and
That's bizarre because that was one of those like flash in the pan fake cancellations where I'm like, this is gonna be over in a week.
they
Nobody
had a
cares
whole
that much
see.
about
They made
this.
an apology video the first
They didn't
day.
need to do that. Yeah, they didn't
They
need to
did
do
a
that.
full T Martin, dude. They're crying in front of a wall. They got a dog. Like it was
Should've just let
classic.
it go by.
Yeah, you pull a syndicate, then it just
He
goes
did
away.
step down. I'm reading it on the Wikipedia page.
That's a shame. It's
They
just
should have done
out
a
there
Dr.
doing good.
Disrespect and said, did my buddy rape some women? Sure. It's a bad who can say.
No, he should have tweeted and been like, vacation's too good. Ja, 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 ja. Because that's apparently what.
Where do you think he's vacationing? Like genuinely, where do you think the dock is? Like if you're a
Thailand.
geoguesser, we're playing geoguesser, and you have to pick an area on the planet. Whoever's closest gets the cashola. Where are you throwing that pin down for the dock's locale?
Thailand.
It's too easy. It's too easy.
Oh, well
I
played.
got
He's
no
got the
east
wife
side
with
or
him.
side.
Dude, he's stressed out. Where do
He
you
brought the fam.
he's
Right.
not-
The
His
man just
family
needs
with him, though.
a nightly massage.
No,
and
he
a
likes
daily
he
massage.
loves the nature there.
And a midday
Mhm.
massage.
Sunsets in Thailand are wild, I'm told.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not that he's seen.
What's
one yet.
sunset code for?
I just said that. It wasn't code at all.
Child sex.
I literally meant like that when the sun goes down, it turns kind of orange and red.
Yeah.
That would be the problem being in Thailand.
I mean, I'm sure it's
probably
pretty
half-
there. It's probably pretty nice. They got monkeys. They
I
probably-
bet he's home. That's
oceans.
my actual guess.
No
What's
way.
what's it been? 6 weeks?
Yeah,
We'd
like-
had some sort of YouTube paparazzi out there, like scoping him out. Doc, what do you say about the allegations? And then flash bulbs going off like the 50s.
The
I mean,
wife
you might
probably
be
already
right.
made peace with this years ago, right? She must
I'm
have
here
known
to
why he got
sissy
fired.
hypno you, Doc.
You know, I've wondered that too. Like the wife made peace with him stepping out of his marriage, but did she make
Yeah.
peace with his attempted pedophile and masturbating to trannies?
Well, I mean, when he got banned from Twitch, do you think
No
he gave
idea.
her like a, oh man, it's just like some shit, you know? Like, how do you hide that from your wife?
Yeah.
Maybe he
I don't know.
didn't. Maybe she would. I'm not gonna do that.
Maybe she was helping.
I'm not gonna, steer clear that one.
Like,
Well,
as far as I know, this thing about him trying to fuck children is new information to her from this year.
Oh, really?
Well, she probably. I would not imagine.
So
she
what
was
did he
Well,
tell
every Jeffrey Epstein needs his guy slaying Maxwell, right?
You don't think you really
have
don't think
one
his wife
without
knew?
the other.
No, I bet she thought
Love
that he was
and
trying to.
marriage.
Well,
That's
he
a good
was
fucking 90s show.
successfully fucking other adults.
Christina
I don't think
Applegate's
she knew
titties.
about the children.
I always felt bad when I heard Christina Applegate got that double mastectomy because it's not like a normal lady losing her boobies. Those were like magical titties.
Those
You
were
know what I
America's
mean?
titties.
It's like
It's like
Usain
your
Bolt
Usain
losing
Bolt
his
got
legs.
paralyzed. Yeah. It's the same.
At least you can slip on those latex fake boobs and make TikTok videos.
No,
Bam.
dude, Zach, can you show me? Here's what you Google search.
No.
Married with Children, Christina Applegate, Pokies. All right, like that's what you're looking for. That's how we fucking got people to watch TV shows in the 90s. God damn it, you put a bad bitch on there with her titties out. Very attractive lady. Lost her boobies.
Was she a 10?
Yeah, like she's like up there. She's like real close.
Right? Like, is there any room for improvement on this physique?
She's pretty stunning. Like there's more of it, and it's also good. She doesn't cut off here. There's more person there. Trust me. You're not a stump.
Oh my god.
She doesn't end there? Yeah.
There's more.
It's as good as it gets.
Wow.
Yeah, I was a big fan of Christina Applegate when I was a child. And I still am. Even though I think she has some sort of like, I don't know, neurological disorder. I don't think she's getting turned into a stone like Celine Dion is, but something bad. MS. She's got MS, and then she lost the boobies to cancer. It's got to be rough. Celine Dion's got that like turn into a stone person disease. She's got that same shit that got the trolls in Lord of the Rings when the sun came up. She's got that shit. So they had to like they wheeled her out for the Olympics to sing a song, but she's slowly turning into a stone person. Still in the 90s, I have the best boobs in the nursing home. Be the envy.
Just putting a nice
Christ,
is this fucking click hole?
That's
like,
by the way,
one of those.
By the way, great, another beautiful photo of her. By the way,
it might still be true. I mean, like they won't be like the boobs she's born with, but doesn't she have a rocking chest? I assume
they cut her tits off.
They can put new ones in.
They can't
pop them in there.
No, they
Double
can't.
mastectomies have breast jobs.
What do you think? They hollow?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
I'm 1,000%
I'm
right on this.
positive
Double
they
mastectomies get breast implants most of the time.
Yeah, Woody's 100% right.
Well, yeah, but you got no nipple. It's gone. They got to tattoo that bitch on there.
Celine Dion has stiff person syndrome, which sounds like something a woman would make up.
No, stiff person syndrome is real. It turns you into a fucking calcified piece of human, and she is like in excruciating pain and like turning solid, and she won't be able to move for much longer.
That's horrible. That poor woman.
I saw Game of Thrones. They can cure that.
They just have to carve your skin off with a knife
carve
and
off the grayscale.
Well, I hope that
of the poppy.
Maybe Sam can help her.
So Kyle, we're kind of both right. It used to be in a total mastectomy, you lost the nipple and areola, but now there's a new technique with a nipple sparing mastectomy.
Nice.
And yeah, they're safe.
You just cut around the nipple.
It would seem like it wouldn't be wildly hard to do. It's not the skin that has cancer.
You do that in a breast augmentation anyway. A lot of the time, you got to move that bitch.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
I think it's more the doctors like, look, I can just lop it off in 2 seconds, or else I gotta go in.
Lazy doctors.
Late for his tennis lesson.
Do you need the nipple really? Well, I'd like to keep them. All right, I'll do it.
We'll make
insurance doesn't cover that, you know. I bet they say that. I bet they're like, this is not life threatening. You know
that Tig Notaro lady comic? Did you see she just did an entire special after getting a mastectomy and she's topless the whole time?
Dude, the r/Opie and Anthony subreddit was my favorite forum on the internet, and they bullied Tig Notaro. Like, this was like right after news of her like having to have a double mastectomy, and everyone on that Reddit was calling her, instead of Tig Notaro, Tit No Moro. And it was so fucking mean.
Pretty bad.
That was the meanest forum on the internet. I miss it.
I'm having to Google who Tig Notaro is. Well, that's mean.
Yeah, they were really mean. They were rude fellas.
But I think she helped cancel Louis C.K., so I don't feel that bad.
Oh, well, never mind then. I'm
Well,
looking
that
at her.
sucks.
I'm looking at her topless here. That's a
She
look.
helped cancel him, but did she help him get off too? Or was
Oh
she
my
just
God, that is a
off the-
No,
look.
she was like offended on behalf of the other people who helped him get off.
That's the
Yeah, you know what?
shucks.
Louis C.K., if he wanted to jack off in front of her, he would have asked.
I was hoping Tig Notaro was at
Exactly.
least doing the old like, Louis C.K. is my least favorite. Had red eye. You
Well,
guys ready to
Rory,
wrap?
You guys want to?
The best part of the Louis C.K. cancellation was there was all these rumors where it's like, there's a comedian in Hollywood who's jerking off in front of women, but nobody will say who it is. And Doug Stanhope, in what is the ultimate bro move of all time, went, "It was me." Because he's like, I'm Doug Stanhope. Who gives a shit? I can be a piece of shit. And tell everyone Doug Stanhope was jerking off in front of women. I'm like, he was trying to take the jerk off bullet for Lewis.
Doug Stanhope is a stand-up guy, funny dude.
Yeah, he's a
like
100% stand-up guy.
But,
You want a friend who will take credit for you jerking off in front of women.
Vito, where can
tell me.
everyone find your stuff?
Specifically,
guys,
is it too late to buy the comic? Can you get it?
Here's the deal: is I've cut you off for now, but right when we go to print, there will be a last chance campaign to get in. So if you go to superkiller.org, it'll take you to the Indiegogo. You can sign up to be on the mailing list, and then there'll be like a week where you can still get it through that. And then if you don't get it through the campaign, we will do like a second printing, but it's not going to have the little holofoil stamp. It won't be the first edition. It'll be a little, if you want to get the first edition, if you collect comics, you want to get the first one. So yeah, you can go to superkiller.org, sign up for the mailing list. And of course, I do a great podcast with Dick Masterson at youtube.com/biggestproblem. We're having a lot of fun. And that show is every Friday, 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern.
Cool.
There you
All
go.
right.